You're Good morning, Resto. I am so tired today. Look, oh my god, I'm so tired. I forgot to mute myself. BRB. I gotta get some caffeine. Good morning. I'm here. I made it. Let me grab some sites and pull those up real quick, and I'll be right back.
An innocent child and an unthinkable tragedy. 5-year-old Harmony Montgomery disappeared in 2019.
So you just need to find out which is. I have nothing to say.
Now her own father stands trial for her brutal murder.
I did not kill my daughter Harmony, and I look forward to my upcoming trial.
So many questions that come back to the same question. How could this happen?
The murder of Harmony Montgomery trial. Live coverage today, only on Court TV.
An innocent
I'm looking for a recap of yesterday. So just give me a minute. Because a lot happened yesterday. Let's see. Okay, for anyone who may still be here, I did find a recap. Well, I found a couple of the shorts that they always put together of clips from like the day before. So yesterday, I believe was this one. Make sure my volume's up. It's not too loud. All right. And put her in the duffel bag. Okay, this is day 3. So that wasn't yesterday.
You said that Harmony's body was beginning to smell and that it was horrible.
Yes.
What did he do?
When he took her down from the ceiling.
So that one.
Jury for the offense of first-degree murder.
Oh, that one.
Taylor, why stay with someone? Why stay with someone that does this to you?
This was yesterday.
I was scared. And I still cared about him.
Why defend the person that does this to you?
Because I was scared what would happen. I didn't want anybody getting in trouble.
Why stay with someone?
No.
Stay with someone that does what he did to a helpless girl like this. Kayla, why stay with someone?
It's true though. I have the same questions. Why would you stay with the same girl, same guy, ride around with him, live with him from house to house, and you have this psycho dude who you know is capable of just cold-blooded murder. You watched him do it. But then I was thinking last night about a lot of things. And I mean, just the fact that she helped so much along the way. I have a clip of Nerdy saying exactly like what I feel. Like, I have a little bit of empathy because I am human and I do empathize. I wish her luck in like her getting sober, her coming to the realization of what she's done. And then that's it. Like the rest of me, I want her to serve her time. I want both of them to serve their time. So I hope there's like a crazy twist that comes up where wouldn't that be crazy? A crazy twist that comes up and Kayla's plea deal is gone and now they're both going to murder,
An innocent child and an unthinkable tragedy.
going to prison for murdering Harmony Montgomery. No, Kayla did not have any. Kayla, as far as I know, did not murder, unalive Harmony Montgomery. But with everything that she did and that she was okay with, even if she's in active addiction, it doesn't excuse it. Yes, people get lost in their minds when they have a drug addiction, but that was her problem. That was not Harmony's problem. And Harmony paid the ultimate price for their addiction issues. So no, I'm not okay with it. She doesn't get a pass. I was conflicted for the first week, I guess you could say almost week, and just came to a huge realization yesterday that like no matter how the jury is looking at this, whether Kayla did it, whether Adam did it, like whatever they're thinking, they know what happened to this little girl, and they know that the two people that were with her last was Kayla and Adam. So it doesn't even matter to me at this point who did what. Like, it matters, but I'm saying they're both guilty. Period. And maybe that's too harsh. Maybe I'm judging them too soon, but I don't even really need to see any more. Like, trust me. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna wow, I don't know why it's always a black screen when I do.
An innocent child and an
That's why. Okay, I'm gonna check see and what's going on with Nerdy's live. Let me see if he's sharing today. Because after lunch break, I might redirect you guys to his channel, or there's Law and Crime and there's Court TV, because I think I'm only going to cover half today since this has been really, really heavy and I don't want to get too burned out or overwhelmed with it all. So, okay, Nerdy's starts in 20 minutes. So he's not live yet. Let's see. Yeah, we had Kayla saying that she still cares about Adam. Let's see. Oh, it's 51 minutes. An hour. None of these are just like a freaking recap. Well, that was 3 days ago. I want to tell me they don't have what happened yesterday. Like, what? Sorry, y'all. You can't watch Law and Crime anymore. You have to, like, for free, or they put this behind a paywall. Wow. Okay. All right, Law and Crime. I see you. Oh my gosh. Sorry about that, y'all. Okay. Let's see. Jesus. Stupid ads. Okay. This might be a recap. Let's see. The lady was all over the place, y'all. This was really kind of difficult to watch. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Good morning, Intuitive. Good to see you. I am not awake yet. We do have 10 minutes until the trial starts. Well, at least they say that, but we don't ever know how it goes. I am here for it. I'm trying to find like additional content, things to talk about. But I mean, we have a lot actually to talk about. I have a lot of feelings, emotions going through this trial, and it has been very, very heavy. But let me do my little link right here. Did I even type that right? Let me see. I'll drop this link. I'm going to drop the link to this live. And then I'm going to drop Nerdy's channel because after lunch, if he continues to stream, you guys can go over and watch Nerdy. The reason why I'm redirecting y'all to Nerdy basically is because he is very close to the case. I know yesterday he was traveling. I don't know how far he made it. He might be boots on the ground today, like outside the courthouse or something like that. I'm not sure. But he does get very passionate about the case. It is a little heavy, a lot heavy for him, a lot heavier for him than it is for me. So he may talk during like some of the testimony and stuff, and sometimes you can't hear or whatever, but you can like roll it back on the court TV or the Law and Crime, whatever he's watching it on. It's really not that bad because the commentary that he does put in is usually from personal knowledge of talking to a family member, being there, being around for a certain event, or things that he knows based on his own investigation. Because like I said, we worked with, Nerdy's group when Harmony first went missing. We put out flyers, we emailed people, we dropped information in so many groups, spread it around on social media. And then we got to speak to Kevin Montgomery, which was one of the first people that we did get to talk to. Other family members were contacted by other members of our group and have had conversations with, I'm pretty sure Adams had, I'm sorry. Gosh, I'm pretty sure Nerdy was able to have conversations with other family members. So a lot of firsthand knowledge in Nerdy's group. So if you do follow the second link, that will bring you to his live for today, and this brings you to his channel. So, but Intuitive, how are you today? Okay, let's see. I saw a timer right here earlier, 6 minutes. Okay. I'm gonna go grab something to eat real quick. I don't want this medicine to make me sick. I will. Oh, it's because I have it like that. Okay. I will leave it like this. And I will be back as soon as I get some food in me. I'm doing well. Good. I'm good. I'm just super tired today. It's my fault. I stayed up late, but I was having fun, and I'm going to do self-care and only do a half a day today of streaming because I've been doing, 7, almost 8-hour logs. So I'm going to still be watching the trial and taking notes. I'm just not going to be streaming it because it's a whole lot more, when you're multitasking, and then versus just trying to relax and watch it because it's already a heavy trial. It's already a heavy case. And I I'm by no means giving up on her. This trial, from what I'm understanding, can last up to 3 weeks. I plan on being here as present as possible. It might not be every single day. It might be certain days of the week. I'm just going to wing it by how I'm feeling. And definitely today is one of those half a day days, but we'll see. Depends on what happens in the first half, and how I'm feeling and all that. But all right, let me go grab some food. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back, Daisy. I'm a hot mess this morning, y'all. Oh my lord. So Intuitive, were you able to catch up on yesterday's event? The main thing that mainly stood out yesterday was that they kind of pointed out that Kayla's attorney let her know pretty much what happened in opening arguments. So Kayla was aware, and she wasn't supposed to be. I think her lawyer just got like a phone call. I don't think it didn't cause anything major to happen, but that happened yesterday. And I believe they're calling her out on a few lies that they caught her on. I'm still trying to go back and rewatch and catch up, but it has to do with when she did her first testimony with the state. She left out the power tools situation, and then the power tools came out more when on redirect cross-examination, whatever you want to call it, from the defense. It came out that there was a power tool in the house, and yeah, so they're catching her in little lies, and I'm just praying that this is just leading, because they know that she's going to eventually lie on something major, and there goes her plea deal. That's all I gotta say. Good morning, Miss W. How are you? Good morning, everyone. Just sipping some coffee. I wish I could have coffee early. I can't. It's gonna mess up my stomach. I have to wait until later, but I do have cereal because I'm hungry. Um, okay. Oh, hello, Allison. Aunt Allison. This is my aunt, y'all. Me and her were doing some talking last night about all of this. It's like I said, we're human. And you can have empathy for someone and still wish that they could pay their time for doing the crime. You know what I mean? Like, and when I say I have empathy, I have a tiny, tiny bit of empathy because of the DV situation. But she had plenty of opportunities. She had plenty of times where she could have made a phone call, gotten away, slipped away, what have you. Instead, she chose to watch this man do what he did and then proceeded to help him. Okay. I don't see it as her being scared all the time, being forced, excuse me, being forced to do this or that. She willingly did so much of this. Bringing Harmony's body to his job in a stroller, walking across town to his job to do that, cutting the leggings off of Harmony's body. Are you kidding me? Nah. The minute I would have witnessed this man hit a child and her pass away in the backseat of my car, I would have left. I would have left. I would have found a way to leave. Facts. Sorry, I don't want y'all to hear me chewing. I'm gonna mute. Miss W, Allie, how are you doing? I was about to say, you gonna fix you some coffee. I thought you would have had your coffee. Get your coffee, girl. I can't have my coffee earlier this morning. It will jack up my stomach. Yes, made some noise, told police did something. She must have had more involvement to the point he could use it against her. That's what I'm wondering. Like, I picture them two just ratting on each other at this point. He's probably telling his attorney his truth, his version of events. She's telling hers, keeping herself out of it and blaming him. So I can only imagine what he's saying, and you can tell by some of the questions that the defense is asking or mentioning that she knows that Adam is pretty much saying some stuff because, like, she's like, holy crap. Yeah, she's lied already with little lies on the stand, but the deal was that you cannot lie. One lie is perjury. So in my opinion, she's already broken that plea deal. So I hope that's gone. I hope that's out the window. Yeah, that you must be on the West Coast. That is so insane to have a trial that early. Oh my gosh. I don't think I've ever gotten up this early for a trial. You know what I mean? Like, it's usually been like 9 or 10 or something like that. For me, it's 7:45, which is still pretty early. But I'm here. I made it. She knows too much of the horrible thing. She knows not only too much of the timeline, but she was there every part of the way. And not once did she scream for help. You know what I mean? Like, how many times did he leave and go to work? How many times were you left at home with your children and your friends around you or somebody? Like, everybody's like, when I say everybody, it's public opinion theories I'm reading. People are like, well, she didn't have that many friends and family. That might be true. She might have pushed everyone out of her life because of her addiction. And in my opinion, too many people failed Harmony. The people that did love her didn't know where she was, wasn't getting any answers from the state, from the CPS, from no answers from Kayla, no response from anybody. Everyone in Kayla's and Harmony's life, especially when she was with her dad and like his parents, her own grandparents. From what I'm understanding from Nerdy, they did not care. I mean, think about it. When she was in that house with her uncle Kevin and I'm going to say Adam Montgomery and Kevin Montgomery, that was her grandmother. And she witnessed abuse being done in that household and nothing was done. Kevin was one of the main people who called. He at least called. He did a follow-up call. They did a follow-up visit, but they didn't go inside the house. They didn't do the home study. They didn't do any of that stuff. It's like they found a loophole and they just was like, okay, here you go. You can have your child back. Like, how is that okay? And then I don't even want to really get started on talking about Kayla because I went from the very beginning. I mean, you can even go back on my live and listen to how I progressed. I was completely trying to understand every part of her involvement and trying to put myself in her shoes because I have been in a situation where it was verbal abuse, it was narcissistic, and I was afraid. I was being told things like, I will take your child and our child. It was our child at the time. It's not my current situation or husband, but I was young. I was in my 20s. And yeah, that was a threat to me. Like if I would leave or if I would, call the cops on him, whatever it may be, I was threatened. But best believe the first minute I got to call my mom, I did. And if this kind of thing would have happened, do you honestly think I could sit? Like, none of us can fathom sitting in a vehicle while he is beating someone to death unless you're already complacent with it. Yesterday, something hit my gut instinct. And you know how when you have those little moments, you're just like an aha moment, like, oh, shoot. When Kayla was answering defense's questions yesterday, She was really defensive. Her and the defense lawyer, you could tell, were just done with each other at that point. But the way when they're talking about the blanket, and it's the way Kayla answers, her facial expressions, her body language, it looked to me like she was okay with this, because her statement was, no, I didn't see her, like, when she handed her the food. She said she was under a blanket. She was always under a blanket. It makes me wonder if they, like, did that for her punishment. Like, okay, so you've had accidents and this, you're doing this. You don't get to participate today. You're going to be covered in a blanket. Like, the way she said it, it's like she was always under a blanket. Like, did Kayla help sometimes put her under a blanket? Was Kayla okay with Harmony being under a blanket? Because I know I sure wouldn't. If I had my boyfriend sitting on side of me and his kid was in the back seat and he just constantly covered her up with a blanket, I'm not gonna let that be okay. That is not okay. So, my opinion, Kayla is just as guilty. Maybe she didn't do the actual act, but in every other way, she is guilty. I don't know about this, Miss W. I haven't heard anything. The soil issue bugs me. I'm wondering if she was. Oh, the reason. No, I don't think she was SA'd, but they said it's trauma. It's like a trauma response. So think about it. If he gave her the black eye in July of 2019, that's enough right there to give her trauma and be afraid of this man. So now you're going from, the household you were living in or whatever, to losing all of that and living in a car with your two younger siblings, your two addict parents, no telling what their life was like in that car. And her accidents just got worse. The trauma just got worse. And it led up to that moment. For real, so many. Intuitive, that's what they said in opening. That's what Kayla said, but it's just the way she answered yesterday. She was like, she was always under a blanket. Like, that was just normal. You know what I mean? Like, she might be exaggerating. She might be meaning just whenever he hit her, but what if he hit her all the time? What if Harmony was the black sheep? What if Harmony was the one that wasn't really, they didn't want her to be there? So what if she was just treated like she wasn't loved? That is a hard thing to fathom, but I just don't see how anybody that loves their child or their stepchild that can do the evil crap that they've done. And like, this is me, in my opinion, on day 5 of the trial, right? Everything could change. I know that the state has a lot more, but I am voicing my opinion right now of what I feel and what I know from what Kayla has said from her own mouth. Watching her testimony and rewatching it again last night just kind of solidified a lot of things. It was just like, I could give her a pass if it was, I don't even know. I don't know how I could give her a pass, but I cannot give her a pass for willingly doing all of the things that she did for this man because she loved him. And I've been in that situation. I am not invalidating any of those women who find it hard to leave the situation. It's dangerous to leave sometimes. I understand all that. I get all that. I've dealt with it. I've dealt with family members dealing with it. I'm not naive to that fact. But what I'm not going to fall for is sitting next to a man who kills his daughter, and then the car breaks down, you're freaking out, you don't know what to do. So that's his thought. They check her pulse, they see if she's alive. She's not. So okay, let's throw in the duffel bag. That would never cross my mind. And if I would have heard my man say some shit like that, or even just grab the duffel bag and start doing what he's, I literally think I would be in shock. And you're in the middle of an intersection. You get the first person's attention, or like have an excuse to grab both of your kids out the car and then grab the first person's attention and be like, I need to get away from him. And I know it's not that easy, y'all. I know it's not. But she had plenty of opportunity. Oh my God, I'm ranting because I am so annoyed with Kayla. But I mean, I can't help it now. The more I am learning, the more disgusted I'm getting, the less sympathy I have for her. I empathize with her because of the addiction, because of the narcissism, because she fell in love with this man. She admitted yesterday that she does still care about him. That's normal. She has children with him. But at the same time, he is a cold-blooded murderer. He did it right in front of you, and you helped cover it up. Like, no, I'm good. You can go down with him. That's how I feel at this point. And it might have taken me 4.5 days to come to that realization. But yeah, I'm there. Yeah, she is an accessory. She could have used her blanket to make that horrible situation disappear. What do you mean? She could have used her blanket to make that horrible situation disappear. What do you mean, Miss W? Intuitive. I never felt bad for her. Yeah, so like when I say I feel bad for her, I don't know how to explain it. It's more of just empathy. I can empathize with her. Feeling bad for her, I mean, I can't sit here and say that I don't at all, because I am human. I do still love with all of my heart. I do still have compassion. When I look at her, I don't feel bad for her in the sense of, oh, poor Kayla. I hope that they go easy on her. Like, nothing like that. I feel sorry for her that she chose addiction instead of whatever, like her children, and then helping to take care of Harmony. I feel bad that she has to face this every day. I feel bad for a lot of things. I just don't feel bad for her part in Harmony's demise. I'm sorry. I don't. Sorry.
Any preliminary issues?
Right. Oh, use the blanket to make the outside go away and wish she was at her adopted family's house. I mean, yeah, maybe, but the way they've described the blanket up until this point, which was like yesterday whenever she made that comment, the blanket has always been a cover for covering bruises and to hide, like if people were coming to the car. Like she mentions her friend had to come that one time and jump the car off because it was cold and the battery had died. Mr. Anthony Badero, which is a friend of theirs at the Colonial Apartments, used to walk to the car and bring them drugs sometimes, and also sometimes food. So they would cover her up, and it was like they just didn't want to see what was being done to her. And I'm even questioning, did she have any part in any kind of abuse to Harmony? And y'all, this is not anything I've read, anything I'm just throwing out there as factual. I'm brainstorming and I'm venting and thinking with you all. And I don't mean physical abuse. I don't think that she ever hurt Harmony. You could see the clear emotion in her face, in her voice, in her body language when she was talking to the state the very first day that she took the stand. You can see that she was falling apart when she sees Harmony's picture, the picture of her and Harmony. Those are moments that I do believe that there is something deep within her that feels an extreme guilt for her part in everything. It could have just been mental abuse, it could have just been negligence. It could have just been making Harmony be like the black sheep. It could have been anything that just made Harmony feel less than important. Harmony should have felt very important. Harmony should have felt love. Harmony did feel love. And they took her and put her in the arms of a monster. And look what has happened. It has just been a roller coaster ride, going from a missing persons to us finding out it was a murder investigation. So many emotions, so many ups and downs. It's just been wild, y'all. It's just been wild. Yeah, and Miss W, I'm not saying that you're wrong, because if you do think about it, if they did cover her enough whenever she was in trouble or wasn't doing what they were supposed to do, or she was bruised, whatever, what if that was her little escape? What if sometimes she did feel left out and she did feel bullied and she did feel hurt and pain and she just wanted to disappear? It could very well be a child's defense mechanism to hide under a blanket, as sad as that sounds, because she knows they're going to leave her alone. If I'm under this blanket, this is where I'm safe, kind of thing. And it's really sad to think about, but it's not a crazy point, Miss W. It makes a lot of sense that Harmony very well could have covered herself at different times. We really don't know. And that's the thing. We have Kayla's word against Adam's. The most positive thing, and if y'all are up for it, during the lunch break, we can go over the opening statements. I can put it on fast speed, because I think they're very important. They say a lot, and if you listen carefully, he does kind of allude to horrible, let me put this on, they haven't said it yet, but they've mentioned power tools, and I don't even have to say more, but I'm pretty sure that is part of the discovery, and that's all I'm going to say on that, because it's just too much to even freaking think about. But I've already processed that in my mind that that's a possibility. But I'm going to, on lunch break, play just the opening statements like from the state, and then the next break we'll start the defense's opening, just so y'all can get a recap of the opening statements. It is very long, so I might find just a recap so it isn't that long. But when you guys get a chance, go back to Court TV, which I had dropped in the chat, and listen to the opening statements really, really well. Just listen to everything he says, because he does explain that, like, all of this ride that you're taking today to the jurors, he's like, you are going to see evidence. And he says certain phrases, certain words. I've even clipped a few that make me think it's a lot more horrible than we think. So I'm gonna pull up day one, and I'm gonna go over that whenever it starts, because what time is it? 8. Yeah, they should be starting any now. They're never on time, by the way. They're supposed to start at 8 a.m. sharp, like most courthouses do, but they, however, have not. Okay, I think it's day 2 they did opening statements, because day 1 was when they were giving the jurors all the Yeah, opening statement. Okay, so we'll go over some of the stuff from day 2 of the trial during our lunch break, and then if I'm up for it, I will continue streaming. Okay, this is unmuted. The captions are on. I'm going to let this stream while I go get a bathroom break, grab something to eat real quick. Not eat, drink. I ate already. Grab something to drink, and then we'll get started. But yes, Miss W, that's what I mean. Ignoring her is abuse. That is a good point. That's a really good point. I'm gonna actually, now I got my little notebook. I'm gonna write that down because it's absolutely right. Kayla ignored. I mean, just the way she talks about like the breakfast sandwiches when they got Burger King and all that stuff. I don't know. Like, I know drugs change a person. I know they make them into a totally, completely different person. But she took the time and sat there and fed her other kids. You can't tell me at some point she didn't look over, tap Harmony. You just gonna place her sandwich on her lap and be like, okay, she's not eating it, she's not moving it. I don't hear her unwrapping her wrapper. Like, you're not gonna say her name. You're not gonna check on her. We do have a discrepancy in that department. On day 1 of her testimony, she said that Harmony was covered with the blanket, and yesterday on defense on cross-examination, she said that Harmony was not covered. It was just on her lap. So again, she has been caught in a couple of lies. Let me write that down. Let's see. Kayla's lies so far. And if anybody else knows of any other lies that were blatant, like blatantly called out, or that you noticed, let me know. Oh, now in the opening, he didn't mention anything about power tools. No, he didn't mention the power tools, but he uses a word that refers to the idea that he possibly used it. I just think that it's so brutal that they just haven't come out and said that yet. And I know that the state has a lot more evidence. I could be completely wrong, but if I'm listening to this trial as a juror and I hear this statement in opening statements, I'm going to automatically think something horrible. Not to mention, I found an article yesterday where the state has evidence that he did purchase I don't even want to say it, a grinder. That is so sickening to say, and I had to swallow after saying that word. But yeah, those are things that he did that they have evidence on, and that's why I'm saying let's just see what the strategy is here, because if they could get Kayla lying on the stand, they can be done with this plea agreement and get them both. And I don't know why they don't have the volume on yet. My volume. Okay, here we go. No problem, Miss W. Thank you for stopping in, by the way. I appreciate it.
All right.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. When the state is ready, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state police officer. Thank you. Just watch your step there, officer.
By the way, we are on witness number 12. And from what I'm understanding, there is at least 55. So, yeah.
Officer Penton, can you start by stating and spelling your name for the record?
Officer Neil Pentinen, Neil Penttinen.
And Officer Penton, how are you presently employed?
I'm employed by the Manchester Police Department.
I'm sorry, I know how I do. I take my notes, and I don't know if I have this on normal or not. Okay, I do. But I didn't even get the name, and I'm trying to write this down. So let me rewind just a bit.
Stating and spelling your name for the record.
Officer Neil Pentinen, Neil Penttinen.
And Officer Penton, how are you presently employed?
I'm employed by the Manchester Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Manchester Police Department?
Since January of 2012.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Community Policing Unit.
And can you tell the jurors what that is?
The Community Policing Unit, we deal with mostly neighborhood issues, homeless issues, anything outside of the scope of patrol. We will negotiate things, do community meetings, things of that nature.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities on that Community Policing Unit?
I am in what's referred to as an area officer. So I cover a section of the city when people call in neighborhood complaints or general issues that patrol doesn't have time to deal with. We go deal with those things.
You mentioned starting with the Manchester Police Department in 2012.
Yes.
What did you do for work prior to that?
Prior to that, I was a police officer with the Scottsdale, Arizona Police Department. I was hired there in April of 2005.
And when you came from Scottsdale to New Hampshire, did you go through the police academy?
I originally with Scottsdale, I attended the Mesa, Arizona Police Academy when I was hired in 2005. And when I was hired by the Manchester Police Department, I attended the New Hampshire State Academy, only the law package because I was already a certified officer.
Do you remember what year did you graduate?
New Hampshire, it was 2012.
And sorry, I asked two questions there. Did you graduate from the Police Standards and Training Academy?
In New Hampshire?
New Hampshire.
In New Hampshire, it was just the law package.
Right. And in Arizona, did you graduate from the Police Standards and Training?
I did. I graduated the Mesa, Arizona Police Academy in 2005.
So in total, you have 19 years of law enforcement experience?
Correct.
I want to switch gears, Officer Pentinen. In your current assignment with the Manchester Police Department, do you have occasion to conduct traffic accident investigations?
Occasionally, I do.
And can you walk the jurors through what your standard protocol is when you're responding to such an accident?
Standard protocol when I respond to an accident, when I arrive on scene, I'll do an immediate assessment of the vehicles if we need to get them off the road. I will immediately ask if anyone needs medical attention. If they respond they do, I'll get the fire department there or whatever medical needs. If not, then I will immediately ask the drivers for their information, their driver's license, insurance information, their phone number, and as well as the registration of the vehicle. After that, I will ask who the occupants are of the vehicle and get their names, dates of birth, phone numbers, addresses, all for the accident report.
So you mentioned speaking to the drivers of the vehicles, and then you mentioned getting the vehicle occupant information. Where do you usually get that information from?
I will ask whoever's there. I will speak to each person individually and get their information. Unless it's a child, then I will ask the adult who's on scene with them.
Do you typically speak to every individual other than children? Do you typically speak to every individual in each car?
Yes, I do.
And what's the purpose of
that? To get a brief synopsis of what occurred in the accident from different perspectives.
And do you document these investigations?
I do.
How do you document them?
I will immediately take notes on a notepad and then I will fill out an accident exchange form for the individuals involved in the accident, which will include insurance information, phone numbers, addresses, and which is required by the police department. And then when that is all done, I will make a traffic accident report documenting everything from the scene.
And again, is it necessary during, and we're still talking your standard protocol, is it necessary during these investigations for you to see every individual involved?
Yes, I will need to see who's there.
And can you walk us through how that occurs? How do you see those individuals? Do you order them all out of the vehicle or something else?
If it's a minor accident, most of them will just stay in the vehicle. If they are on scene, I will ask who is in the vehicle and take a look at each person. You do have occasions where people will show up who weren't involved in the accident, might be related. So, but I will make sure that I look at each person.
Officer Pentinen, I want to turn your attention to November 29th of 2019. So with that in mind, were you working in your official capacity as an officer with the Manchester Police Department on November 29th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And are you familiar with someone named Adam Montgomery?
Us.
And are you familiar with someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell the jurors your familiarity with him?
On that day, I responded to I was dispatched to a traffic accident at South Wilson Street in Vinton involving two vehicles. And Mr. Montgomery identified himself as the driver of one of the vehicles.
Now, you mentioned these reports that you write following your investigation. Did you write a report following your interactions on that day?
I did.
And have you had a chance to review that before you came here to testify?
Yes, I have.
The accident that we're talking about from November 29th of 2019, does that accident stand out to you in your memory?
It does.
Why is that?
Because Mr. Montgomery was involved in another accident a few days later. And in my police career, that's the only time I've had one individual in two accidents within the same week.
Okay, and we'll talk about both of those accidents, but I want to focus on November 29th. And I think you said that stands out to you.
Yes, it does.
Can you walk the jurors through the initial dispatch that you received and your response to the scene?
It was a two-vehicle accident. I arrived. I was working in a patrol capacity that day. I showed up. There were two vehicles at the scene. Multiple individuals. I was in
the scene.
It was a two-vehicle accident. I arrived. I was working in a patrol capacity that day. I showed up. There were two vehicles at the scene. Multiple individuals in one of the vehicles, and there was just one driver in the other vehicle. I went through the standard protocol when I arrived at the location.
And when you say multiple individuals in one of the vehicles, whose vehicle was that?
That was Mr. Montgomery's vehicle.
And were you able to identify the individuals that were in Mr. Montgomery's vehicle?
I did.
And who was in Mr. Montgomery's vehicle?
In Mr. Montgomery's vehicle, I believe Kayla Montgomery identified herself as one of the rear passengers. There was an individual in the front seat. I would need as an adult female in the front seat. I would need to look at my report to refresh my memory of her name.
Do you believe that looking at your report, reviewing your report, would refresh your recollection of?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
He said this person that he's about to show or name was she in the front driver's side? I'm sorry, y'all. That's why I have y'all, and I sped it up just a little to catch up. Yeah, 2 accidents in 1 week. I think this person was in
the front passenger identified herself as Tabitha Scott.
Oh, okay.
And Officer Pentinen, who else, if anyone, did you observe in the vehicle?
There were two children in the vehicle.
Did you obtain their names?
I did obtain their names.
Children?
And what were those two children's names?
Again, I'd have to look at my report. to
What?
refresh my memory of those.
Please do so. You can't read from it. You can't read it out loud, but feel free to refresh your recollection.
Wow, so they don't even, he didn't even see Harmony. How did they not check in the car? She was in there covered with a blanket. Or
They were identified as Seamus Montgomery and Declan Montgomery.
what?
Did you know
Wait,
their relative
hold
seating
on.
locations?
I did.
And what were they?
I believe it was the center passenger and rear right passenger.
Do you know which one was in the center and which one was rear
I
right?
don't recall which one was where.
Is that noted in your?
It should be noted in my report. Yes.
Please, I believe that looking at your report would refresh your recollection. Please do so.
Okay, so it's Adam, Kayla, and he said two children. So this was the traffic accident. This wasn't, I keep thinking of when the car,
Seamus was in the rear middle and Declan was in the rear right.
like when the car died, but this was the accident.
Did you see any other children in the defendant's vehicle?
I did not.
And did you, during your response, did you actually look inside of the defendant's vehicle?
I don't recall if I looked in the vehicle or not. It was so long ago.
Other than full of people, how would you describe the defendant's vehicle?
The defendant's vehicle, aside from having 5 people in there, there was clutter in the vehicle.
Is that something that you saw?
I did.
So, officer, I want to switch gears. I want to talk about that second accident just several days later. So I want to turn your attention to December 2nd of 2019. Were you working in your official capacity with the Manchester Police Department on December 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And on that day, did you respond to another accident involving the defendant?
I did.
And can you walk the jurors through your response, how you initially became aware and what you did after getting that information?
I was dispatched, I believe it was on Franklin Street or in that general area, to a 2-vehicle accident. And again, same thing. There were only 2 drivers in this accident. I immediately recognized Mr. Montgomery in the vehicle, having dealt with him a few days prior.
And again, did you follow your standard protocol after your response?
I did.
After you arrived at the location?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you document in the defendant's vehicle on that occasion?
I believe Mr. Montgomery was the only person in the vehicle.
Do you believe that looking at your report might refresh your recollection?
Oh, yes, it would.
Yes.
Can someone refresh my memory of what the first
According to my report, Kayla Montgomery was a passenger in the vehicle.
what was like the first accident?
And during that response, did you note her relative seating location?
She was in the front passenger seat.
On that occasion, did you look inside of the defendant's vehicle?
I don't recall if I looked inside or not.
Did you note anything about the defendant's vehicle?
On this occasion, it was the same vehicle I dealt with the week before. The only thing that I noted about it was the new damage on the vehicle.
And I'm sorry, I want to go back to that November 29th response that you had. Around what time that day did you respond to the scene?
Again, I would have to look at my report to refresh my memory of the exact time. That was approximately 3:53 p.m.
And how about on December 2nd? What time did you arrive on the scene?
Again, I would have to look at my report to get the time that I arrived.
I wonder whose fault it was
It was approximately 10:43 a.m.
in each of these accidents.
If I can have just a moment, Your Honor.
No problem. Rest
No
of
further
you.
questions. Thank you, Officer Pentinen. The defense may have some questions for you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's Caroline Smith, and I do have a couple of questions for you. The first one involves the December 2nd accident that you were just talking about in 2019. And where was that accident?
I would need to look at my report to get the exact address.
Do you still have it up there?
I have it up here.
Okay, go ahead.
What did she just ask him? Elaine aggravates me.
What to get the exact?
And where was that accident?
Okay, she asked him where.
I have it up here.
Okay, go ahead.
That was at Franklin and Market Street.
And that's right around the clinic at Franklin?
It is in that general area, yes.
Okay. And the one at on 1129, where was that?
That was South Wilson and Vinton Street.
Okay. Is that near a Burger King?
It is not far. I believe approximately half mile, if I were to guess.
Okay.
I'm gonna map all this stuff out eventually, so I just want to make sure I have the right locations, and I'm so sorry, y'all.
1129, where was that?
That was South Wilson and Vinton Street.
Okay. Is that near a Burger King?
It is not far. I believe approximately half mile, if I were to guess.
Okay. And on the, I don't mean to skip back and forth, so I'll stick with the November 29. You don't have a specific recollection of how you talk to people, right?
Not specifically, no.
Whether who was inside the car, who was outside the car when you talked to them, right?
No.
But if people were inside the car, you probably would have walked up to the car and talked to them through the window, right?
Yes, that's generally what I do.
Okay. And you saw the two boys in the back?
I saw two boys there. I don't remember if they were inside the vehicle or outside of the vehicle.
Okay. And when adults are driving around when anybody is driving around with children in the car, you recall that you were given the ages of the children, right?
Yes.
And one was over a year?
Again, I would have to look at my report for the.
Please do. And I meant to say under a year.
And to note what the dates are, what their birth dates are in as of the date. Yes, one would be under a year or approximately that age.
And when adults are driving around with a child under one, that child is to be in a baby seat, right?
Yes.
And if the child is not in the baby seat, what happens?
Generally, it's against the law and would be up to the officer's discretion to issue a summons for that or not.
Okay. And the second child was under 3?
Approximately.
And what are the restraints to be on a child under 3?
Also in a car seat.
Okay. And how about a child of 5?
Again, I'm 5 years old. I'm not sure. I would need to look at the exacts, but I believe it's any child under a certain size also would need a car seat.
Okay. And at the very least, I think it's under 12, have to be buckled in the seatbelt?
Yes.
And so you were aware of 2 children, right?
Yes.
And you had no concerns about their restraints, the child seat?
From what I remember, I did not.
By the way, I did say that the 1129 was outside, we said, I believe, outside Vinton and Wilson. The 12-2 was outside the clinic.
Correct.
And the 12-2 outside the clinic was 10:43?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, still morning hours.
Yes.
And the 11:29 was in the afternoon, 3:53, 4-ish?
Correct.
Still light out, right?
For that time of year, yes.
Okay. Now, you also said that you gathered pertinent information about the driver in the car, like the license, registration, insurance?
Correct.
And Mr. Montgomery had a license, right?
He did. He provided me a New Hampshire license.
Okay. And as far as you could tell, it was valid, right?
Yes.
Because otherwise there would have been a problem there too, right?
Yes. Another thing I do is I will have dispatch do a driver's license status of any individuals who are operating the motor vehicles.
Okay. And so then on the accident on the 2nd, there were only people in the front seats of the car, no one in the back seat, right?
That's what I documented. I don't recall the specifics of the vehicle, but that's what I documented.
Okay. And again, whether you talked to the driver inside the car or outside the car, you would have talked to the driver, right?
Yes.
And if the passenger was inside the car, you would have walked up to the passenger side to talk to her, right?
I would speak to him either through the driver's side or depending on the situation, sometimes through the driver's side, sometimes through the passenger side, but I will speak to them directly.
Okay. And you did not see any children on that day, right?
No.
You didn't see any boys in the car?
No. If I did, I would have documented it.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm going back again when I said I wouldn't.
I wonder where the kids were that day.
On 11/29, you specifically documented the seating,
Correct.
and Seamus was in the middle.
I believe so.
So there would have been you can check your report. I think you documented it, right?
Yes.
So Declan was on one side, Seamus on the other, and then you would have noticed Kayla or been told that Kayla was on the other side, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, that was all just so confusing to me. Was Kayla in the back of the vehicle at that point? I don't know. I'm so confused with these accidents. She's very good at confusing.
Any objection to that?
Go back and listen to this talk up later.
Sit down, you're excused.
That was about.
State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Mr. Matthew Gendron to the stand, please.
So witness number 13. Sorry about that.
Mr. Gendron, if you would remain standing for just a brief moment, please.
Probably so.
Would you please raise your right hand, sir? You solemnly swear that the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Gendron, thank you for coming today. I wondered if you would please go ahead and state your full name and then spell both your first and your last name for the record.
It's Matthew Gendron, Matthew Gendron.
And Mr. Gendron, what town are you currently living in?
Manchester.
How long have you lived here in Manchester?
About 12 years or so.
Okay. And right now, are you working?
Yes, sir.
What type of work do you do in general?
I work in a restaurant.
How long have you been doing that kind of work?
Most of my life, but I've been at my current job for close to 5 years now.
Okay. Let me ask, at one point in 2019, did you ever work at a Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes, sir.
And where was that Dunkin' Donuts?
It's located at Beach Street in Manchester, New Hampshire.
While you were there, did you ever work with somebody by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
And with regards to Adam Montgomery, do you know who his wife is?
Or was? Kayla Montgomery.
Okay. Did you meet her there as well?
Yes, sir.
And how long did you work there with Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery?
Probably around a year or so.
Okay. How long overall did you work at that Dunkin' Donuts?
I think I worked there 2 years.
Did you get the job, or were you working there when Adam Montgomery started working there, or was he working there when you got there?
He was already employed when I got there.
And what about Caleb Montgomery?
Same.
Same thing. All right. Did you ever hang out with Adam Montgomery?
A few times.
Okay. And did you ever friend him on Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you send messages back and forth to each other?
Yep.
All right. And back in 2019, about how often would you guys talk with each other?
I try to initiate a conversation every week or so.
Were you still working at Dunkin' Donuts when Adam Montgomery stopped working at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes.
All right.
Wonder where this is going. You know? Kayla was in the backseat and Harmony was on the floor hiding under a blanket for the accident, because there was 2 accidents. One accident, he saw 2 kids, not
Yes,
2.
sir. That is Adam Montgomery.
That's the person that you work with?
Yes, sir.
But I wouldn't doubt it. 0 Fox. Because she was always under a blanket. That's what Kayla said. Kayla's words. She was always under a blanket. I'm sorry, but as a stepmom, she could have stepped in.
I'm going to hand you one more exhibit. This one's marked State's Exhibit 11 for identification purposes only.
Okay.
And I'm going to, first of all, I'm just going to remove these old police reports here. I want to ask you just about that particular exhibit. Wonder if you could go ahead and flip through all 3 pages just for a moment for yourself, just to orient yourself with it.
Oh, my phone was ringing. I didn't even know. And Tabitha was in the front seat. Yeah, so he just.
Just asking in general, these particular images, what are these images of?
Of a Facebook chat with myself and Adam and Kayla.
And was that on your Facebook page?
Correct.
With regards to the conversation that you have there, do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
And do you remember having looked at those images at the time that you received them?
Yes.
Other than the fact that they're on paper and there's a little red sticker down at the bottom of the first page, any sort of alterations or changes to those images compared to when you saw them and you first got this message?
Not to my knowledge.
And are they accurate in terms of the time and date that you remember getting this message from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identification to be stricken from State's Exhibit 11 and to publish.
Any objection? I'm sorry, you said no objection. Without objection, thank you.
They
The
said-
ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit.
Mr. Jenner, I'm going to go ahead and leave this copy here if for some reason you need to refer to it. But I'd like to draw your attention up to the screen and have you, walk us through this exhibit together so we can understand this message that you got as you testified from the defendant and his Facebook page. So back in, let's go ahead to December 8th of 2019. Were you still working at Dunkin' Donuts on December 8th?
I don't recall. Maybe.
And well, with regards to at that point in time, do you know if? Oh, excuse me. You said you're not too sure if you were
At the
working.
time of these messages, I was at a different restaurant.
You were at a different restaurant. Okay, so you're no longer working with the defendant at Dunkin'
Correct.
Donuts. All right. I'd like to go ahead and draw your attention. You can either look down or look at the screen behind you. And I want to go ahead and draw your attention to page 1 of Exhibit 11. And with regards to that, is this what you're seeing on the screen behind you? Can you just confirm for us that is page 1 of Exhibit 11?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to go ahead and ask you about the conversation itself. First of all, what time did you get these messages on, specifically on the 8th? When did they start appearing?
After midnight.
After midnight on the 8th?
Wow.
And specifically, what time did you first get the very first message here from
12:13 a.m. It says
12:13 a.m.
Yep.
Okay. With regards to that particular time, could you go ahead and please read that message for us? The message that you received at 12:13 a.m.
Hey, need help ASAP. Please need a jump and jumper cables ASAP.
And separate from that, did you get another message right afterwards, or excuse me, shortly thereafter?
Yes.
And what time did you get that second message?
12:58.
Okay. And what was the message that you got then?
Says, I need a jump. My car died. We've been sleeping in our car and our battery just died.
Now, separate from that, did you then start responding back to this Facebook message from Mr. Montgomery?
Yes.
All right. And what did you write?
I said, I don't have any cables.
Okay. And then what's the next message that you received in this conversation?
This is Kayla. Will you bring me to a store to get them? I'll give you gas money. We will literally die tonight.
And with regards to that message, at that point, when it says this is Kayla, who do you believe now has the phone?
I believe it was Kayla. That was a joint account they had together.
Okay. In general, when you receive messages from this account, were you able to tell who it was from, whether it was from Adam Montgomery or whether it was from Kayla?
Not until they identified themselves.
Okay. And what about with regards to how they wrote, the type of words that they used? Did you notice a difference?
Not really.
Okay. What's the response that you wrote back after that? You received that message about we will literally die tonight.
I just got home from work and have to get up early for work tomorrow. What's even open and where are you guys?
Okay. So to clarify, at this point when you're writing, you said I don't have cables. Was that true?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't.
I didn't have jumper
jumper
cables.
Okay. And when you say when you move on about having to get up early for work tomorrow, you asked where they were. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. Why did you ask that question?
I was just curious as to where they wanted me to drive all around to at that hour.
Continuing on with the bottom part of page 1 here of the exhibit, I wondered if you could go ahead and what's the response you got to that?
It's okay, Matt. I don't know what it is open. I'm sorry.
That IDK, I mean, I don't know, or I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. And what did you say back?
It's not your fault. I just don't have cables. It's not so I know what's open.
Okay. And so at that time of night, did you know what was open or not? All right. It has to be a verbal answer of a yes
no,
or no.
sir.
I'm sorry, because the microphone's picking
Yeah.
up and recording. I wondered if you could go ahead and turn to page 2 now and walk us through the next part of this conversation that you're having. After that, you said you didn't know what was open. What message did you start getting on the account?
I think either if mobile don't have them, the only place is Amherst Walmart. So I know you need to get out early. Have a good night. Sorry.
You said get out early. Is that what was written?
That's what it looks like it was written. There's a lot of typos.
Okay. Certainly, would you say that the typos that you're seeing here is different from what you saw before when you got the message saying that it was from Kayla?
I would assume it's from the same person still.
Okay. Even though the
They
typos.
didn't identify they changed people, so I'm assuming it's still Kayla.
Okay. And so what do you respond back when they say, I'm sorry?
I said, it's okay. Try to have a good night.
Well, excuse me. That's right. Let me just try to get to it. You say, it's okay. Try to have a good night.
Yep.
And what's the response that you got back after that?
I'm going to try. We can die in this weather. We can't, right? We can just really, can't even read that.
Is it CILD? Are we reading that right? Okay.
And it said, hey, I'm at Colonial Village, and Kimmy said she has jumper cables.
looking at that first line, the I'm going to try, can we, I'm sorry, I'm going to try, can we die in this weather? And then is it we? How does they spell the next word after we?
Looks like CSNT.
Is it fair to assume that might be can't?
Correct.
Okay. Right. We can just, is that VE?
That's what I got.
Okay. Just V, really, and the CILD. What do you think that word is?
Probably cold.
Really cold. Okay. And then the line afterwards.
Hey, I'm at Colonial Village, and Kimmy said she has jumper cables.
Who's Kimmy? Do you know who Kimmy is?
Kimberly Frayne.
And were you Facebook friends with her?
Yep. I also worked with her as well. Right. The same location.
And with regards to that, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and flip over to page 3 now. And, or excuse me, if you could stay at the bottom of page 2. I apologize. We didn't finish here. You said, can Kimmy jump you? Is that correct?
That's what I said, yeah.
What did they respond?
She don't have a car. That's why I've been messaging everyone.
Okay. And just for clarity's sake, when you said she don't have her car, what was actually spelled?
Was actually spelled?
Yep.
She don't have GER car. She don't have her car.
Fair to say, though, you interpreted that as her car?
Correct.
All right. And that's why I've been messaging everyone. If you could go to page 3 of that exhibit and kind of take us through how this conversation ended that day. After they said that's she don't have her car, that's why I've been messaging everyone. What was the next thing that you received, the next message?
So do YIH not want to do that?
What did you interpret that to mean?
Probably being, do you not want to do that?
And what did you write back?
I don't really feel like running all over the place at this hour of the night. Did you try a 24-hour roads assistance thing?
What were you suggesting to them when you said 24-hour road assistance?
Like AAA or just one of those type of services, I guess.
Have you ever used that service in the past?
I didn't have it at the time, but I have used it since.
Oh, that's what I meant. I'm sorry. I have used it since. And did you find that they do have that ability to be able to jump a car?
Yeah.
Right. And if you could go ahead and take us through the next part of your conversation here. What did they respond after you suggested that they try to find somebody who could do the jump service?
It's not our car, Matt. Our car died today. I'm assuming the word his friend is letting us stay in his. It's all good, Matt. Don't worry about it. I just don't want to freeze tonight. I've messaged everyone else.
So, again, some of those words misspelled.
Correct.
And when you were just reading for us, is that your interpretation of those misspellings?
Yes, sir.
All right. What did they say after saying we've messaged everyone else?
NOOBE, I'm assuming means nobody has cables or nobody has their cars.
Okay.
Spelled cats.
Spelled cats, but interpreted as cars.
Correct.
Okay. With regards to that, what did you say back to when they were said nobody has cables and nobody has cats? What did you write back?
I get all that. But roadside assistance can jump a car. They have helped me before. They don't ask for proof of ownership.
So when you write that back to them, what's the response that you got?
Yeah, no one of us has insurance. Don't worry about it, man.
And what time was that final message that day?
1:53 a.m.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gendron, after that conversation on December 8th, jumper cables and frame, let me ask, did you say, I don't know, maybe a month later in January of 2020, did you have any other Facebook messages from Adam Montgomery or any other discussions with Adam Montgomery about what happened that night?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. At any point in time, did you ever, was there ever a conversation with Adam Montgomery with regards to you not responding that night?
Also not to my memory.
Not to your memory?
It's been a while.
Okay. If I could just have a moment, please, Your Honor. right, Mr. Gendron, I have one final question for you with regards to the time that you were asked to go ahead and provide a jump, and you had this conversation with the defendant. With regards to that, at that time, did you know where he was living?
I did not.
And were you ever made aware that he was homeless at that time?
That was the first time I found out.
Okay. When did you find out?
Well, during that message that they're living in their car, I had no idea.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Gendron. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Okay.
I do not have questions, Judge.
You may step down.
Thank you.
We'd ask for the witness to be excused, please, Your Honor.
All right, you may be excused.
Next witness, number 14. Are you guys still here? Don't know where he was going with this. I know, me neither.
At this point, the state would call Mr. Aaron Sweeney to the stand.
Aaron Sweeney. I don't know that name. But we shall see. Oh my God, my dang Discord notifications are so loud.
Please be careful of the wires as you walk through. Thank you.
Mr. Sweeney, if you would go ahead and please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury
Yeah.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. And Mr. Sweeney, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name, spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Aaron Sweeney, AARON SWEENEY.
And Mr. Sweeney, what city do you currently reside in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Okay. How long have you been living here?
Since second grade, so a long time.
Long time. Okay. And are you currently working?
Yes.
And where do you work?
BJ's right here in Manchester.
And what shift do you work for BJ's?
Third shift.
Okay, so let me ask you. It's about 9:55. How long have you been up?
I actually called out last night.
Okay.
To make sure I got sleep.
That's why I just want to make sure that you did get a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
Okay. If for any reason you need me to restate your question or any lawyer to restate a question, just let us know and we'll be glad to do it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. With regards to your work for BJ's, how long have you been working for them?
Almost a year.
Yeah. And prior to that, back in 2019, what sort of job did you have back then?
I believe that's when I was towing.
Okay. And were you towing for a company called Auto City Towing?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to ask you about a particular tow back on December 7th of 2019 at the intersection of the Webster and Elm Street around 12:52 in the afternoon. Do you remember that tow?
A little bit, not fully.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, when you go ahead and you tow a car, can you kind of explain to the jury what sort of procedures that you go through when you're making a tow?
Our office just calls one of the drivers and we're handed a piece of paper saying where we're going and what it's for. And then we just proceed to the location.
What about when it's a vehicle that has broken down? Is there a way that Manchester Police Department might dispatch you out for a tow?
Well, yeah, they call our tow company and then our guy at the front desk dispatches us out unless the individual themselves call for a tow.
Do you end up making contact with the police department before you go to do a tow?
No.
Just go straight from
Go straight to our front desk, and then we're handed a piece of paper, and then we go right to the scene.
When you get to a scene for a tow, what are some of the very first things that you do, just generally?
Just contact whatever vehicle's involved and find out what's going on and where it's going.
And from there, when you do have to use a tow, what kind of tow truck are we talking about?
Flatbed. So the big
Flatbed?
ones, yeah.
And could you go ahead and please explain to the jury what's the process you have to go through to put a car onto a flatbed as compared to, say, putting on a car where you're just kind of putting two wheels up and the back two wheels are rolling?
We just get in a good spot, we hook it up, and then we pull it up. That's it, really.
And what about when you have to do documentation of this tow? How do you document the tow that you're doing?
We have a separate tow slip like the drivers use, and we just write like general information on it.
Right? I'm wondering what the significance is.
3B and 3C, if I may. Just a moment, please. I'd like to go ahead and show you what's been marked states exhibit 3B for identification purposes only. And I'd also like to show you what is page 6 of what's been marked states exhibit 3C for identification purposes only. And just have you take a look at those two documents for a moment, please.
Welcome back into.
Okay. Okay. Do you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay. And let's go ahead and start with states exhibit, page 6 of states exhibit 3C. How do you recognize that?
This is the tow slip that the drivers fill out.
Me too.
So if you did a tow, is that the slip that you would fill out?
Yep.
And what about states exhibit 3B for identification purposes? What's that?
This is what is typed out by the gentleman at the front desk
Front desk
of Auto City.
Of Auto City.
Yep.
Okay. So that's not something that you yourself fill out.
No.
With regards to page 6 of states exhibit 3C, on that particular one, who fills out that information?
I do.
And when do you fill that?
We fill out just very little bit before the tow. Once we get to the tow, we can fill out more, or if we have to, we fill it out once we get back to the lot.
And by the time that you are done with that tow, when you drop the car back off at the lot, at that point, you have to have the rest of that filled out?
Yep. So the rest of this is filled out, and then we give it back to the gentleman who types out the other one.
And with regards to, other than the fact that if you look at States Exhibit 3C, page 6, other than the fact that it's obviously not on the original paper, it's been photocopied, do you notice any other sort of changes or alterations from when you would have filled that out?
No.
Do you recognize your initials down there?
Yes.
Okay. And did you fill this form out?
Yes.
At this point in time, Your Honor, if I'm going to take these back from you for just a moment, sir. The state is going to move page 6 of States Exhibit 3C. We'd move for the identification restriction from page 6 and to make the child exhibit of 3C. We get 3C1.
The objection?
To page 6. So should it, if the exhibit is more than one page, should it be a separate exhibit? Like 3D? May we approve?
Sorry, y'all. I'm here. I'm just looking back over my notes. Yeah, the traffic accident was one of the first things that the defense brought up with Kayla Montgomery, and the kids were with Kayla's mom because on here it says that Kayla wasn't sure if they were with Tabitha or her mom, but didn't the police officer? Yeah, the police officer said that the adult female front passenger was Tabitha Scott. Though Kayla did say she couldn't remember, but they were with Kayla's parents, obviously.
Correct. And I apologize, Mr. Sweeney. I just want to show you that page 6 from State's Exhibit 3A, and then I'm going to show you, excuse me, 3C. I'm also going to show you State's Exhibit 3A for identification. Are those the same toe slips?
Yes.
And again, other than the fact that this one's a little bit easier to read and on it with a red sticker, any other sort of changes or alterations between those two?
No.
Thank you very much. At this point, Your Honor, State moves for strike ID from State's Exhibit 3A.
No objection. All right, the ID is stricken on 3A. It is entered as a full exhibit.
Mr. Sweeney, what I'd like to do is to go ahead and give this to you to have right there, and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Yes, you may.
And Mr. Sweeney, I'm going to go ahead and have you be able to look at that photocopy up close. But I'm also going to have it projected on the screen behind you. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about the different sections of this form
Okay.
and the information you filled out. So, Mr. Sweeney, if you just turn around just for the briefest of moments, and is that a copy of State's Exhibit 3A that you have in front of you?
Yes.
Fair to say it's kind of hard to read at that size, isn't it? Is it easier on the paper?
Yeah, I can read it.
Okay. Well, I'd like to go ahead and kind of go through a little bit of the information that you filled out on this form, and you could tell us a little bit more about the toe. First of all, where did you go to make this toe?
Corner of Webster and Elm.
On corner of Webster and Elm?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you ended up towing the car initially, did you bring it straight back to the lot or did you bring it somewhere else first?
I brought it over to the gas station that was on that same corner.
Would that be Budget Gas right on the corner?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you bring it there before bringing it back to the lot?
So they can get some things out of their car.
Do you always do that?
Only if it's safe enough or if there's a safe enough area to do it, I will. If not, I just direct them to come back to the shop.
Okay. When you were there, where did you park in the gas station parking lot?
Just close to Elm Street, like out of the way of the pumps.
All right. And at that point, did you allow some people to get some stuff out?
Yes.
Okay. Who got material out of the car?
I just only remember two gentlemen.
Two gentlemen?
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me. And once you've towed a car for somebody to get things out of it, what do you have to do? Do they just kind of climb up the side of the truck or?
No. So what I did was I extended the bed back out and I tilted it down so they can go up the ramp.
Okay. And then did you see the two people do that? Get
Yes.
things out of the car? Where did they put those things?
In another car.
Do you remember what that other car looked like?
No.
And the two men that you saw do this, do you remember what they look like?
No.
What kinds of things did you see get taken out of the car? Do you recall?
I don't remember. Typically, when people clean out their car, like especially on the side of the road, I just stay by my truck, give them space.
Okay.
I periodically look over to see if they're done.
I wonder what
And
two
once they were
gentlemen it
finished,
was.
where did you bring this car?
Back to our lot
Right.
at Auto City.
So let me ask you, with regards to the car itself, what kind of car was it that you towed?
A Sebring, as the slip says.
Okay. And let me ask again, you filled out the slip on the day of, is that
Yeah.
correct? So fair to say that the information was fresh in your mind while you were there doing this?
Yes.
And for the different areas that you might not know right off the top of your head, somebody's phone number or somebody's home address, how do you get that information?
If the person who's driving the vehicle is there, I just ask them.
Okay. When you fill the slip out, where does it go once you get done with it?
It goes to the gentleman at the front desk, and then he does whatever he has to do with it.
And let me ask, is that you earlier looked at State's Exhibit 3B? Is that you said that was a type up version?
Yeah.
Is that where this information will go?
Yes.
What is some of the information in general? I'll ask you about specifics in a minute, but in general, what are some of the information that you record?
Just the VIN number, the make, the model.
Okay. VIN number. So is that a vehicle identification number?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also record things like mileage?
Nope.
Okay. Do you record a reason to make this tow?
Yes.
And what about your own mileage and going to make a tow? Is that important to record?
Yeah, we've always been told like the mileage from the start of the tow until we get back to our lot.
So what I'd like to do now is go through the different sections of the tow slip with you on State's Exhibit 3A and have you explain what we're looking at and the information that you filled in that day. All right?
Okay.
Okay. I'd like to go ahead and start focusing on the very top section there. Could you go ahead and just tell us what's the time that you made this tow?
12:52.
Okay. Morning or afternoon?
Afternoon.
Okay. And who was it that had requested the tow?
Manchester PD.
Is that typical?
Yeah, it's normal.
All right. What was the reason that you were towing the car?
Disabled vehicle.
And the intersection itself, could you say where that was?
Webster and Elm Street.
Pardon me. Where did you bring the car to?
Out of the city.
Where's their tow lot?
It's on Commercial Street. It's right in the same building as our office.
Same building as your office?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could go through as well, the information of the owner of the car, the driver, who do you get that from?
The driver, if they're there.
And what information did you write down in this report?
Adam Montgomery.
What address did he give you?
77 Guilford Street.
And this information would have come from him?
Yes.
All right. Next area I'd like to ask you about is a phone number. Did you get any phone number to contact him on?
No.
Did you ask for one, or would you have asked for one?
We usually ask for one, and if they don't give us it, then we don't expect them to come back.
Don't expect them to come back. What does that mean?
For the car.
Okay. At that point, it's believed that the car is going to be abandoned? Is that the...
That's what we assume.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you about some of the other information. How do you, the information that you write down about the car itself? I know you said the VIN number. Can we see that on the tow form?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the year of the car or the make of the car?
That is on there as well.
Okay. And could you again just give us the year, the make, and the model of car?
2010 Chrysler Sebring, silver.
Okay. Was there a license plate on this car?
Yes.
And what license plate was there?
4368206.
Was that a New Hampshire plate?
Yes.
Right. And the color of the car, what was the color?
Silver.
All right. I see that there was something else that was initially written and then crossed out.
Yep, blue.
Okay. Who would have done that cross out?
Me.
All right. Looking at some of the other information on this, I believe you just read the license plate for us. Is the VIN number on there as well?
Yes.
All right. And could you go ahead and read the VIN number for us, please?
1C, 3C, C, 5F, B1, AN, 137502.
Thank you. I'd like to talk about the mileage that you write down. Is that your mileage?
It says service, right where it says mileage and service time?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So that's not the car's mileage.
No.
All right. And the service times, what are the two times that you put down?
12:52 is when I left, and 1:39 is when I got back.
Okay. And when you say left, left where?
Left a lot.
Left the lot. Oh, left the lot to go make the tow.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then separate from that section, I'd like to ask about the reasons. What were the reasons that you checked off for why you were towing the car?
Just it was disabled and the type of truck that we have.
One of the last sections I'd like to ask about this particular slip is in your remarks section. You wrote two things. Could you please read those for us?
No registration and no phone.
Okay. And when you say no registration, would you have asked for a registration?
Yep.
Okay. And is that a normal part of your practice when you make a tow?
Yes, it's just to get the most accurate information on the vehicle itself.
And about the phone number, same thing?
Same thing.
Finally, you're the tow driver on this car, correct?
Yes.
All right. And did you go ahead and write down your initials on that?
Yep.
Okay. And what were your initials?
AS.
If you could just go ahead and look at the screen behind you for a moment, can you just show us, just point generally where your initials are?
You're right there. It says tow driver.
Okay. Thank you. Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Mr. Sweeney, I know that you stated that when you made this tow, there were two male individuals that helped get things out of the car. Let me ask you, when you were making this tow, did you see any children at all?
No.
None whatsoever?
No.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any further questions for you, Mr. Sweeney. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
I do, Mr. Sweeney. My name's Caroline Smith. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
So the car was about 20 years old?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you respond to that location, is Manchester PD still there?
Typically, yeah.
Okay. Because once a car is disabled, especially in a busy intersection, they want to make sure people are moving around pretty safe, right? Yep. And your flatbed actually has to go a little bit into the intersection to put the car on the flatbed, right?
Yeah, depending on the angle of the car.
Okay. And if a car is parked straight as if going straight through a traffic light, that's the kind of thing that you would get straight in front of it to put it on the flatbed?
Yep.
Okay. And was the car unlocked?
I think so. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you go in to like make sure the brakes aren't on or anything like that before you tow?
Nope.
Okay. With a flatbed, you can just lift it up?
We pull it up with a tow cable.
Okay. And you don't check to make sure the parking brake's off?
Nope.
Okay. Fair to say that you probably were there within 20 minutes of when that car broke down?
Yeah.
Okay. And you drove over to, so the two guys that came up to get stuff out of the car, was the car already on the flatbed at that point?
Yeah.
And they came over and asked you if they could get some stuff out?
Yeah.
And you said, well, I got to get out of here. I'll pull over to the budget.
Yeah.
And then you stand aside and they go through the car and get stuff?
Yep.
Might be going through the front of the car?
They go wherever they can get access to.
Okay. And it was not locked, right?
No.
Didn't anybody give you the keys to the car?
Either they were in the ignition or they were handed to me, but I honestly don't remember.
You did have the keys though?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you give them back for when they were going through the car, or did they give you the keys after they went through the car?
I don't remember.
Okay. Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor, Mr. Sweeney, you were asked a moment ago in regards to how long the car had been there, for maybe about 20 minutes. Do you know how long the car had been there in terms, when you say that 20 minutes, where does that number come from?
Yeah, just by the time we get the call and I get to the scene.
Do you know what time Manchester would have found that car, or then turned around at the time between that and sending the note over to you guys to do the tow?
Have no idea. Basically, once the police get to that particular scene, they just call us, or they call somebody.
So you know the time when you got dispatched?
Yeah.
But not necessarily what happened?
Nope.
No further questions.
Any follow-up?
When a car is broken down at a busy intersection, you try and get out there pretty quick, right?
Yeah.
Because that's a dangerous situation, right?
Yeah.
And so for a dangerous situation, things happen pretty quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Would ask the witness to be excused, please.
You may step down. Any objection to his being excused?
Okay. Was that the accident or was that when the car died?
Yes. So you'll advise the witness. Counsel approach.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm thinking that it was when it died, but then we heard that Kayla and Adam went there with the kids to get stuff out of the car, but she's naming this intersection like it was the accident. I mean the intersection where they broke down at. So I just got a little confused on his testimony of if that was when it was the accident or when the car died. Okay. Yeah, Elman Webster. Yeah, you're right, Allison. I hope so, Intuitive. I hope so. Thank you, y'all. My brain. But I still wonder who the two males are. That's intriguing.
They will call specifically Mr. Joseph Tucker to the stand.
Be careful of the wires as you're walking through.
Mr. Tucker, if you would please go ahead and take the witness stand and remain standing when you get there, sir. There we go. And Mr. Tucker, if you would please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Tucker, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Yes, sir. Joseph Tucker, Joseph, and Tucker.
Okay. And Mr. Tucker, are you currently employed?
I am, yes, sir.
Okay. And where do you work?
The Catholic Medical Center.
How long have you been working for them?
I just started back up in January.
Okay. And what do you do for them?
I'm the cybersecurity manager.
And prior to working for a Catholic Medical Center as the cybersecurity manager, where did you work?
Solution Health.
Solution Health? Health. Okay.
Yes,
and what was the time that you were working for them?
April 2022 until January of 2023.
And prior to that, and I will ask you to just, if you can even move a little bit closer
Yes,
to the
sir.
microphone, I'll have you speak up just a little bit so I can hear you. Thank you. With regards to working for Secure Health, before that, where did you work?
Manchester Police Department, sir.
And again, I'm going to have you just kind of keep your voice up a little bit if you can.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. How long did you work for the Manchester Police Department?
Since 2015, so 8 years-ish.
Roughly that long?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you working there in January of 2022?
Yes.
All right.
January.
I'd like to ask you a couple different questions about when you were a Manchester police officer. First of all, were you a full-time certified officer?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you graduate from the New Hampshire State Police Training Academy?
I did, yes, sir.
When was that?
2012.
Around 2012?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember your academy class number?
163.
163. All right. And let me ask you,
So this guy worked at the Catholic Medical Center and he was a former police officer, right? Because the CMC, it reminded me of the bag, like automatically. But now I'm also learning that he was also a former police officer. Is that correct?
with regards to your work with the Manchester Police Department, were there any other sort of law enforcement jobs that you had prior to that?
I worked for the Laconia Police Department before I went to Manchester.
How long in Laconia?
2012 to 2015.
2012 to 2015, and then Manchester from 2015 to 2022?
Yes, sir. I retired full time from Manchester PD, and then I did about a year as a reserve officer working in like cybercrime.
Okay.
So I don't know if you include that.
Okay. Yep. That's what I'm asking about, is all your experience there. With regards to your different duties in the Manchester Police Department, could you explain to us some of the different units that you worked at, different assignments that you had prior to you working in the areas of being a detective?
Yes, sir. I worked in patrol. I worked midnights for all 3 shifts, midnights, 4 to 12 day shift. I had a canine Saber. We were primarily on 4 to 12. I helped create the drone unit, so I was part of the drone unit, and then went up to detectives at that point, sir.
And then went to detectives after that?
Yes, sir.
As a detective, what were some of your responsibilities and duties?
I was fortunate enough, I was a cross between general detectives and then also the cybercrime unit. So I assisted in both like digital cases, ICAC tips, cybercrime tips, and then I also did general caseload for detectives.
General caseload, what does that mean?
Anything from, financial crimes, fraud, homicides, violent crimes.
And how long did you do that?
I believe I went up in detectives in 2021.
2021?
Yes, sir.
Separate from that, in detectives, did you have any work in doing processing, specifically looking at physical items to see if there's any evidence on them?
Yes, sir.
And in January of 2022, were you asked to assist other officers in doing a search of a 2010 Chrysler Sebring with New Hampshire registration 436-8206?
Yes, sir.
Where was that search done?
At the Manchester Police Department, and we have a vehicle processing bay, which is right outside of where the Sally Port is.
I imagine we might hear some testimony later on about this bay. So could you go ahead and describe it for the jury, please?
Sure. The bay itself, you can only access it from the secured back lot where we park most of the police vehicles. There is a 2 garage Sally Port. The left side used to have like tactical vehicles, and then the right side is where we would drop prisoners off or transport prisoners. Just to the right of that is a single bay garage door that opens up, and then there's also a side door to access it. Both are secure. You need your ID has to get in, and then inside of that bay, it could probably fit a full-size pickup if you took the pickup and went sideways. But
so it's a good size garage.
Yeah, and then we had tools in there for disassembling vehicles, and then we had evidence supplies down there. So if it was inclement weather or it was a long search, you could utilize the bay.
Okay. Let me ask you, what was your role during this search of this 2010 Chrysler Sebring with the New Hampshire registration 436-8206?
I was Detective O'Leary. He's now Sergeant O'Leary. He was, we joked around and called him the incident commander, but he was the guy that was in charge of all the crime scene processing. So I was more or less there to assist him.
And what were some of the things that you did to assist him, just generally?
Collecting of evidence items, the log, if there was any pictures. We were blue starring, which is a process to try to obtain any blood samples from the vehicle. So it sounds silly, but you have to turn the lights off for that. So I was the light guy, things like that.
The light guy, so literally turn the lights off, turn the lights on?
Yeah, and then you'd have to set the camera for 30 seconds, 60 seconds exposure to take the photo. So I would have a flashlight just so we could still navigate a little bit without the direct light.
So were you the one administering the blue star, or that was somebody else?
That was Detective O'Leary.
All right. Let me ask you, what roles do initials play at the Manchester Police Department when you're labeling evidence?
Generally speaking, when I initialed something, it was an item that I collected.
Okay. And what were your initials?
JMT.
So if you collected an item today, if you were going to collect this tissue box, and this was going to be an item of evidence that you went ahead and entered in at the Manchester Police Department, how would you have labeled this?
The
If this is
box-
your first item of the day.
Sure. The box itself would have been JMT1, and then any items inside the box, like tissues, would be JMT1-A-B and subsequently.
Okay. Oh, I could see that. So something like, let's
Like
say,
a backpack.
like a backpack.
JMT1, and then if you have an item in the backpack, you want a 1A, signifying that that item A came from 1.
When you were assisting in doing the search of this car, were there other officers there to help you as well? Besides
Yes,
just
but there-
yourself and Sergeant O'Leary?
Initially, there was a lot of in and out, a lot of people checking in.
All right. And with regards to the items of physical items of potential evidence that you collected, do you remember how many that you directly took and initialed in the way that you just described for us?
8.
8.
Yes, sir.
So that would have been what, JMT 1 through JMT 8?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was one of those JMT 7 a pink toothbrush?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Tucker, I'd like to go ahead and hand you a couple of photographs, have you look through all of them, and then afterwards, I'm probably going to have a couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
First, I'd like to go ahead and show you what's been marked States Exhibits 4 through 10. And then separate from that, I'd like to go ahead and show you what's been marked States Exhibits 104 through 106. At this point, all of these are for identification only. And take your time. I know there's a What's up, Mr. Tucker?
Yes, sir.
Generally, with regards to the photographs, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
What are they photographs of?
This, if I may, this photograph.
Hold on just a second.
Yes, sir.
Let me go ahead and, if I can assist Your Honor. With regards to, let's go ahead and start with States Exhibit 10. What's that a photo of?
This is the photo.
We're just going to keep it down low. We haven't published it
Okay,
yet, so
sorry.
I can't show the jury. Let me ask you this. I'll just go in one at a time. For States Exhibit 10, do you recognize this? I'm sorry. Apologize. Reading the ID upside down. States Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is that photograph of?
It's the evidence processing bay that I was describing earlier with the silver Chrysler Sebring in there.
The one that you searched?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And other than the fact that it has a red sticker on it, does that picture show the car as it appeared to you at different times during your search of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to put that one to the side for right now. Separate from that, I'd like to go ahead and ask you about States Exhibit 4 on this particular one. Do you recognize that photograph?
No.
Okay. With regards to that particular vehicle, do you recognize the vehicle at all?
It looks like the same vehicle, but without seeing the back, it's hard to say. But it,
Well, let me ask you, I'm going to direct your attention to the top right-hand side of the windshield in that particular vehicle, and then have you make a comparison with
I'm
regards
sorry, Your Honor, I can't hear Attorney Ugadi.
Okay.
Sure, I apologize. Officer Tucker, what I'd like to do is have you go ahead and look, if you would please, at the top left-hand side of the windshield on State's Exhibit 4 in comparison to 10, and look at the two windshields as, again, as a comparison between the two.
yes, sir. It's got the same numbers.
Okay.
written on it.
And with regards to, also, I'm going to have you look at the lower left part of that windshield underneath the hood on State's Exhibit 4 and compare it to the lower left part of the windshield on State's Exhibit 10.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And other than do those particular numbers match?
Yes, sir.
If you could please ask you about the next exhibit. See, yep. Going to this exhibit, State's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you recognize it to be?
It's the same vehicle, but it's the driver's side, front and rear of the vehicle, but the doors have been removed.
The doors have been removed?
Yes, sir.
And let me ask you, when you were searching this car initially, was there anything that was inside the car?
Yeah, like all the car parts and stuff, sir.
All the car parts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me have you, and are those reflected in that photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you could go to the next photo then. I'm referring to State's Exhibit, excuse me, is it? I read it upside down. I apologize. State Exhibit 7? For State's Exhibit 7, do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
What is it a photo of?
The front of the vehicle, the driver's seat, passenger seat, but looking in on the driver's seat.
So looking in the driver's seat. So where the steering wheel is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that photo show the car as you saw it when you were searching the car?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you could go to the next exhibit, please. It should be State's Exhibit 8.
Yes, sir.
What's that a photograph of?
Same context, except from the passenger or from the driver's front, it's the driver's rear.
All right. So move so right behind the driver's seat.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that photograph also accurately reflect the vehicle as you saw it the day that you helped out with the search?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the next photograph. And that particular one, State's Exhibit 9, I believe?
Yes, sir.
All right. What's that a photograph of?
It's the trunk of the vehicle, sir.
The trunk of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
If you could please, I'd like to direct your attention from 9 and also direct it to State's Exhibit 103, 4. Have you look at those two. Do you recognize, let's start with State's Exhibit 103. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
What's that a photo of?
It's the trunk of the vehicle, but with more items in it.
Okay. Is that how the vehicle initially appeared, or did you fill it with items, or did you empty it from items?
No, we emptied it, sir.
Okay. And does it also show the registration for the car there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. State's Exhibit, the next one there should be 104?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is that a photo of?
Just another close-up of the trunk area with all the items in it.
Okay. What kind of items are they?
It's like steering components. Looks like the front CV shaft and maybe a cross member.
Okay. A cross member?
Yeah, like the front frame, like the cross member.
Oh, okay. Okay. Working our way around the car, I'd ask you to look at State's Exhibit 105 and see if you can tell us a little bit about that particular photo. What's that a photo of?
The right rear, the passenger side rear, with the door open, looking in.
Did it also have car parts in it, that side of the car?
Yes, sir.
Can you see that in the photograph?
Yes, sir.
And is that accurate from when you saw it, when you helped with the search?
Yes, sir.
And if you could go to the next smaller exhibit there, yes. That's
106.
106. What's that a photograph of?
The passenger front seat.
So now we've worked our way around the car to the passenger front seat?
Yes, sir. Right front.
And does that appear as you saw it when you helped do the search?
Yes, sir.
What were some of the items that were in that seat?
More car parts, broken glass, snow, just trash.
And does that accurately reflect how it appeared when you did the search?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. One last question for you, separate from these. The last one I believe that we haven't talked about with regards is State's Exhibit 10. Could you tell us what that's a photograph of?
Pink toothbrush.
Okay. And do you recognize that toothbrush?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How do you recognize it?
It was in the back of the Sebring, sir.
Okay. In the back of this car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that a toothbrush that you seized and put into evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember what was the initials that you gave for that one?
JMT7.
JMT7.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. With regards to the photograph, does it look, other than the fact that it has a red label on it and somebody on that photograph has put their initials, other than that, any sort of changes or alterations to it from how you remember it looking when you collected it?
No, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state, if I could take these back, please, Mr. Secretary. The state would move to go ahead and strike the identification, specifically from the state's exhibits 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, as well as from state's exhibits 104, 105, 106, excuse me, 103, 104, 105, 106.
Any objection?
No objection to the 100s, and no objection to 4 through 9. I thought I heard something about 11.
Specifically 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
I think 10 may already be, but we would have no objection to it being entered.
So no objection,
No objection.
other than 11, which wasn't shown. So those can all be marked as full exhibits. The ID can be stricken.
This is such facts, Allison. Such facts.
Back to you to be able to have up close, but I'd like to also project them on the screen behind you, so you can feel free to look either at what is in front of you or what is behind you. Does not matter. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
No, they're always approaching. That's okay. That gives us time to go over you guys' comments. I don't feel bad for either one of these pieces of shits. You know the babies were also abused, not fed properly, or changed and cleaned properly. Poor Harmony got zero attention. Exactly, zero fox. And that is what I keep
Looks
struggling
like this is
with.
a natural breaking time, so I'm gonna we'll take our 15-minute mid-morning break now. I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other. Hope that this.
Okay, so they've been on break for a minute. Hopefully they cut the audio. Okay, good. But yeah, so they're on break. But yes, poor Harmony, I feel like when she was with them, she didn't get any love, any affection, any attention. I feel like she was like the black sheep and like they treated her differently. But that's just speculation. I was not there in the car. I don't know this for a fact. This is just my own perception of Harmony's little life that she had when she was with Kayla and Adam. It's just so sad because every child should know love. Every child should feel wanted and appreciated and looked at and listened to, and to just be a child. And she had special needs, she had disabilities, and he didn't want to deal with them. I know in opening statements they said that he told a trusted someone that he hated Harmony, that she was evil, and other statements that were made. I don't want to misquote, but they're going to come out later. They came out in the opening. They didn't say who said the statements, but I'm pretty sure they're going to tell us that. But just the fact that you have Adam Montgomery saying that he hated Harmony and he gets custody of her. She's always under a blanket. She's nervous when they're living in the car because they're in close quarters, and she's already scared of this man from giving her a black eye in July. She's already fearful of him. Like, her life was so sad, and I wish that I could have just hugged her. I wish that I could have loved on her. I wish that I could have just taken custody of her. Not like that, I don't know her, but like there's so many people out there that want more children, that would love to take care of kids like Harmony Montgomery. And it's just heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. one. Okay, sorry, y'all. I'm way behind. I was ranting. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna definitely have to go back and listen to some of the testimony of some of the people because I didn't get the date. You know, like we hear from the tow truck driver, and that was about the accident November 29th. So we know that that day he lets them go get their items out of the car and then he returns it to the tow truck yard. Then they go on to this next witness, Joseph Tucker, who worked for the PD at the time, and he's just explaining how the car was then in their possession. So I don't know if they clarified a date on that. I would just like to know that, you know. But none of us have heard it, so they might not have even said it. Let's see. Given they witnessed their sister get unalived and the way Kayla mouthed off, they don't always cry. What a cow. Yeah, because I keep thinking of the ages. 2 years old, she said at the time, and 11 months old. Okay, so the 11-month-old probably didn't know what the heck was going on, but it was chaotic, I'm sure, because if you have Adam yelling in a rage and you have Harmony crying in pain, in my opinion, just being around kids in general, yes, it is going to cause a chain reaction. All these kids, they're going to react based off of each other's fears. You know what I mean? They cry. They see another kid crying. They don't know what's going on. They're automatically going to start crying. Some do. Some retreat and get quiet. But I don't know the 2-year-old. You know, the 2-year-old to me would be traumatized seeing something like that happening to his sister. I've never heard the phrase no quarter for anyone who was involved in this case. So what do you mean intuitive? I can't believe she's been in jail all this time and she still can't take. I know. Because if you think about it, yeah, she did get up there and tell the truth, but it was always pointing the finger at someone else. It was never her admitting to or, you know, saying, I played my part. I did this, I did that. She did say that she cut the leggings off of Harmony with the scissors, but everything else she seems to be pointing the other way. Oh, I'm sure there will, intuitive. Yeah, that's what it was, Allison. That she looks like her mother and he hates her mother. Kayla never said Adam hit her before the death. See, I don't know. I don't know nothing about their life before all of this. I don't know. But, I mean, yeah, from what we've heard, it started after. Yeah, exactly. They were all babies. But their brain, there's a part of our brain that holds in that trauma, and that's the sad thing. Because they will have to deal with it, even though they might not remember it. Yeah. Yeah, intuitive. That was an opening statement. They haven't revealed who said it yet, but he said that Adam confided in someone he thought he could trust or something, and he said those words that he hated Harmony. She reminded him of her mom and all kinds of stuff. So it's pretty sad to say about your own child, and then you go on to take their life. It's sick. But yeah, let me see what comments I starred. Okay, yeah. So just to clarify, the pizza place is not open any longer. But I agree with Allison right here. No, I wouldn't be eating there either. And that might be why they closed. Who knows? There's actually a local place here. Not here, but like an hour or so away from me, but they found a body in the freezer there, and oh, it's horrible. But yeah, that place is closed. The pizza place no longer exists. They said that there's a bank now in its place. I think that's what they said. So that time when Tabitha was watching Harmony, Nicole, are you saying that she had a black eye then? I wanted to show this again because I think we're starting to kind of get into some of the evidence. Because, now they're mentioning the pink toothbrush, the items that were in the trunk. Like, they're leading up to it, I think. Okay, so yeah, it was 2 guys when it got towed. The 2 accidents have the kids in the car. And the other accident was when Adam, Tabitha, and Kayla were in the car. So there's 2 traffic accidents and then their car broke down, right? So altogether it would be like 3 incidents, you could say. Just let me know if I'm right. I'm just interpreting. And then Nicole's calling him her best friend, and it's hard to let Adam go. Kayla, you're in jail, and I had massive time in jail to reflect. And you say that? Not, I should have ran. I was high. She is not high yesterday. That is true, though. Like, she did yesterday kind of like let us know where she stands with him. Like, she still cares about him. And you're right. She doesn't apologize and take accountability. She doesn't say, I was strong in my addiction and I loved Harmony. Like, you never got to hear her say, I can't believe he did this to her. I loved her so much. And like, you don't see any of that. And if you pay attention to her body language and stuff when she talks about to the defense of what happened to Harmony's body, there's like no feelings there. She's just like, there's a bag of lime. The body was in the bag. The bag was put in the freezer. Like, it's just no emotions. And it's so weird. I would have loved to have that little girl. Should have been so spoiled, just like my boys. Right. I spoiled mine too. She is so dang precious. Kevin said what? Nicole, remind me, girl. Kevin said a lot of things though. Was it Kevin that said the statements about what Adam said? Ooh, so if Kevin said that, like, he really must have just had enough of Adam's crap. Okay, I'm going to give an example. Kinsley's not even 2 yet, right? So at her age now, if she saw this happening like that right next to her, she would feel fear and be scared. Oh, yes, yes. That's what I mean. And they feed off of each other, as soon as the 2-year-old would have started freaking out, the baby is going to automatically feed off of that fear. That's what I was saying. And the same thing would happen. They would all start crying. To me, it had to have been chaotic. And you can't tell me living in a car with 3 kids before all of this happened, when they were asking her, so like, were there days where like the kids were crying and blah blah blah, and she's like, no, they didn't really cry a lot. Yeah, bullshit. These are little young kids. Yes, they do. Kevin said black eyes. Oh yeah, I know that. I remember that. He reported it. Aw. Running around, right? So my point is that them babies in that car would have been scared, especially the 2-year-old. Yep, I agree. Because even if you just have kids around and you have like 2 adults maybe arguing, just like, or just anybody raising their voice kind of thing, babies and kids are sensitive to that stuff. They can tell a difference in tone. So yes, it scares them. It alerts them. It's like their natural defense mechanism is to start crying because they don't know what's going on, but they know they don't like the feeling. It's making them cry. I have one biological son and 2 stepsons, and not one of my boys have ever wanted for anything, especially love. Exactly. That's how it should be. I was blessed with an amazing husband who took on full responsibility of my son at 4 years old and has never once made him feel like anything less than his son. And it just doesn't, I'm not going to say Kayla didn't love Harmony. Kayla didn't have a bond with her. I don't know that. But the way she testifies and the way it's so easy, not easy, because she probably falls apart on that stand. I can't make judgment calls like that. But the way she answered the questions and her body language, in my opinion, she doesn't show any remorse, especially when talking to the defense. Now, when she talks to the state and she's telling all these things about what happened to Harmony, she was very emotional. But how do those emotions just turn off when you're talking to the defense? Like, make that make sense. So that's the thing with trauma, right? I learned, like, in therapy, the part of your brain that stores the early trauma that you go through is it's a really tiny part of your brain, but it is in your memories that aren't really accessible unless you do some like deep what is it called, like shadow work, whenever you're like trying to, in therapy, to try to get into those things. Like, I was able to dig into some of mine because I was raised in a household with 2 alcoholics. So my infant on to like 2, 3, 4 years old self remembers all the yelling, remembers all the alcohol being involved, which is why to this day all that stuff kind of triggers me. So yeah, your brain definitely remembers. Still remember parts of my abuse. 18, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Especially if you write about it or you dig deep and you try to find it, yeah. She had no love, just regret for herself. I mean, yeah, I think at this point, honestly, she didn't speak up for Harmony. She spoke up to save herself. She probably figured there's a chance he might try to put this on me. I'm going to start talking on him. I think they're just ratting on each other. Like I said, they're just both going down together. And I'm here for it. Yeah, so the deal was, though, that if she lied on the stand, that deal is no longer. And she's already been caught in a couple of lies. A lie is a lie, you know? So to me, that should already be null and void. Yeah, flashbacks are not fun at all. No kid should ever have to have flashbacks of anything. It's not fun. It's horrible. And it's really hard to work through when you're an adult. Yes, perjury. So she's currently serving her sentence for perjury for lying to the grand jury. But I was talking to someone about this yesterday, and it makes a lot of sense. So she lied to the police a couple of times. They pointed that out yesterday. Like she had a lie here and there, and then she would remember something or she would change it and she'd call the detective and change it. Then she went to the grand jury. She lied on the grand jury, is serving time for perjury. And the deal that they cut with her was that as long as she got on the stand and she told the truth, that not immunity. We did confirm yesterday that she does not have immunity, but basically, like, those statements can't be used against her and, that sort of thing. But if she lied on the stand, then I'm pretty sure they said those charges would be stacked up against her. So, and I had looked this up already. Let's see. Like, she wanted immunity, but she said yesterday she did not get it. Let's see. Plea deal with stepmother. Okay. So it says the court documents show that Kayla Montgomery has reached a fully negotiated plea deal time in prison. She has also agreed to fully cooperate in future state proceedings, which would potentially include testifying in the second-degree murder trial of Harmony's father, Adam. It's a way to take her trial off the docket, said former county attorney Patricia LaFrance, and then schedule a plea and sentence hearing. Kayla is planning to plead guilty to 2 counts of perjury, both felonies. Court documents say she will take full responsibility for making 2 false material statements to a Hillsborough County grand jury in May. She also signed a sentencing addendum saying that she will now fully cooperate with the state in any proceeding. A specific sentencing addendum like this clearly indicates that she's cooperating and she's expected to give testimony in any case pending before the court. And she did testify in the weapons trial as well. This is funny because it says, however, with Kayla Montgomery now admitting she's had problems telling the truth in the past, LaFrance said she thinks that any defense will use this against Kayla Montgomery's credibility. And that is exactly what they're doing. And they're going to catch her slipping. Under the terms of the deal, Kayla Montgomery will face back-to-back sentences of 3.5 to 7 years, but a total of 5 years of her minimum sentence will be suspended unless she breaks the terms of the agreement. So there's that. Yeah, they did. They freaking did make a deal with the devil there. I would have never given her a deal. Any deal should have came from telling us where the location of Harmony is. That's the only kind of deal I would have tried to make. Tell us where Harmony is, and then maybe we can talk. Tell us what happened. Tell her where she's at. She was very beautiful. Right, that's what I'm saying. She did break the terms. She lied. They called her out on her lies yesterday. So, gonna be interesting. I couldn't hurt any kid like that. Like, and just to stand by and watch it, like, hell no. I don't care how much I love somebody, like, to sit by and watch someone do that to a child, make them stay in their wet clothes. But then again, she chose to keep her in her wet clothes too. As a mom, even if you're living in your car, like, you take care of your children. She took care of her boys. It's like nobody cared about Harmony. Poor baby. Yeah, but you have to remember at the time, we all were still thinking she was missing. For the longest time, nobody would talk. And finally, we had a break when we figured out that someone was talking when they went to the Union Street address and obtained things from that home. And yeah, it's just tough, you know. I'm glad that she talked, but I'm good. I don't want to hear anything else you have to say now. The fact that she can handle a corpse the way Kayla did and then go act normal. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't fathom it. I can't put myself in her situation because I couldn't do it. The minute he would have said, I think I did something to her, I would have been freaking out. And then when you tell me she has no pulse or she's not moving and you're in the middle of a busy intersection, oh, hell yeah, I'm going to go crazy. I'm going to flag down who I can and I'm going to try to get myself to a freaking hospital. You know what I'm saying? Like, any decent man, father, you're both at this intersection. One of your kids is not waking up. You team work together. You're a team. One of y'all help with the other two kids. One of y'all get the other child to a hospital and get it seen about. But no, they decided to go do drugs and they decided to cover it up. And you know they had multiple conversations about what they were going to do, how they were going to do it. I'm pretty sure he convinced her, don't worry, I got this under control. I'm going to figure this out. You don't have to worry, blah, 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 blah. This is just me theorizing. But in my opinion, they worked as a team. They're both guilty. Hey, Kim. Kim K. So far today hasn't been. We just had like the tow truck driver, a police department guy who worked with processing the vehicle, and he spoke about 8 items being removed. The only one mentioned was the pink toothbrush. They talked to another officer about when they got into the accident. So, what is this one? Yeah, pretty much just officers and the tow truck drivers and all that stuff. Kim K. Oh, I know. It has messed with my mind. Don't forget, guys, if you are watching this, if you are taking it all in and all that, remember self-care. Remember to get up and walk around, stretch, ground yourself, take a break from it. Take a breather, make sure you're eating, make sure you're resting at night. This is going to be a lengthy trial. I think I heard approximately 3 weeks it's going to be. So we have a long road ahead of us and a lot of details are going to come out. So just make sure you're doing self-care and taking care of yourself. Oh, yeah, like when she was talking about changing Harmony. It does. It really does, especially whenever it's a name and a case you've been hearing for the last almost 3 years, and God, I remember the conversation that we had with Kevin on Spaces. It was so sad and heartbreaking and just yeah, whenever Kayla's asked certain questions like, so you just didn't you just put the sandwich on her lap, you didn't look at her? No. You didn't try to hand her food? No, just put it on her lap. It's like Harmony was just disregarded, like she wasn't important enough to them. And I don't freaking get it. It's so sad. This is my profile picture today. I love that picture. Yeah, it's been 3 years. Oh, man. This is like one of those cases where you wait and you wait and you wait for answers, and then you find out one day she's no longer missing, that it's a homicide case. So you know what that means. And then you just imagine the worst. And then you have Adam Montgomery refusing any kind of responsibility, saying that he did not do it and all this other stuff. Whenever you know his rap sheet, you know he's been in trouble. He has another murder trial coming up. Like, he hated Harmony. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's so true. I just picture her being in the back of the car and being the one that was like shunned from the family. Like, I picture her being the one that was just not loved, not treated well, and not wanted there. And how? I don't understand how. She's just wearing cowboy boots. She was probably with her foster mom there, or yeah, I would say foster mom, because I don't know if there's a lot of documentation of when she was with her mom. I mean, I'm sure her mom has that, but I haven't seen it. Oh gosh. Let's see. Sorry, y'all. I know I'm so super loud whenever I do that into the mic. I don't mean to. I have a little picture here of her and her brother. And her brother does remember her, by the way. Harmony used to like help take care of him. They were in foster care together. And he remembers her, and he would ask about her for the longest. And now he knows that like she's in heaven, and it's bittersweet. Oh yeah, she was definitely in pain. Yep. Exactly, Nicole, under her little blanket. And then it's like, I wonder if, let's say, it wasn't bathroom stuff. What if she was just complaining because she's a 5-year-old kid in a car and they want to get out and run and she couldn't, and they're in the front doing drugs? Like, who knows how many times she got yelled at and was just like told to maybe put the blanket over her, or they just took the blanket and threw it over her like she's nothing. Like, we don't know, but that's the kind of things that I picture based on the testimonies I've heard from Kayla. This is what I don't know. I think they asked Kayla if she ever put pull-ups on her, and I think she said, yeah, like maybe it wasn't like all the time though. But okay, let me get this picture. And obviously this is before she was returned back to him. This is her and her little brother. Jameson and his parents are both on Twitter. They are all very emotional right now because they got to meet Harmony, and at one point they had let CPS know, like, you know, hey, he has a sister out there. They had different dads, same mom, different dads, but they were willing to adopt, and they let them know, hey, if the opportunity ever arises, let us know and we'll start the process and we'll adopt Harmony as well. But CPS let them know that, oh, that's already been taken care of. We're dealing with that. And yeah, that was their plan all along, was to return her where she shouldn't have been returned. Kids go to the bathroom lots in a day. So where was I know. And then if she can't control it anymore because she's so scared. Oh my God, like poor baby. Every time she did, I'm sure she didn't say anything. I would be terrified. I wonder about this too. I don't know if they would or not, but like, I don't know. It just makes you wonder. Good question, Intuitive. I really don't know. It's like I wish that he really would have brought Harmony to her mom like he said he was. Did I press pause on here? Oh my God, I'm so dumb. They probably been back. Oh geez. Okay, hold on, y'all.
About these photos, and I'll okay with you just before. Mr. Tucker, I had gone through a series of photographs with you just before we took our mid-morning break. Do you see that same stack of photographs in front of you now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, what I'm going to do is I'd like to be able to ask you questions about these photos, and I'll go in roughly that order, and be able to, you can either look at the photographs in front of you or feel free to look at the screen behind you, whichever one's going to be easier. And I've got a series of questions for you about how you conducted the search and the appearance of the car. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'd like to go ahead and start with State's Exhibit 103. And I wondered if you could go ahead and describe this photograph for us.
Yes, sir. This is the trunk of the Sebring with the car parts in it.
Okay. And you said the car parts in it. Could you just kind of generally point with your hands where those are again?
Yeah, this is all part of the car parts.
Okay. And do you know where those car parts came from?
I believe they came from the front of the vehicle. Okay. I believe that's like a CV shaft. It has to do with power to the wheels on the front of the vehicle, but I'm not a mechanic.
Okay. And with regards to the license plate, can we see the license plate on the car?
Yes, sir.
And could you read the license plate for us?
436-8206.
Moving around to State's Exhibit 5, what are we looking at here?
That's the front of the vehicle, specifically the driver's side.
Okay. And is this also, again, how the car looked that day when you searched it?
Yes.
Dang.
And so I guess from that question, is this the bay that we were talking about, the evidence bay that you can do the search in?
Yes.
Okay. I can't help but notice it doesn't have a wheel. Did it have any wheels?
No, I don't think it did. Okay. But I wasn't there when they took it from the junkyard. This is the first time I saw it. Was I came into work and was instructed to go down and help Detective O'Leary.
All right.
Sir, I'm gonna need you to speak. Maybe slide your chair over a little
Yes,
so that you're speaking into the microphone.
Yes,
because
sorry.
This is recorded and we do need to get your voice. Thank you.
Yes,
Before, I also had you do to look on the windshield specifically of the car, and we talked a little bit about it. I'd like to switch now to State's Exhibit 4. This particular car, is this the car that the photo that I had you make a comparison of that windshield?
Yes, sir.
All right. And showing State's Exhibit 5 and 4 together, 4 being on the bottom and 5 being on the top. Do you remember the letters and the numbers that I had you point to in the top right-hand corner of the windshield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do we have those both highlighted here on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember me asking the question about the numbers indicated on the lower left-hand side of the windshields?
Yes, sir.
And do we have those also highlighted here on the screen?
Yes, sir.
So with regards to this car, we're looking at the same car here between these two photos, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Working our way around the car, and I'd like to go ahead and kind of move in a counterclockwise fashion from looking at the hood. Moving now around to the driver's side, can you go ahead and point out for us, when you said that there were car parts in the car, show us where those car parts are, and do you recognize any of those parts?
Yes, sir. So the driver's seat, these are car parts, and then the back passenger seat.
How you conducted the search and the appearance of the car. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'd like to go ahead and start with State's Exhibit 103. And I wondered if you could go ahead and describe this photograph for us.
Yes, sir. This is the trunk of the Sebring with the car parts in it.
Okay. And you said the car parts in it. Could you just kind of generally point with your hands where those are again?
Yeah, this is all part of the car parts.
Okay. And do you know where those car parts came from?
I believe they came from the front of the vehicle. Okay. I believe that's like a CV shaft. It has to do with power to the wheels on the front of the vehicle, but I'm not a mechanic.
Okay. And with regards to the license plate, can we see the license plate on the car?
Yes, sir.
And could you read the license plate for us?
436-8206.
Moving around to State's Exhibit 5, what are we looking at here?
That's the front of the vehicle, specifically the driver's side.
Okay. And is this also, again, how the car looked that day when you searched it?
Yes, sir.
And so I guess from that question, is this the bay that we were talking about, the evidence bay that you can do the search in?
Yes.
Okay. I can't help but notice it doesn't have a wheel. Did it have any wheels?
No, I don't think it did, sir.
Okay.
But I wasn't there when they took it from the junkyard. This is the first time I saw it. Was I came into work and was instructed to go down and help Detective O'Leary.
All right.
Sir, I'm gonna need you to speak. Maybe slide your chair over a little
Yes,
so that you're speaking into the microphone.
Yes,
because
sorry.
This is recorded and we do need to get your voice. Thank you.
Yes,
Before, I also had you do to look on the windshield specifically of the car, and we talked a little bit about it. I'd like to switch now to State's Exhibit 4. This particular car, is this the car that the photo that I had you make a comparison of that windshield?
Yes, sir.
All right. And showing State's Exhibit 5 and 4 together, 4 being on the bottom and 5 being on the top. Do you remember the letters and the numbers that I had you point to in the top right-hand corner of the windshield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do we have those both highlighted here on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember me asking the question about the numbers indicated on the lower left-hand side of the windshields?
Yes, sir.
And do we have those also highlighted here on the screen?
Yes, sir.
So with regards to this car, we're looking at the same car here between these two photos, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Working our way around the car, and I'd like to go ahead and kind of move in a counterclockwise fashion from looking at the hood. Moving now around to the driver's side, can you go ahead and point out for us, when you said that there were car parts in the car, show us where those car parts are, and do you recognize any of those parts?
Yes, sir. So the driver's seat, these are car parts, and then the back passenger seat had more car parts in them.
Okay.
The floorboard.
And the floorboard as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With regards to those car parts, let's go ahead and kind of zoom in, if we would, to the passenger area, or excuse me, to the driver's seat. So zooming in to that same photograph here of the State's Exhibit 6. Can you see those car parts a little bit better?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to go directly to one seat and then the other. So if we could start with the driver's seat, looking at State's Exhibit 7, can you point out where some of these parts are that you're talking about?
Sure. Yes, sir. This looks like the bezel, which would go up here where you're looking at your instruments.
Mm-hmm.
These look like some under body parts, like that might be a suspension component, but again, I'm not 100%, but they're definitely car parts.
Okay. And moving to State's Exhibit 8, if we go into the back seat, right behind the driver's seat, what are we looking at here?
More car parts, sir.
Okay.
This looks like it might be usually an air filter box. I'm not 100%. And then this looks like it might be a fender well, like up in the inner fender.
Okay. And is it fair to say from seeing here, we don't see a driver's side rear tire as well?
No, sir.
Moving now kind of to the trunk area, if you could, I'd like to go back to State's Exhibit 103. You already identified this photo for us as being that particular trunk of the Chrysler Sebring with the car parts in it. I'd like to, if you could, describe for the jury as we look at specifically State's Exhibit 104, what was the condition of these parts that you were looking at?
Just like that, they look like old car parts. I mean, I didn't take the car parts out and see if they fit the car, but I assume that they belonged to the vehicle.
Was there generally, were there any kind of fluids that were coming from any of these parts that you noticed?
Not in the trunk, but there was a liner, so it's hard to say.
Okay.
If the liner would have absorbed it.
What about in other areas of the car?
Yes.
There were?
Yeah, I believe so. Like the passenger seat, I think the right front had like wetness.
Okay.
So I really need you to keep
Yes,
your
ma'am.
voice up. It's a big room and everybody needs to hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Thank you.
I believe the right front area had wetness.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm going to zoom in. Did you help remove these parts from the vehicle to help do the search?
Yes, sir.
Where did they go?
I think we laid out a piece of big parchment paper, like
Mhm.
brown, like the same materially, like a Hannaford's bag, like when you go to the grocery store and you get paper bags.
Yes.
Just a big roll of that. We laid it out, and they go on that roll.
Okay. Did you help or did you watch as the car parts got emptied from the trunk?
I helped, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. And I'd like to show you now State's Exhibit 9 zooming in on this portion of State's Exhibit 104 in the back corner. Can you tell if there's any particular of a color that's in that photo?
Color, sir?
Yeah, any color that doesn't look like a car part. And feel free to use the screen or the photograph if you wish.
Are you referencing like the looks kind of light blue?
Look like blue to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Once you emptied out the car, were you able to see what that light blue thing was as we look at State's Exhibit 9?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was it?
T-shirt.
A T-shirt?
Yes, sir.
Right. Just and with that trunk emptied, excuse me, apologize. With that trunk emptied, were you able to look farther to the back of the trunk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from there, what were the different items that you saw?
It was. I think it was all clothing, and then the toothbrush. You can see a little bit of it right there.
Right where?
Right here, sir.
And that's inside that circle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to see it? Let's say you can see it here from the photo, I take it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. Zooming in on State's Exhibit 9, can you show us again where it is that you see it?
Yes, sir. Right here.
Right there?
Yes, sir.
And showing again State's Exhibit 10. This is the toothbrush that you recovered from that trunk?
Yes, sir.
On that toothbrush, I believe you testified earlier on in direct that it was identified that you logged it in as JMT7. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The hand you wish to mark State Exhibit 66 for identification purposes only. Just go ahead and look at the label, feel the bag. Do you recognize that particular packaging as well as the packaging inside?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is that packaging? How do you recognize the packaging?
It's the brown bag that I placed it into.
And does it have your initials on it, JMT7?
Yes, sir.
At this point, I'm going to borrow a pair of scissors with the witness to be able to open it. Mr. Tucker, since we are talking about a toothbrush, I wonder if you would be willing
Yes,
to
sir.
put on a pair of gloves for us and be able to open that bag. And then putting on a second glove. Can you please tell the jury why?
So most of the time when you're processing crime scenes, there's a lot of evidence, and you put on a fresh pair of gloves every time you collect the evidence. And if you don't have double gloves, your hands become very sweaty, and it becomes very difficult to put on a fresh pair of gloves. So it's just easier, especially if you're doing blood swabs and things of that nature. But that's how I was always taught. So that's how I do it. Yes, sir.
Could you please go ahead and use those scissors to open up?
Do you have a preference on where?
I would say, please
you would please go ahead and cut in an area where there isn't a label.
Okay.
Maybe on the slide. You're not taking the item out of the bag, just looking at it. You recognize it?
Yes, sir.
What do you recognize it?
The toothbrush from the vehicle.
And ask for the identification of the stricken around for states.
Without objection.
All right, the ID is stricken and it is entered as a full exhibit.
Mr. Tucker, would you please go ahead and show us the toothbrush? And if I could ask the witness to please stand up. The witness stand up.
For the purpose of,
Just to be able to show both sides of the toothbrush. I don't know that jurors in the back are going to be able to see both sides.
Yes, he may
They
do
can
that.
See the front, but they can't see the back of the photo.
that's fine.
Mr. Tucker, please stand up.
Blood pressure right now, like a trip.
Yeah, do you care? Please, you can see the front of the toothbrush on State's Exhibit 9, but I wondered if you would please go ahead and show the toothbrush, both show the front, and then also turn it around and show all the sides slowly so that all of the jurors can see. And if you could please turn it around to the back so that the jurors can see what the back of the toothbrush looks like. Thank you, Mr. Tucker. If you could please retake the stand. Thank you. And Mr. Tucker, let me hold the bag open. You can go ahead and place that back in there. Hold on just a moment. That's the only item we would ask you to look at, so I'm going to touch it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tucker, moving on around the car, out of the trunk now. I'd like to go over towards the passenger side, if we could. We'll start with the rear passenger side. Looking at State's Exhibit 105 here, can you describe what we can see in this photograph?
Yes, sir. More car parts on the seat, and then some trash items, and it's like a water bottle on the passenger side floorboard.
And I see here that we've got a door on this side.
Yes, sir.
All right. And on the previous side, on the driver's side, were there any doors there?
No, sir.
Moving on from this particular one then to State's 106, could you please describe what we're seeing here and what part of the car?
It's the right front, the passenger side front. Looks like the headlight is on the floorboard, and maybe a reservoir for like washer fluid, something of that nature, and some snow.
And some snow. Can you point out where the snow is?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And that headlight, the reservoir, the snow, all of those were there when you saw the car in that garage bay, correct?
Yes, sir.
None of those were placed there by officers to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Let me ask you, with regards to some of the other evidence that you looked at and collected on this particular item, this particular car, separate from the toothbrush, were there also a series of swabs that you took in the trunk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many of those swabs did you take?
4.
4? Yes, and how were those labeled? Your initials again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was just 1, 2, 3, 4? Or?
Yes, sir. JMT 1, 2, 3, and 4.
4. Okay. Those particular swabs, could you go ahead and describe for the jury how you collected swabs? You talked about it a moment ago when you showed us how instinctually you use 2 gloves. When you do these swabs in the trunk, how do you collect those?
So for swabs, when it comes to blood, if it's not wet, so if the blood's not wet or the material's not wet, urine, whatever it is, if it's dry, we have sterile water. We take it, we pour it into the cap.
Mm-hmm.
Each cotton swab contains 2 in the package, the container. So you glove up. Usually, I would write all the details on the box. There was a little cotton swab box. So I'd write, it's folded, you assemble it. So it's easier to write on it before. So you'd write JMT1, set it up, date, time, all the information, put on your gloves, do the water, get everything ready. And then at that time, because we were using Blue Star in the trunk, there was kind of like a limited amount of time because you have to have the lights off to see the area that you're going to collect So you'd spray the blue star, it would illuminate, you could see that area, and then you had to turn the lights on and collect it. So I was there waiting, ready with the swab ready to go.
I see. So to make sure I understand this right, you're not necessarily administering the blue star, but you've got the swabs
Yes.
that you've opened up. Are each one of these swabs, the water that you put together, the boxes, are each one of those sterile before you open them to take a swab?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that also very important for you for taking a swab, to double glove and to make sure you're using sterile materials?
Yes.
Those 4 swabs and the toothbrush, are you aware whether or not those were sent on to a laboratory for examination?
I believe the toothbrush was,
Okay.
But I wasn't aware at the time. I assumed everything that we were doing was going to end up at a lab.
If I can have just a moment, please, Your Honor. Liner itself. Mr. Chucker, I've got one last question I want to ask you. The trunk liner itself, with regards to the 4 swabs that were taken, did you also collect, I believe you said at the very beginning, there were 8 evidence items that you took. Could you please tell us what JMT8 was? What was the last thing that you cut out?
I don't remember.
Okay. If you had a chance to look at a report written from the search that day, do you think that might refresh your recollection as to what the 8th item was?
Yes, sir.
So what were the other 7 items besides the shirt, some clothes, the toothbrush?
Mr. Tucker, I'm going to go ahead and hand you a copy of what's been marked, just a bait stamp page 111. I'm going to draw your attention down at the.
I'm going to need you to raise your voice so everybody can hear you, please.
Apologize. Mr. Tucker, I'm going to go ahead and hand you what's been marked discovery page 111. And I'm going to direct your attention down to the bottom of the page. First of all, after having a chance to read through that document, I'm going to ask, is that a write-up of what the search was that you were a part of for these photographs and for your taking of evidence?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to have my question for you is going to be, what was the 8th and last thing that you collected? I'm going to have you said you didn't remember. I'm going to let you go ahead and refresh your recollection. If it's refreshed, let me know. Just look up when you're done.
Yes, sir. It was part of.
Oh, I'll take that back.
Yes, sir.
So,
Sorry.
That's all right. And do you recall now what JMT8 was, that last thing that you collected?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
A piece of the trunk liner.
Piece of the trunk liner?
Yes, sir.
So, and how did you get or recover that piece of the trunk liner?
We cut it.
You cut it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you use to cut it?
I don't remember.
All right. And then after it was cut, first of all, you have shown us what you do with gloves and try to present and collect things in a sterile manner. Would you have done that for trying to collect what JMT8 was, the cutting of the trunk liner?
Yes, sir.
And would you have logged it into evidence the same way you did the other ones, JMT 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Tucker, I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Detective. I don't believe we've met, but I'm Jamie Brooks with Public Defender, and I represent Mr. Montgomery. I'm also going to ask you some questions about that search you conducted with then Detective, now Sergeant O'Leary. Do you
Yes, sir.
understand?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and this search was on January 1st. Your participation in the search was on January 1st, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And it was the Chrysler Sebring, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was already in the Manchester Police Department bay when you saw it.
Yes, sir.
The pictures that were shown showed what were like the guts or the parts of the vehicle inside, right?
Yes, sir.
But eventually, those items were all removed from the interior of the vehicle.
I think so. It wasn't by me.
You mentioned there being, I don't think you used the word butcher paper, but there was paper that O'Leary put down, correct?
I don't know if it was O'Leary, but there was paper down. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the purpose of the paper being down was to put the parts of the car that were in the interior on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Because not only were you looking for items such as toothbrushes, but you were also looking for latent bloodstains, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned Blue Star. Blue Star is a latent bloodstain reagent.
Yes. Yes.
It reacts with hemoglobin.
Yes.
It can detect the presence of blood that cannot be seen by the naked eye.
Correct.
It can detect blood that has been cleaned up.
Yes, sir.
It can detect minute amounts.
Yes, sir.
And Blue Star was applied to the entirety of the exterior of the vehicle.
That I don't know. I wasn't there for that.
You weren't there for that?
No, sir.
Were you there for but you were there for the collection of swabs, right?
For the trunk, sir.
Just for the trunk?
Yes, sir.
All the same, you were there for when the Blue Star was applied to the exterior of the vehicle.
I don't remember that. I remember the trunk.
So, okay. Are you aware of Blue Star being applied to the exterior of the vehicle?
Not that I can remember.
And what about the interior of the vehicle?
The trunk, yeah.
The state just had you look at a report.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And that's from the state's discovery.
Yes, sir.
Bait stamp 111 through 114, state's discovery.
If you say so.
Do you still have that report up there, Detective?
No, sir.
If I may. Permission to approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize this document, Detective?
I do, yes.
And you indicated you cannot recall the extent of the use of Blue Star to the vehicle,
I remember the trunk, sir.
but you don't remember any other portions?
No.
Would it help you to look at that report?
Yes, but this isn't my report.
This is the same report that the state just provided you to refresh your recollection?
Right, but this report was written by Brian O'Leary. So he documented the items that I found.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any specific recollection of your participation on January 1st of 2022?
Yeah, I remember going down. I remember helping Brian Blue Star the trunk. I remember helping collect the samples. I remember collecting the items from the trunk. I don't remember doing much more than that for the vehicle.
So for you believe it was just the trunk?
Yes, sir. For the most part, yeah.
Well, while we're at, let's go ahead and talk about the trunk then. So Blue Star emits a reaction to the hemoglobin, right, by chemiluminescence.
Right, it's like a neon green looking color, like neon green, neon blue.
Some people say blue.
Yeah.
Light blue.
Right.
And your role in this was to make sure that the lighting was correct?
Yes, sir.
So it doesn't have to be pitch black for Blue Star to work, right?
No, but you want darkness for the camera.
You want dim light.
Right.
And was part of your role to make sure that the camera was functioning?
Nope. Detective O'Leary set the camera up on the tripod and had all the settings. You had to use specific settings, like shutter length that it's open for, type of thing.
And you were just ready with the swabs.
Yes. And then
And what you were waiting for was to see a reaction, right?
Correct.
And it would manifest itself with a light blue color.
Right.
It's a light blue color that would last for roughly 30 to 60 seconds.
Yeah, it's not very long.
But that 30 to 60 second reaction would suggest the presence of blood.
Yes, sir.
Blood that the naked eye cannot see.
Correct.
Blood that could have been cleaned up.
Correct.
So when there was that reaction, you would take those swabs, right? And get samples?
Right.
From that area that was illuminated.
Correct.
And you mentioned 2 swabs. One swab would be used to later provide to the State Forensic Laboratory.
Right.
The second swab you would use for a hemastick, right?
It depends. I think the second swabs in this case, I just used it for the next sample.
Okay. Let's talk about swabs you collected. JMT1, would that be something that you collected?
Yes.
And what was that? Do you recall?
No.
Would it help you to look at something to be able to recall that?
The report, yes.
Feel free to do so and just look up when you're done.
Yes, sir.
So JMT1, what is that?
So you want me to describe what's in the report?
From your recollection, if you like, or I can just ask you questions about it at this point. It was a DNA swab that you took, right?
Right.
And it was a swab of an area that was positive for Blue Star, correct?
Right.
And it was by a piece of insulation.
I can't remember. I remember the trunk, and I remember we sprayed the Blue Star, lights went off. You see the areas that reacted, and then we took a photograph, and then we would look at the photograph after and compare, and then take the sample from that area.
So a swab was used to tame a sample, and was hemosticks also used on JMT1?
I don't recall that.
Fair to say, though, that the process, this isn't the first time that you've been involved in the Blue Star collection process.
It might be. There's one other time that I know of.
Okay.
That was over on Guilford Ave. I just don't remember if this happened before that.
But in terms of your recollection of the protocol or the proper procedure, if there were any reaction, positive reaction to the Blue Star, a sample would be collected, right?
Right.
So JMT1 reflected a swab from an area of the trunk that tested positive for hemoglobin. Let's talk about JMT2. Do you recall what that is?
From reading the report, it says in a trunk by a candy wrapper.
And this was a swab you took because the item tested positive, reacted positively to the Blue Star mist.
Right.
JMT4, that's also a swab that you took?
Yes, sir.
And this was also due to a reaction to the application of Blue Star in the trunk?
Yes, sir.
This was in a bumper crease area by the rubber gasket?
I don't remember.
You talked about this on direct, JMT8. Do you remember again what that was from?
I remember the carpet, the trunk liner. I don't remember what part tested positive.
Do you know if it was the top or the bottom?
I don't, sir.
But in any event, because that area tested positive, and it was probably something you couldn't really swab.
Right.
So because you couldn't swab it, you still wanted to make sure that you collected it.
Yes, sir.
And that's why you cut out a portion of it.
Right.
The portion that tested positive.
Yes, sir.
So again, your understanding of the procedure is that if something tests positive for Blue Star, it's documented, right, in the form of the camera that's taking pictures.
Yes, sir.
It's also documented by the collection of a sample from that area, right?
Yes, sir.
In the form of a swab.
Right. Yes,
it's also documented in a police report.
Yes, sir.
A police report that oftentimes ends up in discovery, like this one, right?
Yes, sir.
Like the report that you're looking at from Detective O'Leary.
Yes, sir.
So, Detective, I'm just trying to figure out why you only remember the trunk. Is it because that was the only area where there was the positive reaction for Blue Star on the vehicle?
No, I think that's just the only area that I helped with.
And to the best of your recollection, you don't know how many days of processing the Sebring took?
No, sir.
You were just there for one day?
Yes, sir.
And that would be January 1st,
right,
2022.
I was in and out a lot, sir, but the day in question, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything further?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, Mr. Shepherd, you did not spray the Blue Star in this particular case, correct?
No, sir.
And you were asked about training and experience with Blue Star. How many times had you applied Blue Star in the past at different crime scenes to try to discover evidence?
I can't remember if Guilford Ave happened before. I sprayed some there. A lot of the reason why I think I was involved in this was to learn that process, to see Detective O'Leary do it and assist him with it.
So at the time that you're assisting this process, how much did you know about Blue Star? You were asked a lot of questions about protocols and procedures and chemoluminescence. Did you know about all of that at the time that you were assisting?
I was given very, very simple instructions that it'll glow and that there is a potential that they could be blood.
Have you ever mixed up the reagents to use at a crime scene?
No.
Have you ever read the directions that are necessary before you mix up those reagents?
No.
With regards to Blue Star, what it's good for and not good for, are you aware? Do you know whether it can cause a false negative or a false positive response?
I was told it can react with rust.
And it can react with rust?
Yes, sir.
Do you still have the photos?
Yes, sir.
Just a quick question. No, it's all right. I'll just take State's Exhibit 104. That's State's Exhibit 104 with registration. Am I reading that correctly?
I think it's 103.
Oh, excuse me, 103. 103. Could you find 104, please? 104?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that it might react with rust?
Yes, sir.
And the swabs that are taken, where do those swabs go?
I put them into the cardboard container, the swab container.
And what was your understanding of where they would be sent?
The state lab.
State lab. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Zoll.
This may have been one of the very few occasions that you were involved with the Blue Star application process, yet you still understood that the goal was to over collect, correct, and not under collect?
Right. Yes, sir.
So if there was any kind of a reaction, you made sure that was your job there, was to collect it, right?
Right.
So that it could later be determined if it was a true positive, if it was the result of interaction with blood or from something else, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you were there, whatever your participation was, you made sure that you were collecting anything that reacted to the application of the spray.
Right. Not every. There were some areas that were very, very, very faint. That when Detective O'Leary and I looked at it, we said that clearly was like a rust seam or something of that nature. So we didn't collect those. But anything else, yes.
And Detective O'Leary, to your knowledge, was very familiar with the application of Blue Star. I'll rephrase. You indicated that you had only, this was your first or maybe second time?
Yes, sir.
And that was part of the reason why you were there, right?
Yes, sir.
Was to learn from somebody who did know about the application of Blue Star.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, you may sit down. You are
No.
excused. Statement called. Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I wondered about this too.
Sorry, Your Honor, just making sure the tech is ready.
Okay, we were way behind, so
Thank you.
Sergeant, as we are being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Brian O'Leary. BRIAN O''Leary.
And Sergeant, I'm going to guess, go ahead from your title, but where are you currently employed?
With the Manchester Police Department.
How long have you been working for them?
With Manchester for 17 years.
17 years?
That's correct.
And are you a full-time certified officer with the department?
Yes, I am.
Do you remember when you graduated the full-time police academy?
I did in 2003.
2003. Do you remember your academy class number?
I do, 132.
Okay. Currently, what unit are you working in inside the Manchester Police Department and what shift?
I currently work the midnight shift as a patrol supervisor.
Okay. Did you work last night?
Yes, I did.
And what time did you get off work?
About 6 o'clock this morning.
Okay. Have you had a chance to get any sort of sleep before coming over here?
Yes.
Okay. If you need us to slow down, if you need us to restate a question, please let either myself or any attorney know, and we'll be glad to do that. So I'd like to ask, what are some of the different departments and units you've worked in at the Manchester Police Department?
I've worked in the patrol division and I've worked in the detective squad.
Okay. And how long have you been in the detective squad?
I was there for approximately 9 years.
9 years. Yes. And what are the dates of those years, if you could? 2013
until I got promoted in 2022.
What were some of your duties when you were in detectives?
I investigated crimes that happened in the city of Manchester, as well as processing crime scenes.
Back in specifically January of 2022, were you involved in the investigation into the disappearance then of Harmony Montgomery?
Yes, I was.
And did you continue to remain involved in that for several months?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to ask specifically about the very beginning of that investigation. Were you asked to work with other officers in doing a search of a 2010 Chrysler Sebring at the Manchester Police Department, Evidence Bay, with New Hampshire registration 4368206?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What was your role in the search of that car?
My role was to oversee and to help locate, identify, process pieces of evidence, and label pieces of evidence.
How long did it take to do this search?
What we did over the course of 2 days.
And with regards to the first day, did you have a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker who was assisting you that day?
Yes, I did.
And was he also assisting you the second day, or was it other people?
It was a separate, a different detective the second day.
Who was assisting you the second day?
Detective Ray Lammy.
Can I ask you, with regards to the collection of evidence, this jury's understanding that initials of an officer sometimes play a role in how that evidence gets labeled. Can you describe for us how those initials play a role? So if you were to collect a piece of evidence and you were going to put your initials on it, how does that go into the evidence department?
You would use typically your 3 initials followed by a number that identifies that specific piece of evidence that's being collected.
And you say 3 initials, you refer to the first, middle, and last name?
Typically, yes.
Excuse me, sir. Apologize, Sergeant. Just trying to make sure that this is working properly. With regards to those initials, what are your 3 initials?
BEO.
And did you collect evidence in this particular case from this vehicle, or from this 2010 Chrysler Sebring?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So safe to say then it's going from BEO 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 and on up.
That's correct.
At some point in looking at this particular vehicle, did you also test it with a substance known as Blue Star?
Yes, I did.
Could you go ahead and why don't you go ahead and tell us what Blue Star is and what it can do, what your training has been with it as well?
Blue Star is a chemical that detects the hemoglobin in blood. So we would generally spray it out of a spray mist container, and we would get a reaction to the hemoglobin in blood. The reaction that we get, I would identify it as the color of the tissue boxes in the front there, the top part. It comes up as a fluorescent blue.
And you're referring to these tissue boxes on the very top of the urine panel?
That's correct, yes.
The top blue or the lower blue?
The top blue.
Okay. And how would you describe that blue? What words would you use?
The chemiluminescent.
Chemiluminescent?
Yes.
Okay. Bright blue?
Bright blue, yes.
Okay. Excuse me. How do you apply Blue Star to something, whether it's an object or a large area?
The process, it comes in, there's a plastic container, spray bottle, and then a small little foil packet that has 3 tablets in it. We open up the 3 tablets, put it in the plastic container, and we agitate it. We swirl it around, not to shake it vigorously. And once the tablets have dissolved, we adjust the spray nozzle on the nozzle so that it's a fine mist, not a stream. And then once we have the fine mist, then we start spraying whatever we suspect to be an area where blood could have been or is.
When you say that you spray it on, can you kind of describe how you would spray it on? Is it just, me at my house, spraying some Windex on a glass, or how do you spray it? It's the method you use.
Using the Windex example, it's not like you're using Windex where you're spraying it directly on the window. The method is you want to be about 2 feet away from the object and spray it slightly above it so it kind of falls down onto the object, not spraying it straight at it. It's more of a mist in the air so that it falls down on the object.
When you go to use Blue Star, and I take it, how many times have you done that yourself?
In my detective career, probably 15 to 20 times.
Okay. When you go to do that, is there a certain process that you follow each time? When you say, okay, I have to go use Blue Star, I'm going to go get reagents. What are the first steps that you do before you get to that step of mixing and agitating?
The first steps, I look at the item or the area that I'm going to process to kind of develop a game plan to figure out how we're going to do this. And once I've determined that whatever the area is, it's going to be processed, I'll go mix the Blue Star, as I mentioned before. While that's agitating, I'll get a camera ready. For the camera, we have special functions that we have to set up on the camera. In my time at Detectives, I had one camera that was set up, so I would just have to press a button so it would automatically go to that function. I would double check to make sure that it was on that correct function, that nobody had altered the program before. And I actually should say, before using Blue Star, I'd read the directions just to make sure that nothing had changed from the last time that I'd used it. And all my times of doing it stayed consistent with how to use it. I got my camera ready. I also get a tripod because the camera has to go in a tripod, because when you are taking a photo, once you have that reaction, you need to have a 30-second or more exposure. So that's what the tripod's for. So it can hold the camera still for 30 seconds or longer as it takes the picture.
All right. I'd like to ask you about a couple of those different components that you just explained to us. I think you said that you read the directions every time. Why do you do that?
Just to make sure that I'm doing it properly.
Okay. And also with regards to the camera and the camera settings, why is that so important?
The directions say that it has to be at a certain set up a certain way so that the lens is open wider when it's taking the photo. Because we're also, and I apologize if I didn't mention this earlier, we do this in total darkness or with a little bit of light. So that's why we have the long exposure. I would have a flashlight on my person. So when the lights were shut off, we could use the flashlight to, one, help assist us in getting around whatever object we're doing, making sure the camera is set up properly, and then adding just a little bit of light to the area. There's my understanding that the camera will take in whatever little bit of light there is and be able to take an appropriate photo.
So when it comes to lighting, do you actually use other officers to help you? Have somebody on the light switch?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you said also that you set up a tripod. Why do you do that?
Because the exposure, once you click the button to take the photo, it's going to be 30 seconds. So if it's on a tripod, the camera's not moving. I'm not able to hold the camera for 30 seconds without any type of vibration or anything like that. So that's why we keep it on the tripod. It takes the photo of the reaction that we see it. Once we see the reaction, the tripod and camera is kept in the same location. The settings are readjusted to a normal photo, and then we take a second photo to show that same area if there was a reaction, what it looks like.
So you're taking a photograph if there is a reaction, and then separately the lights come back on. I just want to make sure I got this right. And you're taking a photograph of the same spot with the lights on, so we can see what that looks like in regular light. When you spray on the Blue Star, then does it physically change the color of the object? So, for example, if I sprayed it on this piece of paper, is this piece of paper going to turn blue?
No.
Okay. And so you take that second photograph. Why? Why is that important?
We take the second photograph if we see a reaction the first time. That way you can see the photo that has the reaction, the fluorescent blue, where the reaction is on the object, and then you can see it again in normal daylight with the lights on.
When you are spraying these items on, or excuse me, spraying this material on, how big an area do you do at a time?
It depends on what the object is. I
can ask a clarifying question on that then. So if it depends on what an object is, so for example, I wanted to photograph something the size of these tissue boxes that are here, and I just want to spray that and photograph that. When I do that, am I going to want to have my camera up close or far away? And how many times am I going to take a photo of that, do you think?
So the general rule with photography and with scenes is we'd start off with the wide one to show this kind of angle, and then we get to a mid-range photo, and then we wouldn't do a close-up photo. The close-up photo would just be right of that object. If we're using the example of the shoebox, I would probably stand back with the camera probably 3 feet and still spraying at 2 feet, slightly above it, so the mist would come down. But I'd also want to try to work on getting the top of the table part there, as well as the sides.
Separate from that, then, let's say I had something that was the size of this table here to my right. As you can see, it's certainly longer than I am tall. If I wanted to go ahead and blue star an item that large, what would be the process to do that?
Same process as far as taking the photos. Something that size, I would probably break it up into maybe half or even quarters. And with each section that would get broken up, I would take a photo just of that area, just where I'm processing. I wouldn't do the big area for this small piece. It'll be a photo of this small piece for that small piece.
When you use blue star, can you get false positives sometimes?
Yes, you can.
What are false positives?
False positives are you would see the same reaction, the same fluorescent blue color. However, it doesn't last as long as what I've seen to be a positive reaction. The positive reaction is from 30 seconds upwards to a minute. The false positives that I have seen, it turns the bright blue quickly, and then it quickly fades.
Do you know what it is that can cause these false positives?
It can be different cleaning solutions, bleach, some chlorine-based materials, also some type of metals. I know iron was one specifically that it mentioned.
Do you know if any foods can cause these sort of false positives?
I don't know of any foods. I don't know.
You said in your experience. So have you seen some of these false positives before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And if you get a positive, what you think may not be a false positive, would you go ahead and then swab that item?
Yes, I would.
How do you do that?
The swabs, it's like a Q-tip, except it's about 5 inches long. The ones we use, wooden handle, and it's got the cotton swab at one end. They come to a package that's sealed. We'd open the package. We'd take one swab out at a time. We would use sterile water if the sample that we were trying to collect was a dry sample. If it was something that was wet or moist, we could just use the swab. So if it's a dry sample, we would take some sterile water, pour some sterile water into the cap of the sterile water container, and we would dip the swab in the cap, and then we would take a swab of whatever we wanted to take a swab of. Generally, we would try to use the tip of the swab and just like a little swirling motion. You don't have to get the entire swab soaked in whatever the item is, but usually you want to get a good amount.
When you say the tip of the, I'm sorry, you would put the water in the cap of the sterile water solution. Am I envisioning correctly? We're talking about a cap, and you would turn it upside down, so the inside is what you would be pouring the water into.
That's correct. It's probably about a 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch cap.
And once you go ahead and take a swab of something that came back with what you believed may be positive for Blue Star, where does that swab go?
We then put that in a cardboard box. The cardboard boxes come flat. They're probably 6 inches or so, and about quarter of an inch or so in a square. So we assemble that box together. We put the swab in it, and we close the swab box. And then to seal the box, we would put evidence tape on both ends of the swab box, label it appropriately with whatever evidence numbers we were using. Generally put a biohazard sticker on that swab, and then we fill out information as far as the case number with the evidence number.
And where do those swabs get shipped to?
The state lab.
Did you apply Blue Star to this 2010 Chrysler Sebring with the New Hampshire registration 4368206 that we talked about earlier?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where did you apply it?
I did the interior and exterior of the vehicle.
Okay. I'd like to start with the exterior and kind of work our way in. When you say the exterior of the vehicle, what parts of the exterior?
The entire vehicle, the hood, the roof, passenger side doors, windows. There were no doors on the driver's side of the vehicle, and I did the trunk everywhere. Sergeant, you've got a series of photographs in front of you that are photographs that specifically are numbered 4 through 10, as well as states exhibits 103, 4, 5, and 6. Like you go ahead and look through those for a brief moment. Some will be down there, and some will be this one as well. Yes, if you would please, that's 104. Okay. So I'd ask you to go ahead and look through 103, 4, 5, and 6 are the smaller standard paper ones. 104 through 10 are the larger. All set, Sergeant? Yes, sir. All right, thank you. Specifically, I'd like to go ahead and start, and you can feel free to either look at the photographs that are in front of you, or you can also look at the screen as I project them behind you. Either one's going to be fine. I'd like to go ahead and start with States Exhibit 103. Sorry, I don't know why. Could you please look at States Exhibit 103? It's one of the smaller ones. Yes. Do you recognize that exhibit? Yes, I do. Or if I could just approach the witness for a second, excuse me. You recognize that exhibit? Yes, I do. What do you recognize it to be? That's the Chrysler Sebring that I assisted in searching. Okay. And is that the trunk of the vehicle? Yes, it is. Okay. Let me ask you, were you aware whether or not this car came from a tow lot before you saw it? Yes, I was. Okay. I'd like to also move on to States Exhibit 5, if I could, please. One of the larger exhibits, or you can look on the screen behind you. Do you recognize this photograph? Yes, I do. Okay. How do you recognize the car? It's missing the wheels on the front of the vehicle and the driver's side doors. Now, you stated that at the time that you applied Blue Star to, I believe you said to all of the exterior. So does that include all of the hood that we can see here? That's correct. All right. Did you also apply it to the roof of the car? Yes, I did. Windshields? Yes. Okay. I see that we've got 2 doors missing here on the driver's side, but what about the passenger side doors and the exterior of those doors? Yes, I did. Okay. What about the trunk that we can see sticking up in the back of this photo? Did you apply it there? Yes, I did. From the Blue Star that was applied to the exterior of the car, did you receive any positive reactions? No, I did not. Excuse me. So with regards to the condition of the car, I wonder if you could go ahead and talk to us a little bit about that. What did you feel the condition was when you saw it? It's obvious that it had been in a junkyard for a couple of years. It was missing, what's seen in the picture here, the wheels, the doors, all the guts to the vehicle were inside of the vehicle. There was no engine. The rear tires were missing. Inside, there were a lot of rust flakes, dirt, dust, and it had like a moldy scent. Some areas were wet and still had some snow and ice in it. So it still had snow and ice in it? That's correct. In regards to the missing parts here, did you also notice whether or not the engine was missing? Yes, it was. Overall, what was the smell of the car? There was the musty, damp, gross smell. Okay. I'd like to go to Exhibit 4 for a moment, please. You recognize this photo? Yes, I do. Okay, what's that a photo of? The same vehicle, the Chrysler Sebring. Sebring. When you applied the Blue Star, what appeared as possible positive tests in the trunk area of the car? Did you get any possible positives there? Yeah, we saw a couple areas that had some possible positive reactions. Okay. And was that on the second, or was that on the first day that you looked in the car? Who was assisting you that first day in collecting those swabs? Detective Joe Tucker. And you said Joe Tucker? That's correct. Okay. And those 4 swabs, were they all from the trunk area on the interior, or were there any on the exterior? Interior. Once those 4 swabs, did you photograph them and apply the Blue Star in the same manner that you described for us a moment ago? Yes, I did. And once you collected those swabs, where were they sent? New Hampshire State Lab. Did you also use any tools on swabs? The jury's heard this question before, something called a hemastick. Yes.
All right. What is a hemastick?
Hemastick is a small strip of paper that has one end, a small portion of it has some sort of chemical on it that also reacts to the hemoglobin in blood.
And did you use any hemasticks here?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did you use them on any of the spots where you had those that Blue Star positive results?
When we had the Blue Star positive results, I think I did.
I don't want you to necessarily guess. So
Yeah, I
let
can't.
me ask you, if you had a chance to look at your report, or did you write a report on the search of that car?
Yes, I did.
All right. And if you had a chance to look at that report, would that help refresh your recollection as to whether you used hemastix on any of those 4 swabs from the trunk?
Yes, please.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked. Excuse me, has been marked. Date stamp pages 111 through 114. I'm just going to ask you, do you recognize that document, General? Take a moment.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the report that I did that documented the search of the crisis Sebring.
If you had a chance to look at that report, do you think that might refresh your recollection on whether or not you used hemastix on any of those 4 swabs that were taken from the trunk?
Yes.
If you could please go ahead and do that, take your time. And then, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it
what
does.
That is?
Thank you.
Let me take the report. Were there any of those that you used hemastix on from this foreign trunk?
Yes.
Okay, how many?
4.
4?
Yes.
You used 4 hemastix on the 4 positive Blue Star?
Yes.
Why would you use another testing method after you used the Blue Star?
We use this kind of a backup, just to kind of reconfirm. In the event, in my experience, we have had some that do come out testing for positive. So this way we can at least explain to the lab if we need to that it tested positive for Blue Star and then also on the hemastick.
And why is that important to do? You say you do that for the lab. Can you kind of explain to us why?
I think they ask us if what we've done for processing. Just I guess my assumption is it's on their end, so they know how that they can process it further. So they know if it's been treated by other chemicals or what other chemicals have been used on it before.
And generally, when you do an application like this of some sort of a testing, do you tell the lab what you did so they know what may or may not be on there?
That's correct.
With regards to the hemastix, can those also present a false positive sometimes?
Yes, they can.
Have you seen that in your experience?
I have, yes.
And can you explain what the hemastix look like? I believe you said that they were little strips of paper. How small are we talking?
They're probably 2 inches, 2.5 inches in length, an eighth of an inch wide.
Very narrow then.
Very narrow, yes. And then one end, it's got a different material on it. I can't remember if it's a different color, but it's obvious that that is the end where you put whatever reaction or whatever you want to test against on that end.
Did you use some hemastix on other areas of the car, interior, other clothing that was found in the car, items that were found in the car in general?
Yes, I did.
And generally speaking, where did you send the ones that came back, these presumptive positive from the hemastix? Where did you send those?
To the state lab.
Did you have any that you tested with hemastix that actually came back negative for Blue Star first?
That's correct, yes.
And did you collect swabs from there as well?
Yes.
And where did you send those?
We just got those at the police department.
Okay. Later on, do you know if any of those were sent to the state lab?
I don't recall.
Did you also, I believe you said before that you had, oh, excuse me. No, you didn't. Were you ever involved in a search of 77 Guilford Street?
Yes, I was.
And what was your role in that search?
I was asked to Blue Star a little section of the basement area.
Of a section of the basement area.
That's right.
Okay. And other than that, did you have any other role to play in the search of that Guilford Street address?
I had to go back another time for a secondary search using Blue Star in a different area of the basement. And then I also assisted in a search of the property at 77 Guilford Street.
With regards to the 2 Blue Star applications at 77 Guilford Street, were they, so you said one was in the basement. Where was the second one about?
In the basement as well.
And also in the basement. And did either of those produce any positive results?
No, they did not.
What about the search of 644 Union Street later on? Were you present during a search of that residence?
Yes, I was.
All right. And who was primarily doing the search of that residence?
Representatives from the FBI.
And what was your role that day during that search?
My role is just mostly being an observer. If they identified something that was going to be taken as evidence, they would physically collect it from where it was, pass it off to myself, and I would bring it down to another representative from the FBI who would complete the evidence log and collect that piece of evidence into their own documentation.
Just a brief moment, please, Ron. Trunk, you stated that you applied. Sergeant Leary, I just have three last quick questions for you. With regards to the search of the trunk, you stated that you applied Blue Star, if I was correct, and you took 4 swabs. Were those 4 swabs from areas that tested presumptively positive?
Yes.
Under the Blue Star? Okay. And did you see any other indications back there that you deemed to be false positives?
Yes.
Okay. And how many? Do you remember?
It was maybe 3 or 4. No, maybe 2 or 3 in the trunk area.
2 or 3 in the trunk area. Okay. And with regards to the other areas of the car, did you find food wrappers in that car or food containers?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Just one or multiple?
I found multiple. There are like snack packs, some baby bottles, some baby food containers, and other miscellaneous wrappers for food.
In your search of the car, were there a large number of pieces of evidence that were taken out that were assigned with your name, BEO1, BEO2, BEO3, things
Yes.
like that? Okay. And were those ones that all that you had seized and then again got logged in under your initials?
That's correct.
At this time, Sergeant Leary, I don't have any further questions for you. I believe we may need to see the court for a brief moment, but then defense counsel will have a few.
Thank you.
I think this is being an open mind. Don't do any research. Don't look up any media, please. You may step down. Counsel, typically we would get this electronically, so I don't usually give a signed copy back that's not already filed. So I can do this one of a couple ways. I can just, if you take a minute, I'll get 3 signed copies and get them to each of you, or I can give it to you and you can take it downstairs and make copies and upload it. Might make sense. I'm fine either way. Okay, so just maybe just wait a minute and I'll get you signed copies of I'll get you copies of both the letter and the order for Attorney Sheehan and each of the parties. Okay, so just.
Okay. It just says a break, so I'm pretty sure it's not a lunch break. I'm not sure. Let me go back and see what she says.
Media, lunch. I remind you, don't.
Yeah, for lunch. Okay, so it is for lunch. So they should be gone a while, and it's almost time for me to bring Micah. So I'll just I will just leave a banner. Let's see. Lunch break. The car tore down and left outside. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it would, but you have to remember they didn't know she was missing for 2 years, so they didn't even know about the car until 2 years later. So that's the only bad thing. But it seems like they were able to get some samples sent into the lab from the vehicle, so maybe they'll come out with more later from whoever does that processing, because these officers are just there to tell like what they did on their part. They can't tell like the result. But no, they definitely didn't keep the car clean for the kids intuitive at all. But yeah, I'm thinking where they're going right now with all of this is towards all the physical evidence, because they're starting off with all the officers that had to do with being at the scene of the accident, and now the processing of the vehicle. So maybe now they're trying to start to get into all the evidence against Adam Montgomery. So that's interesting. I see. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna be on mute for a bit while they're at lunch and stuff, and then I'm gonna go bring Micah to work, and then I'll be back. So if anything, if they come back from lunch and my banner is still up, actually, I might just take the banner off since they have their own little thing, and that way y'all can hear the lot. You can hear the stream playing and everything, and I'll be in chat on my phone whenever I leave. So I can put it scrolling at the bottom there. That way it's there. Okay, thank you for being here, Intuitive, and whoever else is watching. I see a couple of you in here. Yeah, it's been a slow morning so far. This, now that it's not Kayla up there and like her friends and all that, now we're getting to the forensics part of it, and it's interesting. It's just a little slower, but it's interesting. So. But yeah, I will be back soon, guys, and they will be back from lunch. They usually take an hour lunch, so we were behind a little, probably by, let's see, we were behind probably 10 minutes or so. So I would say another 40 to 50 minutes. But yeah, I'll be back, and y'all have a good afternoon. I'll see you guys in chat.
seated. Council, those CDs will get to you tomorrow morning, okay? Sorry, tomorrow morning for the CDs.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I was.
That's okay. I just wanted you to know, maybe we'll stop a couple of minutes early if I can today so that staff can work on that at the close of the business day.
Thank you.
The microphone there, is that being used for your honor?
It's used for, yeah. Let's take this one back. And we'll just have oh, I see, because your voice, you just have to speak louder.
I can speak.
You can do it.
You should tell my spouse that you are. I will definitely speak louder, and I will be much more cognizant of if I need to move about the well to grab that microphone. So we can leave this one here permanently, and ideally leave that one back here.
Okay, perfect. Yes, please. Thank you. Shall we put the witness back on the stand?
Just have one brief. Just need to see. Just trying to make sure we don't have anything slowing us down.
Attorney Gotti, if you want us at any point to lower the lights, or defense, if you want us to lower the lights because you're showing something on the screen, then just let us know, okay? All right, now we're gonna put the witness back on the stand. And just be careful of the wires, please.
Thank you.
Everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
All rise for the jurors, please.
All right.
Hey, y'all, I'm back. Welcome back.
Please be seated. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
That you remain under oath.
Yes.
And good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We met, about a month and a half ago, December 29th, for a deposition in this case?
Yeah, I know we met. I don't know if it was that long ago or no. My
Time does move pretty quickly sometimes. But so in any event, I'll just be asking you many of the same questions that I asked you then. And I just want to begin by asking you about the experience with Blue Star you had up to that day of January 1st, 2022, when you processed the Chrysler Sebring, or began rather the processing of the Chrysler Sebring. Up to that point, approximately how many times had you previously professionally used Blue Star for processing?
A rough approximation would be probably 15 to 20 times that I've used it.
And you used that experience in processing this particular item, correct?
That's correct.
That item being the Chrysler Sebring.
Yes.
It was already in the Manchester garage bay when you saw it, right?
Yes, it was.
Missing tires?
Yes.
And I believe you described them as guts, but a lot of car parts were actually inside.
That's correct.
The vehicle.
Yes.
So for using the Blue Star, one of the first things you have to do, obviously, is mix the chemicals, correct?
Yes.
And it is your practice before doing so to always reread the instruction manual.
Yes.
it never hurts just to make sure you're following it correctly, right?
That's correct.
And as you mentioned, there's the possibility that the instructions could have changed since the last time.
Yes.
So you implemented that same practice here. Before processing the Sebring, you reread the instructions.
Yes.
And I think you had also indicated that the instructions are fairly idiot-proof, I think you had said, but
Yes.
all the same, you made sure to comply with those instructions in the processing of the Sebring.
Yes, it did.
You applied. Well, let me just back up. It took a while to process this car, right?
Yes, it did.
2 different dates.
Yes.
January 7th was one.
Yes.
The second date was the 7th.
Yes.
On the first, Detective Tucker assisted you.
Yes, he did.
For at least part of the time.
Yes.
And then on the second date, the 7th, Detective Lamy helped you, right?
That's correct.
And again, your goal with the Blue Star was to apply it to every nook and cranny of both the exterior and interior, correct?
Correct.
And before doing so, you obviously you dim the lights in the bay.
In the bay, they're either on or they're off.
Okay.
There's no dimming feature to it.
But there was some light, maybe potentially, but it doesn't have to be pitch black for you to be able to see the Blue Star, correct?
We would use the flashlight that I had.
With the exterior, there were no positive reactions, right?
Correct.
A positive reaction you've learned through your training experience lasts about 30 to 60 seconds.
That's correct.
And it is that top blue color on that Kleenex box that's by the jury, right?
That's correct.
And you're able to distinguish that from what's called a false positive.
Correct.
Probably the same color, but it's more like a flash, right?
Yes.
It lasts for just a few short seconds.
That's correct.
There are a few things that can cause a false positive, one of those being a cleaning agent, right?
That's correct.
So sometimes in your investigations, a false positive can itself have some evidentiary value, right?
That's correct.
It may suggest that efforts were made to try and clean whatever object it was that you were processing.
That's correct.
Let's now talk about the application of the Blue Star to the interior of the vehicle. Before doing so, you place down some butcher paper on the garage floor.
That's correct.
And you removed the items from the interior of the car.
That's correct.
And when I'm talking about the interior, there's the trunk, and that's been pretty well covered, but there's also the cabin.
That's correct.
The passenger cabin.
Yes.
The front seats and rear seats.
Yes.
So you removed any items, including car parts, from the interior before applying the Blue Star?
Yes, I did.
And you applied the Blue Star in the manner specified to you in the instruction manual?
Yes.
And it's not like a burst. It's a light spray that you're trying to provide, right?
That's correct.
You don't need to saturate it or anything.
Correct.
But you want to make sure that you apply that mist over the entirety of the vehicle.
That's correct.
And the interior.
Yes.
This would include the steering column.
Yes.
Center console.
Yes.
Driver's seat.
Yes.
All the seats for that matter.
Yes.
And that's what you did.
Yes.
And there was no positive reaction.
That's correct.
No positive reaction on the steering column.
Correct.
Steering wheel.
Correct.
Driver's seat.
Correct.
The entirety of the passenger seat.
Correct.
Or the center console.
That's correct.
And that's what you documented in your report.
Yes.
A report which was later provided as discovery.
Yes.
And so just to be clear, this was the entirety of the interior that you applied the Blue Star.
Yes.
That would include not just the front passenger cabin, but the entirety of the rear passenger cabin.
Yes.
That would include all of the rear seats.
Yes.
Oh.
And that would include the entirety of the seat for for the back passenger.
Yes.
And crevices.
Yes.
And again, there was no reaction.
Correct.
False or negative?
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just a moment, please.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Let's see who the next witness is. No, same for me, intuitive.
I haven't excused him.
Witness 17. Oh, Anthony Baldero. I might have to stay for this one.
Please just watch the wires, sir.
This is the man that was their friend at the apartments, at the Colonial apartment.
Just remain standing.
Sure.
Raise your right hand.
Sure.
Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Sir, yes, sir.
Have a seat and make yourself comfortable. There's some water ready for you.
Thank you.
How are you doing today, Mr. Badero?
All right.
Can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Anthony Baldero, ANTHONY BODERO.
And sorry, we're just getting set up, Mr. Badero. I apologize.
It's okay. Take your time.
You're actually approach and just try to plug that back into it. Sure.
Go ahead. That's fine. Step
Oh, sure.
behind you for a minute there.
Sure.
Mr. Badero, what's your date of birth?
August 30th of 1973.
And how far did you go in school?
High school. 11th grade.
11th grade. What's the current city that you reside in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
And how long have you lived here in Manchester?
13, 14 years.
Mr. Badero, are you familiar with an area in Manchester called the Colonial Village Apartments?
Yes, sir.
And how are you familiar with that area?
I used to reside at the residence here.
And again, Mr. Badero, we're making a record, so I'm just going to ask, there's a little microphone in front of you. I'm just going to ask that you speak into that and as loud as you can.
I used to reside at Colonial Village.
How long did you live in Colonial Village for?
Lived there for like 4 months at one time, and then like another 4 or 5 months after that.
And what were the periods that you lived there? What years?
I lived there from July of 2019 to, I would say, I think it was March of the following year. Yes, March of 2020.
And who did you live there with in that period that you just mentioned, the July 2019 to March 2020?
I live with a friend of mine.
And what's your friend's name?
Her name is Tanya Clement.
And what were the circumstances? What was the arrangement that you had with Tanya, that living situation?
We would share the bills for the rent of the apartment.
While you were living there during that period that we're discussing, so not the later time, but the July to March, did you own a vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell these jurors what kind of vehicle you owned?
I believe it was a 2004 Audi S4 in blue.
Would you recognize that vehicle if you saw it today?
Of course.
Yes, you may.
What do they need to approach for right now? What did I miss? What is he serious about? Which part?
So, Mr. Badero, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 22.
Exactly.
They
Do you recognize
botched
that?
it.
That's definitely
I'm so confused, intuitive. What do you
recognize
mean?
it as your old car?
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm going to ask you. It's a big courtroom.
Just
And
speak
everybody needs
louder.
to hear you, so
Okay.
just keep your voice up.
Yes, that was my vehicle.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate representation of your vehicle? Is this
Yes.
what your vehicle looked like, in other words?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 22.
The objection?
May we approach?
Yes.
Intuitive. What do you mean they botched it? Because all I have so far is that he lived in Colonial Village Apartments. He lived there for about 4 months. July to March is like August, September, October, November, December, January. That's like 7 months at a time, not 4 months. And then he lived with a friend. They shared the bills, and he owned the Audi. They didn't do their job correctly. Who didn't do their job correctly? And which part? And I'm like genuinely
And
asking.
Mr. Badero, you said you recognize this vehicle, that this is a fair and accurate
Yes, sir.
photograph of your vehicle.
Yes.
Is this what your vehicle looked like the last time you saw it?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 22.
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
And may I publish? Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Badero, that exhibit that I just handed you, the photo of your car, I put it up on the screen behind you. Can you take a look at that for a moment? And can you tell these jurors what that image is of?
What the images of?
Yes.
My vehicle.
And I think you said the last time you saw it, that's what the vehicle looked like?
Yeah.
What
Yes.
happened to your vehicle after you left the Colonial Village apartments?
It was sitting for about 2 years at my in-laws.
Why was it sitting at your in-laws for 2 years?
I could not get it started.
Mr. Badero, at some point between when you left that vehicle for 2 years at your in-laws and today, did you consent to a search of that vehicle?
Yes.
And was that with the Manchester Police Department?
Yes.
Mr. Badero, I want to switch gears. Do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
And you can reposition yourself. That's fine. How do you know Mr. Montgomery?
I happened to meet him August of 2019.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Pretty much everything came back negative, it seemed like.
It's been admitted as State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual that's depicted in this photo?
Yes, sir.
And who do you recognize that to be?
As Adam Montgomery.
Madam, may I publish?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Badero, is this the same Adam Montgomery that you
That's fine.
that you met in August of 2019?
Yes, sir.
How often would you interact with Mr. Montgomery back in 2019?
I saw him maybe every few days or something like that.
How about Kayla Montgomery? Do you know someone named Kayla Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know her?
I happened to meet her in 2013.
What?
2013?
Yes.
Dang.
How did you meet the defendant in August of 2019?
I needed a ride to the Rockingham courthouse to dispute a driving without a license ticket, and I needed a ride, so I happened to call a friend of mine, and he didn't have his car, so he said that he was with a friend of his and that he would ask him if he can give me a ride. He called me back, told me that the guy said okay. Then him and Adam Montgomery came to pick me up to take me to court. And when they arrived with 3 children, with Harmony and the 2 boys.
And you mentioned Harmony and 2 boys. Did you see those 3 children after that event?
Yes.
Let's talk about when did you last see Harmony?
The last time I saw Harmony was the second and last time I ever saw her, and that was about 3 weeks to a month later after the August incident. I saw her with them where they resided at.
Mr. Badero, I want to switch gears with you again. Have you ever been convicted of a felony drug charge?
Yes, sir.
Were you in fact convicted of felony drug possession in 2014?
14. I think so, yes.
How about in 2016?
Yes.
How about in 2019?
No.
And Mr. Badero, did you provide testimony to the grand jury related to this case back in March of 2022? So March 21st of 2022.
I believe, yes, sir.
And do you remember being asked in that grand jury proceeding whether or not you sold drugs to the defendant back in 2019?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide an honest answer to that question?
No, I did not.
During that grand jury testimony, were you given any type of immunity before you were asked the questions about drugs? And after your testimony, after your grand jury testimony, did you agree to meet with investigators regarding the case?
Yes, sir.
And was that in September of 2022?
Sounds about right.
At that point, had you been provided any type of immunity regarding drug activity?
No, I don't think so.
Do you recall agreeing to meet with those investigators, signing a written document?
I did agree to meet with them, yes, with an attorney.
Did you have an understanding about how your statements could be used, whether they could be used against you?
Yes.
What was your understanding of that?
That they would not use it against me as long as I told the truth.
And you mentioned having an attorney.
Yes.
Is that attorney here with you today?
Yes, sir.
And regarding your testimony here today, have you been
So his agreement was to just make sure that he told the truth, right? And he would have immunity.
provided
Wow.
that
Truth that they would not use it against me as long as I told the truth.
And you mentioned having an attorney.
Yes.
Is that attorney here with you today?
Yes, sir.
And regarding your testimony here today, have you been provided immunity based on that drug information?
Yes, sir.
Before testifying today, you were provided immunity.
Yes, sir.
Huh.
Based on that, Mr. Badero, I want to ask you questions about your sale of drugs back in 2019. Specifically, back in 2019, did you sell drugs to the defendant, Adam Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
Did you sell drugs to Kayla Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
How often would you sell the defendant and Kayla drugs?
Whenever I had any available.
How frequently was that?
Not frequent.
Were you actively selling drugs back then?
When I did have, yes.
And how would they pay you when they would purchase those drugs?
They would either pay me with cash or they would sell me food stamps.
Let's talk about that.
Yes, sir.
What do you mean when you say they would sell you food stamps?
Well, I would give them half of whatever they gave me in food stamps.
Let me back up. What type of drugs were they buying from you back then?
Heroin and crack.
Dang. So it was.
Mr. Badero, did the defendant, in this case, Adam Montgomery, did he ever sell drugs for you?
Negative, no.
Did you ever employ Mr. Montgomery to sell drugs for you?
No.
Did you ever hire him in any capacity?
No.
Mr. Badero, I want to turn your attention to Thanksgiving of 2019. Does that time frame stand out to you?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell these jurors why that stands out to you?
Because they approached me saying they had no place to live, and I let them stay in my vehicle.
And can you describe that arrangement where you let them stay in your vehicle?
Well, the reason I had them stay in the vehicle is because I was living with somebody else that it was their apartment, and there was no room for them to be there. So the only choice I had was to let them stay in my vehicle.
And do you recall the specific, let me back up. How many days did they stay in your vehicle?
2 days.
2 days.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the specific days?
No, it was just after Thanksgiving weekend.
And Mr. Badero, who stayed in your vehicle?
Adam, Kayla, and the 2 boys.
Earlier, you mentioned Adam's third child, Harmony.
Yes.
Where was Harmony during that time where you let them stay in your vehicle?
I do not know.
Was she with them?
No.
But this is
Did you see her at
Thanksgiving.
any point during that period where they were staying in your vehicle?
No, sir.
What?
And do you recall how they came to be living in your vehicle? What was? Can you tell the jurors what that conversation was like?
Where
From
was
what I recall, They
Harmony?
gave me a call and told me they had no place to go. They came to where I was staying at. I let them upstairs. We talked, and I told them, I was like, I could let you stay in my car, but I can't let you stay here because this is not my apartment. That was the arrangement.
The car that you allowed them to stay in, was that the same car that I showed you an image of
Yes,
just
sir.
moments ago?
I'm so confused with the dates
Mr.
because
Badero, back in late 2019,
okay, they have Harmony's date of death as December 7th. So when they were using Mr. Badero's car, that I thought Harmony was there. I'm so confused. Hold on. Let me look. Let's see. I don't know.
Did you have a Facebook account?
Yes.
What was your Facebook name back then, if you can recall?
Anthony Tone Capone Bodero.
Anthony Tone, sorry?
Capone.
Capone.
Bodero.
Is that your full name or?
No, that's just a street name.
Tone specifically, is that what you go by?
Well, they call me Tony.
Were you friends with the defendant on Facebook, the defendant in this case?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Do you recall what his Facebook name was back then?
I believe it was his name, Adam Montgomery.
How often would you communicate back then, late 2019? How often would you communicate with the defendant?
I don't remember, sir.
How would you communicate with him?
Telephone mostly.
Did you communicate with him on Facebook at any point?
I don't recall, but I wouldn't doubt it.
So I want to talk about those 2 days when they were staying in your car. The defendant, Kayla, and their 2 sons. Did you take them anywhere during those 2 days?
No.
Do you think that seeing your Facebook messages might refresh your recollection regarding whether or not you took them somewhere?
I guess.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
All of my notes say December 7th. So I'm not understanding how on Thanksgiving he didn't see Harmony. That doesn't make any sense to me.
And I think you said this already, Judge. May I approach?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So, Mr. Bodero, I'm just handing you, and actually, sorry. I can just have this.
Like on my other notes, I have it written down that on December 7th is the night, is when their car broke down. Harmony was already passed away. They had her in the back, and then they went to Bodero's, and the car died.
I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit
So
107.
I'm confused.
I'm
The
going to
date.
ask that you look this document over, paying attention to this page.
I'm going to read that.
To yourself.
The whole thing? Or just this page?
That page to yourself.
Morning, Leopard. While he's doing that, I'm just a little confused on his testimony because they're asking him about Thanksgiving of 2019 and why it stands out to him. He says because that's when he let them stay in his vehicle and they stayed in there for 2 days. When Kayla tells her story at the beginning, it was December 7th, the day that Harmony passed away. Their car died at the stop sign. It broke down. And that's when he let them borrow the car, but that was December 7th. So why didn't he see her on Thanksgiving? Unless she was covered up with a blanket.
finished.
So, Mr. Badero, first let me ask, does that refresh your recollection regarding whether or not you drove the defendant?
To tell the truth, I don't even remember.
Okay. The item that you just reviewed, what do you understand that to be?
Guess they must have reached out to me. They needed to go to the clinic. They asked for a ride, and I guess I must have told them, give me 20 minutes. I just woke up, and I guess I must have took them to the clinic.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Is that a conversation between yourself and the defendant?
I don't even remember. It could have been with Adam or Kayla.
Mr. Badero, as part of your involvement with this case, did you provide consent for officers to search your Facebook account?
Yes.
Mr. Badero, during that 2-day period where the defendant slept in your car, did you allow him to drive your vehicle at all?
I don't think so. I wouldn't let nobody drive my car.
And seeing those messages, does that refresh your recollection at all regarding whether or not you took him to the methadone clinic?
It does not, sir.
And do you recall specifically having those communications with the defendant?
No, I do not.
Mr. Badero, when the Montgomery stayed in your vehicle, how often would you see them?
Not much.
What does not much mean?
Like, I was upstairs in my apartment. With my wife, and I hardly went outside.
Mr. Badero, do you recall sitting down with investigators and talking to them about that period of time?
Yes.
Do you recall telling them specifically that you rarely saw the defendant and Kayla during that period?
I rarely saw.
Sorry, I keep hitting my freaking AirPod.
Them, but I wasn't checking on them.
Were you aware of their living situation prior to them living in your car?
Not sure. Just I know they told me they had no place to go, and that's why I let them stay in the car.
And at that time, were you aware of where they had been living immediately before then?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether they were staying in their own vehicle prior to using yours?
No, I don't.
Those rare times that you would see them, how would you see them during that period?
They would come see me. After I served them, they would leave.
And when you say they would come see me, is that the defendant and Kayla, or is that someone else?
They either came together or separate.
Do you recall telling those investigators that they were always together?
Yeah, they were always together.
During those 2 evenings or those 2 days that you allowed them to stay in your vehicle, did something happen to your vehicle during that time?
Yes. The first night, I guess, from what they told me, Kayla didn't know how to drive a manual transmission car. She turned it on for the heat, and it killed the battery. And I guess when he woke up, he went somewhere, supposedly from what they said, he went somewhere in the middle of the night to get a portable car charger. So by the time then they already had the car started. So I don't know. I wasn't around, so I don't know.
Mr. Badero, do you recall in the car?
They were both telling me they were both together.
Do you recall telling investigators that the defendant actually gave you that information?
No.
They were both together with that information about.
Kayla didn't know how to drive a man, and it killed the battery. And I guess when he woke up, he went somewhere, supposedly from what they said, he went somewhere in the middle of the night to get a portable car charger. So by the time the next day when I came out, they already had the car started. So I don't know. I wasn't around, so I don't know.
Mr. Badero, do you recall specifically who told you that information about Kayla starting the car?
They were both telling me, they were both together.
Do you recall telling investigators that the defendant actually gave you that information?
No.
They were both together when you learned it.
Well, yeah, they were both together.
And I'm sorry, you said that earlier. They were always together.
Yes. Yeah.
Did you provide them any items during their two days in your vehicle?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what you gave them?
I gave them leftover Thanksgiving dinner one night, and then the following day, I bought 2 pies from Domino's Pizza, and I gave them a pie, and I still with a pie for me and my wife.
Mr. Badero, if I can have just a moment. Brief follow-up, Mr. Badero. You mentioned seeing where the defendant resided. Can you tell the jurors where that was?
I always forget the name of this where it's at, but I went there one time to bring them some food.
Okay. Was it a house, an apartment, something else?
Yes, it was a house.
How would you describe that house?
It was a small little house.
And would that have been, what time of year was that?
That was in September 2019.
September 2019?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Badero, would you recognize that house if you saw it again today?
Yes.
Showing you what's been published, admitted and published as State's Exhibit 1.
That's it.
And when you say, yeah, that's it, what do you recognize that to be?
I recognize to be the house where they were residing in.
That house at Gilbert Street.
Yes, I believe that's the name of the street.
How many times did you go to this house on Gilbert Street?
I think maybe, but I don't even remember the one time, but it could have been twice. But I remember only one time. I didn't go visit them, so I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Badero. No further questions, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Badero. My name is Caroline Smith. How are you?
All right, good afternoon.
A little bit nervous?
Always.
Okay. And I think your first introduction to this case was when marshals came to speak to you
Yes.
in January of 2022.
Yes.
And you wanted nothing to do with this case, right?
Well, I didn't know anything about the case. So,
Yeah, except for what you read in the paper, right?
except for what the officers told me.
Okay. And you said, I've got no involvement with anything involving a child, right?
Exactly.
And
Yes. Yes.
no way, right?
No.
Okay. And you got subpoenaed to the grand jury,
Yes.
and they had you swear an oath there to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
And they gave you some ground rules about your testimony at the grand jury, right?
What you mean ground rules?
Okay. Well, they told you that you could refuse to answer a question if it would incriminate you, right?
No, they didn't tell me that.
I told you you had the right to be represented by an attorney, right?
Yes.
And that you had the right to refuse any answer in the grand jury, but only if that answer would incriminate you. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Okay, let me show you a copy of a transcript.
Sorry, y'all. I gotta understand this. It's driving me
I
crazy.
told you you had the right to be represented by an attorney, right?
Yes.
And that you had the right to refuse any answer in the grand jury, but only if that answer would incriminate you. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Okay, let me show you a copy of a transcript of your grand jury, okay?
Sure.
So first of all, that was a long time ago, right?
Yes.
And does March 21 of 2022 sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you a copy of, you can see on the outside, grand jury proceedings, right?
Yes.
About the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery.
Yes.
And you were sworn in at the beginning of the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And I want you to go through and I'm going to take you from the bottom of page 3 into page 4 and ask you to read that to yourself, okay? And then I'm going to ask you a question.
Said bottom of page 3.
Yeah. Into page 4.
Where the bottom? From here? From
Sure,
there?
sure. Why don't you do that?
Okay, so intuitive, you're saying, okay, I see you saying someone else's appearance. You thought that it didn't start and he left it at his mother's house. Are you talking about the car? And then you said apartment, so I was confused about that. Oh, you meaning to say, didn't he say it was someone else's apartment? He said someone, I don't know if he said if it was his wife or not. He said that it was a female. I did write that down. Okay, so her name was, oh geez, I know I wrote it down. Tanya Clement, and he said they just shared bills for rent. That's as far as I know about who was living with him. Everything else I'm completely lost with. How did he get the car back to his apartment when he said that it wouldn't start? Now it was at his apartment. Oh, okay. So you're saying that when they showed up to process his car, it was at his apartment? Because I know when the marshals showed up, they went to see him. They just had questions. The day the marshal showed up wasn't necessarily the day that they took the car, if that makes sense. Leopard herd wife. Yeah, I'm gonna have to rewatch this testimony for sure. When it was at his mother's house because it wouldn't start. Yeah, this is freaking crazy. I don't know. Maybe we'll figure it out. Let's just see.
Election? Does that refresh your recollection?
No.
Okay. In the transcript to the grand jury, well, while you were in the grand jury, you were advised that you had the right to refuse an answer to answer a question if it might incriminate you, right?
From what it says here, yes, I guess. I just don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. And it says that, yes, you understood, right?
Yes.
So you also said you lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So why didn't he get a perjury charge? I'm just wondering. He lied to the grand jury. Like, what the heck?
And being advised that you had the right to refuse to answer a question or you had the right to an attorney, you chose to lie under oath.
I didn't know that I was going to need an attorney.
Okay.
So I agreed to answer their questions.
So when the question came up to something that would incriminate you, you chose to lie rather than ask for an attorney, right?
I got scared and I didn't think about what they told me about asking for an attorney.
Sure, sure. And you were scared because they thought you had information about Harmony, right?
Yes,
And you didn't want anything to do with this, right?
of course.
You didn't want to be implicated in this in any way at all, right?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to
Right?
switch gears a little bit here.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Talked about meeting Adam because you needed a ride to court.
Yes.
And you didn't have a license that day, right?
No.
Have you ever had a license?
No.
You did not
God, I'm sorry. I keep hitting my error button, y'all.
have a license
Oh my gosh. I'm not going to touch it anymore. I promise.
in November of 2019 then, right?
No.
If you've never had one, you
I've
didn't
never
have
had
one.
one, exactly.
Excuse me. And you didn't have one in December of 2019.
No.
Okay. And you talked about your prior convictions. And one of the prior convictions, I think that you said was possession of a controlled drug from 2018.
Yes.
And that was actually possession with intent to sell, right? Or dispense.
I guess. I don't remember. I don't recall.
Okay. If I showed you a copy,
Oh my gosh.
the record of that conviction, would that help refresh your recollection?
Maybe.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is a certified copy of a conviction returned from Superior Court state prison sentence for Anthony Badero, right?
Yes.
And January 12, 2018,
That's when I was released.
that was the day you were sentenced. Well, actually, okay.
I got released as well.
Yeah, because you were actually in jail pre-trial, and the day you got sentenced, you got a suspended sentence, and they released you.
All I know is they let me go.
Okay. And so you got a sentence of
Okay, yes. This is Anthony Badero. So he has a lot to say, right? He's the guy that's at the Colonial Apartments. He has apparently known Kayla since 2013, and he met Adam in August of 2019. However, we're just confused. So you might want to go back to the beginning of his testimony, like on the other channel, and then maybe we can talk about it after or come back and chat or something because we're confused. Like there's some discrepancies in something he's saying. I'm also confused because they didn't use his car to sleep in until their car had died out at the light. And at that point, Harmony was passed away because that's when he put her in the duffel bag and then put her body on the snowbank. That's when they had to stay in Bodero's car. But the lawyer is talking to him like that happened on Thanksgiving weekend. So I'm confused about the dates. And has some confusion with the car and like when they went pick it up for processing because police did get a search warrant and he could or he agreed to let them like process his vehicle for evidence. So we're just really confused. Maybe go back to the beginning of his and then we'll catch back up and see if we can catch it all.
3 to 6 years with all but 92 days suspended. Does that sound right?
No. I believe it was the 92 whatever days time served and then suspended time after.
Right. Okay. I may have said it wrong because I
You
have
did.
gotten a little bit tired.
Okay.
So it was 3 to 6 years as a sentence. All of that was suspended except for the 92 days that you had already served.
Yes.
So when you mean you got released, you were held on bail before the conviction, and the day you got sentenced, you were let out.
Well, they picked me up from a state prison. I did a bit in a state prison. They picked me up. I did 92 days here in Valley Street, and then I got released.
Gotcha. Okay. And so then you had a suspended sentence hanging over your head of 3 to 6 minus that 92 days.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And that was suspended for 3 years.
Yes.
Okay. And then in November 22nd, 2019, you got another drug charge.
No.
Drug conviction, sorry.
No. Say that again. When?
November 22nd, 2019, you got
impossible.
convicted on another charge.
No.
Okay.
That's wrong.
Mm. Why are they bringing up all his priors and shit?
Another conviction, okay? I can show you return from Superior Court, Anthony Badero, sentence November 22nd, 2019.
Sorry, I don't know anything about that. The last time I did time for drugs was I came home in 2018.
Sure, because on this one you got a total 2 to 4 suspended. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Okay. And your attorney was Attorney Sheehan?
Yeah, that was from the old case. That's not. I have it confused.
Okay.
It can't be 2019 because I never got caught with drugs anything after 2018.
Okay, so let's take a look at this. On June 24, 2019, you were driving without a valid license, right?
That yes.
And while you were driving without a valid license, they found drugs in your car.
No.
Basis?
No.
Sorry, y'all. While they're doing this, I am just rereading my notes because it's driving me crazy. It sounds like this is good that he got a lawyer again. Okay.
So, and I've moved to introduce this as the next exhibit, and I don't know where we are. Mr. Badero?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, you have some stuff here that maybe we'll take away because I'll focus on something else now, okay?
No problem.
So I have in front of me what's been marked as a full exhibit, a certified copy of your conviction from November 22nd, 2019. And we went over that first page.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go over the second page. And that second page is the sentence that you got on that conviction, right?
I see what you have there, but that's not what it was for. I was got caught driving without a license.
Okay. And you got, according to this document, you got a sentence of 2 to 4 years, suspended for 3 years, right?
Yes.
That means that 2 to 4 years you don't spend in jail or prison, it hangs over your head for 3 years.
Yes.
With conditions that you stay arrest free and commit no new crimes and stuff like that, right?
Yes.
And another conviction was that you got a LADAC evaluation and within 60 days provide proof to the state, right?
What's LADAC?
Drug and alcohol evaluation. Do you remember that?
Kind of.
Okay. So now we're going to go to the actual charge that was based on. And that's the indictment. You've seen indictments, right?
Yes.
And the indictment is for activities that you did on or about June 24, 2019. Is that what it says?
Yes.
And the activity that you did was possession of a controlled drug. Is that right?
That's what it says.
And this was in County of Rockingham, right?
Yes.
And it was Superior Court, right?
Yes, yes.
Like this court.
See, I'm not sure, Allison. So did she die before they stayed in his car and she didn't die in December? That's what I'm wondering. Did Kayla lie about the date that Harmony passed away? Because I just went back through all of my notes, right? All of my notes of Harmony, of Kayla's testimony with the state. They were evicted from the house in November of 2019. They were evicted because no mortgage was being paid. They moved into the car. Kayla, Adam, Harmony, and the two boys behind Colonial Village in Manchester. Mr. Bodero allowed them to live in the parking lot. Sleeping arrangements was Adam was in the driver's seat, kids in the back, Harmony on the passenger side. Harmony's accident started at this point, and then it goes on to tell Kayla explaining how the hitting and all that I don't want to go over right now, but it says, okay, so they got into the car accident with Tabitha. Kayla was in the back seat with Harmony in the back. Tabitha Scott was a good friend of Kayla's. Tabitha was with them to get drugs. The accident was at the stop sign. It was a four-way. The truck ran the stop sign. They hit them. The officers showed up. Adam hid Harmony from Tabitha and Bodero and the officers, I guess, because it's so stupid that they never looked in the car. But then my next note says December 7th of 2019, Harmony passed away. She had an accident that morning. They do have hard evidence of the dose history of the methadone clinic, like which time they each went in to get their dose. Adam walked back to the vehicle, smelled the urine. Everything happened with Harmony, right? So Kayla couldn't look at Harmony, scared to see any injuries. He finally stopped. Okay. They were at the Burger King. They went on to order food and eat. Adam had already covered her up with the blanket. So this was one of the lies that came out yesterday because this is the first testimony with the state, and Kayla said Adam covered her with the blanket. So they go back to Colonial Village. Harmony is still under the blanket. The car dies, so they leave after they do their drugs in the car. They leave, and their car dies at the traffic light. The kids were taken out of the car. Kayla realized Harmony was gone. When Adam Montgomery tried to wake her up, she wouldn't wake up. He took the duffel bag out of the trunk, and we know what happened after that. They went back to Colonial Village, put her on a snowbank at the apartment so her body would stay cold, and they didn't want Bodero to see. They went get stuff from the car at the street where they left the car. It was being towed away. Bodero let them sleep in his car for the weekend, which was a blue Audi. This was all after Harmony died, which was after December 7th. So I'm freaking confused on why the lawyer said Thanksgiving. I don't know. Did they make up the covering in the blanket story? Yeah, same. It might be another lie. Either he's lying or she's lying. See, okay. So it's either they're lying or the lawyer said the wrong date because it was the state, right? The state questioned him first. And Allison, I don't know if you went back to watch the beginning, but he says, "Can I take you back to Thanksgiving of 2019?" And he says, "Yes." And he says, "Why is this significant to you? What do you remember about it?" And he says he offered to let them stay in his vehicle. They stayed in it for 2 days over Thanksgiving weekend. So even the lawyer, the state's lawyer, says Thanksgiving of 2019. Kayla's testimony says December 7th is the day Harmony passed away. December 7th has been the date that has been written down as her date of death since the opening statement. I'm looking again right here. Murder of Harmony was December 7th. So either the state they said the wrong date because it wasn't Thanksgiving of 2019 when they stayed in his car, or somebody's freaking lying. I really don't know what's going on. I'm really confused right now. Yeah. Okay, so you went back, so I'm not tripping, right? The lawyer did say Thanksgiving of 2019. And then everything else we've been hearing so far has been December 7th was when Harmony passed away. So why on Thanksgiving weekend were they having to hide her body? Because that was their testimony that when they stayed in his Audi, they didn't want like the whole interaction with them staying in the cars because their car died at the light. We know that Harmony was passed away when they were at that light. Something is not right. I know, Leopard, I'm sorry.
Superior.
Of course.
Okay. And then you also had with that a misdemeanor for driving after revocation.
Okay.
With a sentence on the same day.
That's what it says.
Okay. And your sentence for that was 12 months in the House of Correction, all suspended for 3 years, right?
Okay.
Meaning that you got another year hanging over your head for that 3 years, right?
Yes.
And one of the conditions here was that you not drive until you are properly licensed.
Yes.
So you got arrested for both of those things at the same time, right?
All I recall is getting arrested for driving without a license. No
Okay.
drug charges.
And so that the jury recognizes it when they see it later, if I may just sort of show them.
Your Honor, just to clarify, the defense is asking ED stricken needs to be marked full if the state has no objection.
Oh, I thought it went in as full.
It did at the bench conference. I indicated that it was full, so.
So November 22nd, you don't recall it now, but you didn't have a license then, right?
No.
And
Facts, intuitive facts.
it sounds like you're saying today you were selling drugs in November?
I don't recall.
Selling drugs in December of
I don't
2019?
recall.
Didn't you say on direct that you sold some to Adam and Kayla?
I have, yes.
Okay, so you were still selling drugs in December.
I don't recall.
So when you were telling the state that you sold drugs to Kayla and Adam, are you saying that was not in December?
I'm not saying that.
When you said that, you weren't necessarily talking about December of 2019 when you told the state you were selling them drugs.
Say to repeat that?
Okay. Were you selling them drugs around the time that they stayed in your Audi?
I don't think no. I don't.
Okay.
Not that weekend. I can't say I sold them drugs that weekend. No, I know I didn't sell them drugs that weekend.
You know you didn't sell drugs that weekend.
No.
You can remember that clearly.
I'm pretty sure I remember that.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's talk about those food stamps. Those food stamps, didn't that, they sell you some food stamps when they were in Kayla's mother's home?
I don't know where they were at. I just bought the food stamps.
Okay. How about when they were at the fit shelter? Okay.
I probably did. I don't know where they were at I didn't go. I don't remember where I went to see them for them to give me the card.
Okay. Your Audi had a clutch, right?
Yes.
And the problem with the clutch, if somebody turns on the battery without turning on the car, the battery just runs down.
Yes.
And otherwise, you have to put in the clutch and have it in neutral or whatever and turn it on and keep it in neutral. And then it can run for a long time and the heat stays on.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And Kayla didn't seem to know that, and the car broke down.
Yes.
Well, the car battery died.
Battery died.
Okay. And okay. You said that the picture of your car was in this same condition, and it states exhibit for ID 22. Is it stricken? It's fine. I would agree if it wasn't. Was in the same condition as the last time you saw it, right?
Yes.
Because the last time you saw it, it had been sitting for a while.
It was worse. It was worse.
Okay. But when you had it at Colonial Village, it was in good condition.
Yes.
It was in real good condition.
Very good condition.
And you like to drive it around.
I mean, I drove it, yes, not to drive around.
Okay. And you kept it in good condition.
Yes.
You took care of it. Right?
Yes.
And in November, late November, you had just been convicted of a crime. You had a suspended sentence on your head, and you didn't want to be caught driving that car without a license again, right?
True.
So you had other people help you drive.
Sometimes.
Okay. Adam was one of those other people.
Yeah, he has driven the car, yeah.
Okay. And Adam knew how to drive a clutch, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because and your clutch, because he had driven that car. I think you said on direct that you saw Harmony twice at Guilford Avenue.
No, one time at Guilford Avenue.
And what was the other time?
Before that, the day he took me to court in August.
Oh, so she was in the car.
Yes.
Okay. And with the boys.
Yes.
And at Guilford Avenue, she was there and playing with the boys.
Yes.
And you said that Kayla and Adam needed a place to stay Thanksgiving weekend.
Yes.
And when they came and told you that they needed a place to stay, you said that you would let them stay in your car for 2 nights.
I do not understand where this Thanksgiving thing is coming from. What happened to December 7th? That's what I'm trying to figure out, Leopard. I'm so confused, okay, because opening statement on the little screen that he presented to everyone, right? I wrote down all the little points he wrote. It was like 4 points, 4 dates or whatever that was like important to remember. The assault on Harmony was July 19th at Guilford Street. That was with the black eye. That's what the uncle reported to CPS or DCYS or however they call it. Then he highlighted murder of Harmony, December 7th of 2019. And the rest is, hiding the body and all that stuff. But either way, December 7th is what I wrote down. I just read back through Kayla's entire note of when she testified. She explains the entire day of when everything happened to Harmony, right? So we're in November of 2019. They were evicted from the home they were living in. They're now in the parking lot of the Colonial Village Apartments. Harmony's accidents start getting really bad at this point because now they're living in their car. Kayla tells the whole story, everything that happened. Then it says they had the accident with Tabitha. When Tabitha was in the car with them, it was at a stop sign. Then it skips and I put December 7th, 2019. Harmony passed away. I highlighted it. Accident that morning, and then she proceeds to continue to tell him what happened. Then on the next day is after the Burger King. Burger King was like the final when everything really, really bad went down. But anyway, okay, so they go back to Colonial Village. Harmony is still under the blanket. They do drugs for 10 to 15 minutes, and then they're driving somewhere. Remember, Kayla's like, I don't remember where we were going. The car died at a traffic light. Kids were taken out of the car. Kayla realized Harmony was gone. This is all December 7th. This night, it says they went back to Colonial Village. Put her in a snowbank so that Bodero wouldn't see her. Went get some stuff from the car at the street where they left it. The car was being towed. Bodero let them sleep in his car for the weekend. Blue Audi. I put all of that down for December 7th. At the beginning of this guy's testimony, Anthony Bodero, the state gets up and says, and I wrote it down as they were talking, like they went through a couple of things with him. He met Adam in August of 2019. He met Kayla in 2013. He's actually been knowing Kayla for a very long time. But the state attorney was like, let's draw your attention to Thanksgiving of 2019. And he's like, do you remember that date? And he's like, yes. And he's like, why do you remember it? He says he offered to let them stay in his vehicle. They stayed in it for 2 days. It was the weekend after Thanksgiving. It was Adam, Kayla, and the two boys. He didn't see Harmony because, like Kayla told us, they put Harmony at that time that they stayed in his vehicle. She was in a bag on the snowbank. So my question is, did the lawyer say the date wrong? I don't think Thanksgiving of 2019, that's a whole like mistake. That's not just a simple date. So then did Kayla lie about the date that Harmony actually passed away? Like, who's lying? You know what I'm saying? The lawyer is saying Thanksgiving of 2019. Bodero is agreeing that it's Thanksgiving of 2019. Kayla's the only one that said December 7th. But then again, you had the lawyer opening statement saying December 7th. So I don't know. Yeah, Thanksgiving weekend and December 7th is questionable dates. It's very, very confusing, and I'm sorry to y'all that I keep pausing it, but like literally, this is what I do to myself. I just discrepancies I can't deal with. So I am going to go back and watch this, but I'll let y'all finish. I'm so sorry.
I didn't specifically say 2 nights. I said they can stay in my vehicle, but they happen to only stay 2 nights.
Okay.
2 days, 2 whole days.
Okay. And one of those nights it ran out, the battery got drained.
From what they say, the first night, yes.
Okay. And you are saying that you did not go down and see them sort of squatting in the parking lot at Colonial Village
No,
in their Sebring.
no, I did not.
And you are saying that you did not go down on a daily or every other day basis to connect with the family and see Harmony and wave to her.
No,
And you are saying that Harmony did not wave to you during that time.
I didn't. They didn't have Harmony with them.
Pardon?
They did not have Harmony with them
What?
When?
Wow.
when they came to see me.
On those 2 days or before those 2 days?
It depends when you're talking about.
Okay. Did you ever, are you saying you did sometimes go down to the car to see them?
I'm pretty sure I went down a couple of times each day,
Okay. Okay.
but each time they did not have the girl with them. It was
Okay.
only the boys.
And when you were questioned by the police, they actually played a recording of Kayla's statement, right?
Yes.
And they played a recording of Kayla talking about
Okay, his testimony is really interesting. Intuitive said he was going to be an interesting witness. Okay, I'm wondering what they're about to say if is when he heard Kayla say something else. Like, are they going to maybe straighten out the dates and these discrepancies here coming up? Because I just find it weird that the state would open up in their opening statements and pretty much tell the jury these are the 4 dates that you need to remember, and they have the murder of Harmony as December 7th, 2019. So maybe she really did pass away on December 7th, but Kayla's timeline is all screwed up, and she actually stayed in Bodera's car Thanksgiving weekend. Because they haven't necessarily said here that they had broken down at the red light and they lost, did they say that at the traffic lights? I didn't hear them say anything like that. All they mentioned was they asked to stay in your vehicle. They didn't specify that it was after their car had broken down. You know what I mean? So I'm wondering where this is going now. If Kayla lied about, oh my gosh. Because we know they stayed in his car. We just don't know the exact date. And we don't know. We have an idea that Harmony's death date is what she's saying only because the state said it in their opening statements. That's the only reason I'm sticking to that. Not unless the defense pulls out something that we're not expecting. To discredit this witness, discredit Kayla. Like, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Yeah, like I read the other notes. And I'm sure I have more in here because it was brought up again. He is pretty firm in his testimony because his lawyer is even present. And I don't know if you heard or not, probably, I don't know if you went back and listened to all of it, but basically, he met in September of 2022 with like investigators, and they came to an agreement, and like it was, he pretty much got like immunity. They wouldn't use it against him as long as he told the truth. And he has a lawyer who is present with him today. He admits that he sold them drugs that with food stamps or cash. The drugs of choice was heroin or crack or both. He offered to let them stay in his vehicle. They stayed in 2 days.
So they played a section of Kayla's statement and you got pretty upset with that, right?
I guess.
Got pretty upset with what you were hearing.
I guess, yes.
And you said that you never saw Harmony
I never did.
and that you didn't go down there
Let's
daily.
go. When did I not see Harmony? You're just saying I didn't see Harmony, but where? When?
At the Colonial Village.
No.
And that you didn't go down to the car on a daily basis. Right?
Well, 2 days they stood in the car. I went down at least a couple of times each day.
For 2 days, you went down a couple of times.
At least a
each day?
couple of times, yes.
Those 2 days.
Those 2 days.
Okay. And you're saying you never waved to Harmony,
Never.
never waved to the boys. Overruled.
I'm telling you, she wasn't in the car. How can I wave to someone that's not in the car?
Did you wave to the boys?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah.
Okay.
The boys loved me.
So you would when you would go down there, you would see the boys and wave.
Of course.
And you want to have nothing to do with this investigation or Harmony, right?
It's not the way you're making it sound. I want to help you guys.
Who?
The prosecution helped find who killed that little girl.
Okay, so one of the things before they stayed in your car was you drove Adam and Kayla and the kids to get clothes out of their broken down car.
I don't recall that. I don't think I ever did that. Okay. I'm not sure, but I don't recall I ever did that.
Okay.
Why would I? No. I wouldn't stuff my car with anything. Let's put it like that.
You wouldn't know what?
I would not stuff my car with a whole bunch of furniture or bags or anything like that.
Okay, so bags that were from a car that people had lived in for 7 days, you never got them and packed them into your car.
I don't recall ever doing that. No, I do not.
And so you don't recall taking Adam or Kayla or Adam and Kayla or Adam and Kayla and the boys?
No matter how you put it, I don't recall.
Okay. And
so confused. I think so, Leopard. Kayla said it wasn't that much. He ordered pizza.
The food that you brought them, you said Thanksgiving leftovers, right?
Yes.
And then pizza.
Yes.
And Thanksgiving, if you had them in your car from
Here we go.
8, Thanksgiving was over a week before, right?
Well, of course, that would be right.
Okay. Thanksgiving was about 10 days before that, right?
I guess. I don't know what you're talking about.
And actually, you gave the family Thanksgiving leftovers when they first came to Colonial Village in the Sebring.
No.
You didn't give them?
There was no Sebring.
Okay.
Oh,
they stood in my car. If they had their Sebring, they would have stood in their own car, wouldn't you think?
Okay. And you're saying that they did not park out in Colonial Village for 10 days prior to living in your Sebring?
I don't own a Sebring. And if they did bring the car to the parking lot, then I didn't know that either.
Okay.
They telling me they have no place to live. I let them stay in my car 2 days. That's
And
all they stood. They left.
I do want to correct. I did say Sebring and I meant the Audi.
Okay.
So you're saying that you did not see the Sebring in Colonial Village for the 10 days leading up to when they stayed in your Audi?
I didn't see the car, no.
Okay.
So where could they have parked?
You said that the boys loved you. Had you seen the boys for more than those 2 times before?
Before and after, yes.
Before?
Yeah.
When did you see the boys before?
I saw
they stayed?
Adam came to see me one time with the oldest one.
Pardon?
Adam came to see me one time with the oldest one.
Okay. And how about the others?
I guess the other one, they were with Kayla, I guess.
Okay. What I'm asking, so now that's 3 times.
No, that's
that
not 3
you-
times I saw Harmony. No. Like, don't
Okay.
get it confused.
I'm not.
I only saw her 2 times.
I'm backing up.
Okay.
Okay. First time you saw Harmony, she was with her brothers.
Yes.
Second time you saw Harmony, she was with her brothers.
Yes.
You're talking about another time that you see the brother but not Harmony.
Yes.
How many other times did you see that brother?
Plenty of times.
When?
Throughout.
Hold up, I'm gonna back up. Did he just say he
Throughout
saw
the whole
Harmony?
time I knew
Hold
them.
on, y'all.
About
Gosh.
another. I'm backing up.
Okay.
Okay. First time you saw Harmony, she was with her brothers.
Yes.
Second time you saw Harmony, she was with her brothers.
Yes.
You're talking about another time that you see the brother but not Harmony.
Yes.
How many other times did you see that brother?
Plenty of times.
When?
Throughout the whole time I knew them.
Okay. Did you see the boy prior, more than those 3 times that we're talking about?
When are you referring to? Before Harmony went missing or after Harmony went missing?
I'm trying to get there. Before the 8th, when they stayed in your Audi, had you seen the son more than 3 times?
Of course.
When?
I can't tell you exactly when, but I've seen the boys with them.
I am so lost.
I can't tell you exactly how many days prior to the day I let them stay in the car, but I did see them. Yeah.
Okay.
I seen the boys.
Okay.
Not the boys. Let me correct that. The boy. The boy. There was only one boy with him.
And what circumstances?
Leopard, you are so right whenever you say what dates are they talking about, right? Because when she's back, okay, she's saying 8 days later. So now she is bringing it forward to December 7th. So are you telling me 8 days later he brought them Thanksgiving leftovers? That's nasty if so. Like a whole 8 days later he brought them Thanksgiving. But then at the beginning she was like Thanksgiving of 2019 and that made sense to him. So oh my god, I don't know. Hopefully they clear up these dates because I can't right now with these dates. I know people on Twitter were talking about that too. All right, hold on. Let me let this play.
Circumstance did you see that boy? Was Kayla coming up to see you and bringing her son with her?
No, Adam came to see me with the boy.
Okay, so Adam would come up to see you and he'd bring his son.
Yeah.
Okay. And did they ever come in to use the bathroom or maybe clean up their kids?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Badera.
You're welcome.
These dates are so confusing. They need to clarify this.
Mr. Badera, what's your involvement been like with the legal system? How
Been very bad, sir. I'm not gonna lie.
Attorney Smith was just asking you about this time that the defendant came to see you with his oldest son.
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
Don't recall exactly when, but it was before Thanksgiving.
Before Thanksgiving.
Before Thanksgiving.
Wait,
Said
wait,
that
wait.
Exact.
oldest son.
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
Don't recall exactly when, but it was before Thanksgiving.
Before Thanksgiving.
Okay, so that's just Adam visiting with his oldest son. So this has nothing to do with what we've heard so far. This is just him being transparent that he had met one of Adam's kids before.
Before Thanksgiving.
You said that the 2 days they were staying in your car, that you remember that clearly, that you didn't sell drugs to them. You were very clear on that. Why is that?
Because it's like it's a family weekend. Like I don't recall selling them drugs that weekend. I don't even recall me having drugs.
Mr. Badera, let me ask you this. How many times have you allowed a family to stay in your vehicle?
I never have. That was the first time.
Was that the only time?
First and only time, yes.
Does that stand out to you?
Well, I remember, yeah.
The defense asked you about letting people drive your car. You didn't have a license, is my understanding. Is that right?
Yes.
And the defense attorney asked about letting people drive your car.
Mama.
I want to follow up on that. You said that you'd occasionally allow folks to drive for you.
Not really. I would drive myself. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't have a license, but I would drive myself.
Do you recall telling investigators that I didn't let anyone drive my car? I didn't let them drive it. Do you recall telling investigators that?
I'm pretty sure I did, yeah.
The them that you were referring to, is that the defendant and Kayla?
Well, I wouldn't lend them my car if that's what they were. I don't know what y'all really trying to say by that, but I would never have lent them my car. Yeah, I recall a time he drove me somewhere in my own car, yes. But I've never lent him my car to just be on their own and drive my car.
And the time that you're talking about where you lent him your car and let him drive you somewhere, when was that?
I don't even recall, sir.
Do you recall whether there was snow on the ground, whether it was hot or warm outside?
I don't remember any of that.
You mentioned seeing the two boys.
Yes.
And them waving at you, you waving back. Were you referring to the 2 days that they were staying in that the boys were staying in your vehicle, or was that some other time?
Actually, yeah, that was some other time. I was just, whenever they saw me, they waved to me. They said hi. I would grab the
boys were staying in. Were you referring to the 2 days that they were staying in that the boys were staying in your vehicle, or was that some other time?
Actually, yeah, that was some other time. I was just, whenever they saw me, they waved to me. They said hi. I would grab them, hug them. I can't recall every time they said they waved to me. That's what all kids do. They say hi.
Thank you, Mr. Federa. No additional questions for me.
So Adam did drive you around in your car, but you don't recall exactly when.
Of course, because it wasn't on a regular basis.
But it was more than once.
I can't even say that. I don't even recall that.
Okay.
I'm thinking it was only one time. So.
Okay. And when you interacted with the boys, it wasn't just waving. I think you'd say that they came up and they would hug you.
Yes.
So it wasn't just a wave from afar. If the kids were around, you came up to them and interacted.
All the time.
Okay. Oh. No further questions.
It is, y'all. I'm sorry. Hold on one second.
down, but you're. Yes, and I think it's probably, it's just about all. 15 minutes, please come back, a couple minutes.
Okay, so they're at break. Yeah, I'm not understanding the discrepancies in the date. I almost want to think that it's maybe more that he doesn't remember, but then again, why would you bring Thanksgiving leftovers to someone 8 days later? Yeah, really, really confused. I'm gonna go see. I'm gonna go see if Nerdy is covering this right now, and if he said anything about it, and I'll let you guys listen in if he did, because I am so confused.
Are you looking for a way to stay connected to your mail and packages from anywhere 24/7? At iPostal One, we can help. Right now, you can manage everything through an app, except your postal mail. So when you go out of town on business, vacation,
yeah.
or whatever it is you do, it's impossible to receive and manage your mail
They're
in a
not.
timely
They're
manner.
not really
Well,
talking
with
about it.
iPostal One, you get a digital mailbox service that allows.
This is so annoying. I'm so sorry. Jeez, I'm blaring out y'all ears, and I thought it was the other tab. Oh, so that's how they're trying to make the dates fit, suggesting he brought leftovers down 8 days later. Yeah, because he keeps saying he remembers it being Thanksgiving leftovers. I'll have to read back through my notes completely to see if Kayla ever said leftovers, Thanksgiving leftovers, but
Everybody ready?
yeah, that's all they said.
We can bring them
And
in. All rise
yeah,
for the
that's what
jurors,
I'm
please.
saying. In Nerdy's chat, they were saying they think that he lied. I mean, I'm sorry, that Kayla lied. In Nerdy's chat, they think that Kayla lied. Okay. Right? That's what I think too. None of them are going to ever tell the truth. Oh, please.
You may be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, the state will call Officer Ryan Heil to the stand, please. If you would please right up to the bailiff, watch your foot on the cords over there. Take the stand, please. And Detective, if you would remain standing just for a moment, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. Since we're being recorded here for the day, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Ryan Heil, Ryanheile.
And Detective Heil, where are you currently employed?
The Manchester Police Department.
How long have you been working for the Manchester Police Department?
Since April 2013.
2013, so
Correct.
A little over 10 years then.
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask you, are you a full-time certified police officer with them?
I am.
Did you graduate from the New Hampshire State Police Training Academy?
I did.
And when did you graduate from there?
the summer of 2013.
Do you remember your academy class?
151.
And let me ask you, in your time at the Manchester Police Department, first of all, did you have any law enforcement experience before you started working at Manchester?
I was part-time in Southampton, New Hampshire for about a year prior.
For about 1 year?
Correct.
Okay. Since you've been with Manchester, can you please describe for the jury some of the different patrols that you've been on, different units and assignments that you've had, but basically your different job duties for the department?
Okay. So when I graduated until September 2018, I was in patrol. In September 2018, I was assigned to detective.
I'm sorry, did you say September or December?
September.
September 2018. Okay. With regards to that time period of being a detective, what are some of your duties that you do right now?
So my specialty is fire related, but I also deal with anything that is adult related.
As opposed to what, when you say adult related?
So either juvenile or domestic violence. My area is the adult side.
Okay. Back in specifically January of 2022, were you working as a detective then?
I was.
Okay. And doing the same sort of crimes involving adults?
That is correct.
In January of 2002, were you involved and a part of a search that was done specifically of a 2006 Audi S4 with New Hampshire registration 4569334?
I was.
Okay. Where did that search where was that taking place?
In our evidence bay at our secure lot of the Manchester Police Department.
And what was your role in the search of that car?
So I type up what we call a crime scene note, which basically documents everything that took place during the search.
And what were some of the challenges that you and the other officers faced while trying to process that particular car?
It was a very biohazard conditions. Since the vehicle was covered in mold, we actually had to wear a Tyvek suit and a full face mask respirator during the search of this car.
And Detective, I'm just moving the microphone for a moment. I'd like to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 22. Do you recognize this car?
I do.
Okay, what do you recognize that to be?
That is the car that I searched.
Could you go ahead and just for a moment, please? What are we looking at that's all over the front of this car?
Leaves, dead pieces of trees, twigs.
And where was the biohazard that you had to deal with when you were processing this car?
All inside, the complete interior of the car.
I'd like to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 23 for identification purposes only. Just have to take that down there.
Okay.
And do you recognize that photo?
I do.
What's that a photo of?
That's the interior of the Audi that was searched.
Does that accurately reflect what you just told us
Oh,
in regards to the condition of the car?
the
when you searched
Audi.
it?
It does.
And also, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 24 for identification purposes only. And I wonder if you could take a look at that photo.
That is also the interior version in the trunk of the vehicle that was searched.
The trunk of that Audi S4.
That is correct.
Does that photo accurately depict the condition, the same one that you saw when you were part of that search back in January of 2022?
It is.
Other than the fact that both of those photos had small little red labels down on the corners.
So that car was in bad condition. It had so much mold.
Based upon your memory of what that image looked like on that day.
No.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for identification to be stricken from States Exhibits 23 and 24.
I wonder what had happened to it.
The ID is stricken, not 22, just, oh, you already had 22 is already full. Yes, okay. The ID is stricken on exhibits 23 and 24.
Hmm.
They're entered as full exhibits.
Mr. Hall, I'm going to go ahead and show you States and permission votes, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 23, this particular one. Again, what part of the car is this?
That is the interior front of the vehicle that was searched.
Interior and front?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you had to wear Tyvek suits. With regards to the interior, what was the interior color supposed to be?
It was a lighter color.
A lighter color?
Yes.
Can you any particular color, like gray, like tan,
I believe it was a creamish color.
kind of a green color? So with regards to the color that we're seeing on the seats, what's that on the seats here?
That is I believe it's mold.
Also showing State's Exhibit 24, you said this is the trunk photo, correct?
Yes, sir.
With regards to this photo, do you recall, was this the condition of the trunk when you guys opened the trunk, or were there other items that had been taken out?
There was a large amount of items that were removed prior to that photograph.
Large amount.
That is correct.
What kind of items are we talking about that you find inside this phone?
It was a large array. It was a lot of household items, towels, clothes, masks, like COVID masks.
Colored masks?
Yes.
Bub.
Yes.
Hush. Hey,
You
Wigan.
and the other officers still try to process that vehicle.
We did, yes.
Okay. And how did you go about doing it with a vehicle that looked like that?
All of our skin was covered up just because of the biohazard conditions of that car. We did a very slow search of the vehicle. We did it is we did seat by seat, so make sure we did not miss anything in the car itself.
And from that, were there a number of items that were taken and placed into evidence that day, taken out of that car?
Yes, there was.
And in the end, were you yourself able to determine whether any of those items had any relevance to the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery? Just based on your own knowledge?
No, I did not know that.
And with regards to those particular items that were taken out of that car, where did they go when they left the evidence bay, or excuse me, the garage bay where you were working on the car?
They would have got secured at the evidence, which is on the second floor of the Manchester Police Department. So we were on the ground level, and it would have gone up to the second floor, been secured that way.
Are you aware that some of the evidence in this case, in general, was taken down to a place called DNA Labs International in Deerfield Park, Florida?
Yes.
And how are you aware of that?
I was one of the detectives actually that brought some of the evidence back once it was finished being processed from Florida.
Did that include any large pieces of evidence?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Do you recall what those large pieces of evidence were? And by large, I mean physical.
Yes. It was a ceiling tile was one of the items.
How big was it?
We got a full-size SUV, and if you lay it flat, it barely fit in the back seat of the SUV laying flat. So it was very large.
What the hell was that doing in
Were
his
there any other sort
car?
of large items that came back from that particular lab after testing?
Yes.
What else?
We brought three different pieces of evidence back. Not all were involved in this case, but also some were railings that were part of the ceiling tile that was wrapped up and placed in a bag.
And with regards to getting those back from Florida, can you just describe for the jury how those came back and how you were a part of that?
So myself and Detective Scott Riley actually drove from South Florida all the way back up here in the SUV with all the items with us.
While driving with those items, did you ensure that they were not left alone at any time during that drive?
That is correct. It was secured in our possession the whole time.
Let me just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yep, in the Audi. Wow. Oh my God.
All right, Detective Heil, thank you very much for your time. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And good afternoon to you. My name is Jamie Brooks.
Good afternoon, sir.
I just want to make sure I heard this right. So, June 29th of last year, you picked up some evidentiary items pertaining to this case from a DNA lab office in Florida, correct?
That is correct.
Did you also pick up items belonging to a separate case?
There was multiple cases that we're picking up items for, yes.
So when this kind of a trip is made, I'm taking it's not that often. It's kind of like one-stop shopping. You'll just pick up everything that's ready to be brought back.
Yes.
What?
Is that racing good?
Thank you.
I don't think so.
Didn't we cook some last night?
I don't think so.
To your knowledge, Detective, how many times has this been done to DNA Labs International?
It's the first time that I've been made aware of it.
That's all.
Thank you.
Hold up.
Back.
Yes.
Thank you.
One question, Your Honor. To your knowledge, Detective, how many times has a trip like this been done to DNA Labs International?
It's the first time that I've been made aware of it.
Wow.
Any further, Attorney Brooks?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
You may sit down.
Thank you, Mayor.
What was that in the Audi? Oh, what the frick? Oh my god.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Ms. Christina Lubin to the stand.
Oh, this is Kayla's mom, I think, coming on.
Ms. Lubin, if you would please remain standing for a moment, and please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Lubin, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead, state your full name, and then spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Christina Lubin, Christina Lubin.
And Ms. Lubin, what town do you live in?
Manchester,
How long have you lived here?
24 years.
And are you working right now?
I'm self-employed.
And what are some of the things that you do being self-employed?
Deliveries, flipping furniture, and a hired-in server.
And in addition to living here in Manchester, is your residence currently on Dubuque Street?
Yes.
And let me ask you, do you have a daughter?
Yes.
And what's her name?
Kayla Montgomery.
Do you know someone by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Who was he?
My daughter's husband.
You also know someone by the name of Harmony.
Yes.
Who is she?
Adam's daughter.
Go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 1. You recognize this name?
Yes, I do.
Who is this?
Adam Montgomery.
When did you first meet Harmony?
It was shortly after Thanksgiving in 2019.
So you only got to know her for a small time.
One time, yes.
One time. Where did you see her?
At my house.
And I believe you said it was right around Thanksgiving. Is that appropriate?
It was shortly after Thanksgiving, yes.
To your knowledge, was that before or after they got evicted from 77 Guilford Street?
I believe that's after they got evicted.
So beginning in the winter, December of 2019, at some point, did you receive a phone call from your daughter?
I've spoke to her a couple times. I'm not sure exactly which particular one you're.
Let me be more specific. At some point, did you ever see her and Adam and the two boys at your house, but not with Harmony?
Yes.
And when did that occur in December of 2019?
That was it was before December. It was shortly after Thanksgiving because I had just put my tree up. And I don't remember the exact date. I just remember shutting off the overhead lights so that the kids could see the Christmas lights and the ornaments.
And that's when you saw Harmony that
That's
time?
when I saw Harmony.
Later in the month, did they come back to stay with you? I'm sorry, for a longer period of time than just one afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And when they came the second time, was Harmony still there?
No, she wasn't.
When did you find out that they had been evicted from 77 Guilford Street?
Wait, why didn't he ask when
Kayla
was that
had called
time?
me at one.
Hold on.
Okay. And when, I'm sorry, for a longer period of time than just one afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And
For a
when they
longer-
came the second time, was Harmony still there?
No, she wasn't.
See, they don't ask what date was that, but it was. She said it was before December when she did see Harmony, and then when they went the next time, Harmony, she did not see Harmony.
When did you find out that they had been evicted from 77 Guilford Street?
Kayla had called me at one point before seeing them at my house about having a flat tire and needing money for it. So I was leaving for the day, so I left the money in a cooler in my side hallway so that they could get their tire fixed.
You left the money in a cooler?
Yes.
Could you describe what did the cooler
Oh
look
my
like?
god.
It was a red cooler with
Oh
a
my
white top that would flip open.
Later on, when you saw them next in December, I believe you testified a moment ago that they did not have Harmony at that point. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Where did you first see them and how did they get to your house that day?
I picked them up at my sister's house. They went there because they had no place to go. I guess their car broke down at that point, and they had nowhere to go.
Okay.
My sister said they
Well,
definitely
hold on
couldn't
just a
stay
second.
there.
I don't want to necessarily ask you what somebody else said at this point, but I appreciate that. Let me ask a few more questions about what you just told us, though. You stated that you picked them up. What kind of car were you driving?
I had a green minivan, a Ford minivan.
So were you able to fit your daughter, Adam Montgomery, and the boys in that minivan?
Yes,
Did they have anything else with them? Did they have any luggage with them?
they had some bags with them.
With them and the boys in that minivan? Able to fit your daughter, Adam Montgomery, and the boys in that minivan with them?
They had some bags with them. I don't remember exactly what.
This second time when they were there without Harmony, did you ask Adam Montgomery where Harmony was?
I asked Kayla.
You asked Kayla. Once they were there with you, how long did they stay before they moved on?
They were there a couple of weeks. I think it was like December 29th, 30th, right around then.
Do you know where they moved to when they left you?
They went to Fit in Manchester.
And FIT, is that short for the Families in Transition Shelter?
Yes.
When they were spending time with you, if you could just go a little bit into detail for us to explain your particular apartment in your building. How, if I were to come visit, how would I be able to get inside your apartment? What are the doors and where are they?
There are 3 doors to my apartment. I'm the full bottom floor. The very front door facing on Dubuque Street is where the mailboxes are, and that door is always locked. There's a middle door to the left-hand side next to a tree, and that's the side door that I have a door to my apartment there. And the people that live on the second and third floor use that door to go up and down the stairs. Then there's a back door where I park my car, and that's the door that I use as my main entrance.
When you said before that you had left money for the family and you had left it in a cooler, where was that cooler located in relation to these 3 doors you just explained?
The middle door that's next to the tree.
That's next to the tree?
Yeah.
So that's the middle door. And you mean the tree outside, not a Christmas
Right,
tree, I
right.
take it. Okay.
Yes.
That particular hallway, the door in and out of that hallway, is that, first of all, is that a hallway that's just yours, or is that a common hallway that other people can use to go up and down
That's
stairs?
a common hallway.
Common hallway. And the cooler, was that stored inside a locked part of your apartment, or was that out in the common hallway?
That was out in the common hallway.
When they stayed with you for those couple of weeks in December, what doorway did they come into your apartment? Did they go in from the back one that you described for yourself, or from that common hallway?
They went through the common hallway.
And did they have a car with them while you were there? Did you see that they owned a car at that point?
In December, no, I didn't see a car. They didn't have a car.
You stated that your apartment's on the ground floor. Is that a first floor, or is this like a basement apartment?
No, it's the first floor.
First floor. Got it. And that hallway, what else is in that common hallway besides your cooler that you stored there?
There's a door that goes to the basement that's paddle locked. There's there's an entrance to my apartment that goes to my dining room. And then there's the stairs to the second and third floor.
The door down to the basement, I believe, is that locked? Not
Yes.
locked. That's locked one. How long had you owned that red cooler in the hallway?
A couple of years I used it for basketball, for the basketball team.
Did you always store it in the hallway?
No, sometimes it was in the apartment. Sometimes it was in the hall. Most of the time it was in the hall when basketball was all done.
You said a moment ago that you left money in the past there for Kayla and for the defendant. Was the cooler in the hallway when you did that?
Yes.
And how would you leave that money so that somebody else wouldn't take it?
So it was next to my apartment door, at the end of the hallway. And I would put money under a piece of cardboard and then close the cover.
So the cardboard was inside the cooler?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been marked States Exhibits 28 to 29.
Just a minute.
I'd like to go ahead and show you what's been marked States Exhibit 28 for identification purposes only at this point in time. Do you recognize the object in that photo?
Yes.
And what is that object?
That's the red cooler from my apartment.
I'd like to also show you States Exhibit.
I wonder if she knew anything. She was moving the cooler
So
around.
that's the cooler in your apartment. Is that generally in the same condition as you would keep it? Hasn't been scratched up or marked or anything else at that point?
Yes, it looks a little bit dirty.
A little dirty?
Yeah.
I'm not going to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 29 for identification purposes only. Is that still the same cooler?
It looks like the same cooler.
And can I ask, are there any other differences that you see with regards to that cooler from how we just looked at it a moment ago versus how you're looking at it there?
It looks really dirty.
Do you see any stickers that have been placed on there?
Yes, I do.
But still the same cooler?
It looks like the same cooler.
Ron, at this point, the state's going to ask for identification to be stricken from States Exhibit 28.
No objection. The ID is stricken on exhibit 28. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So that cooler that we just looked at, that was your cooler that was in there.
It looks like my cooler, yes.
And that was there back in December of 2019?
Yes.
I have an item in here that's marked States Exhibit 77 for identification purposes. What I would like to do is I would like to open up the top of the packaging so that you can see it and then ask whether or not you can identify the object. Okay. Let me borrow the scissors again, please. Well, if I could ask the witness just to step out for a minute to look inside.
Yes.
Would you mind stepping down for a minute, please?
Wait, why are they making her step out? Oh, to see it. Okay.
Other than the conditions it's in, can you see the color? The shape?
Yes.
Is this the same cooler?
It looks like the same thing.
Looks like the same cooler to you.
Yes.
Thank you. If you want to sit down. Does this look like the same cooler as the one that you identified before, with regards to the one that you would leave money in?
Yes.
Did you ever keep anything else in this cooler?
I used it for basketball tournaments for food. Mhm.
At some point, did police come to see you at your home to ask you questions about Tom's disappearance?
Yes.
And later on, did you agree and allow them to do a search of your home relative to that investigation?
Yes. I don't remember them actually searching the home, but they were free to come in and do whatever they like.
And let me ask you, did they take that cooler from you when you met with them on one occasion?
Yes.
Did they explain to you why that they took the cooler or no?
Not really any detail. They just needed it.
Do you know why they took the cooler?
I had a suspicion.
What was your suspicion?
I know they were looking for.
Speculation.
Oh.
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor.
Oh, she almost said they were looking
One
for
thing I do
other
want to make clear,
ornaments.
other than the money and the food that you had before for basketball games, and other than the money that you left for Kayla, do you have any idea what else was kept inside this
No.
cooler?
No.
Did Adam Montgomery ever talk to you about this cooler?
Never.
It's my understanding that you do some woodworking.
Yes.
What do you do?
I upcycle and recycle pretty much any furniture I can get my hands on.
Any furniture? What tools do you use to do that?
I have a table saw. I have a circular saw. I have a band saw. I have a sill saw.
Sill saw. What kind of saw?
Yeah, she's saying like for weeks after.
It's a saw that I use to cut
Harmony
the
wasn't with
pallet,
them.
not go through the nails on pallet wood. It's like a hand. It's a handle and it's got long blades that you can put in it.
Long blades? How long?
Well, the blade itself's like this big, and then you have the end piece that attaches inside the machine.
And how does that saw operate? You said it's about yay big. Is it round or is it?
No, it's like just a long blade about this thick, and it kind of vibrates back and forth as it.
You and your holding hands up to be what, maybe about an inch thick? Is that about right?
Yeah, maybe almost an inch.
Almost an inch. I apologize for the delay.
Oh gosh, somebody's lying.
I believe you said you've got a jigsaw, a miter saw or a chop saw.
I do have a miter saw, yes.
I'm going to go ahead and show you what's been marked Stakes Exhibit 63. Do you have a grinder?
No.
You don't own a grinder?
No, I don't own a grinder.
And how long have you been doing woodworking?
About 6 years.
6 years or so?
Mm-hmm.
Fair to say you've got a lot of different tools for those jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Woodworking.
Yes.
And a grinder is not one of them.
No.
Okay, no problem, Leopard.
point of clarification, Your Honor, I apologize. I referred to the cooler as Exhibit 77. It's Exhibit 73. So I apologize for that mistake. And that, I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you very much for your time. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Caroline Smith, and I do have a few questions for you. And let's start with the tools, okay? Where do you keep your tools?
I have some by the back door on a rack, and then I have some put away in a little storage unit that I made that's on wheels in my off the side of the dining room area.
Okay, so that's in your apartment. Some are in the apartment, some are out.
No, they're both in the apartment, just different locations in the apartment. I've
Okay.
had to move them around.
Okay. And the basement, is that something anybody has access to?
No, well, the tenants have access to it because we each have a key.
Okay.
Because it's padlocked, but it's not anything that we use to store anything or.
And I said I'd get to the tools, so I'll get to the tools first. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit H. Okay. Do you recognize what kind of tool this is?
That's a miter saw.
And that's one of the tools that you have, right?
Yes.
And did you say that you had a circular saw?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of I. Can you tell me what kind of tool is in this image?
That is a circular saw.
Okay. I'm going to show the jury.
Hi, JR and Anna. It's a crazy day again today on this trial. Some twists coming out.
Now, I want to get a little bit of an understanding of your place and where Kayla, Adam, and the kids stayed. Were they in your apartment?
Yes.
Did you have an extra spare room for them?
Not for them. That was packed full with furniture flipping and tools.
Okay. So it was a room that you had available that you let them use for a while, but it wasn't a room that you had intended for them.
They didn't really use the room. They just put their items in there, their clothes in there, and they slept on the pull-out couch in the living room.
Okay. All right. So all the kids are, and the family is all together.
Mhm.
Okay. So just to get a better idea, and the jury too, of your house, you're on the first floor.
Yes.
And if you're on Dubuque Street, if you look at the right side of the building, but facing Dubuque Street is a door.
Yes.
And then you've got a arched window beside that door.
Yes.
And then on the other side, there's a sidewalk that goes along the side.
Yes.
And I think that you said that there was a door in the middle of the building along that sidewalk.
Yes.
And then in the back of the building, there's another door.
Yes.
And you use the front door?
No.
You use the side door along the sidewalk?
No.
You use the back door?
Yes.
Okay. And that you park there?
Yes.
Okay. So you drive around back of the building, you park, and you can come in the back way.
Yes.
Do you have the whole downstairs?
The whole floor. Yes.
Okay. So any door that you go in, you can access your place.
Yes.
You don't necessarily, but
Right.
you can. So the middle door, where did you say that Adam and Kayla and the kids would go in?
The middle door.
The middle door along the sidewalk.
Mhm.
Okay. And the front door would be for tenants going upstairs or something?
They would use the middle door.
Okay. Front door was for show?
Front door, you go out and get your mail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And now I want to talk about when you met Harmony. And you recall that visit, right?
Yes.
And you even recalled what she was wearing, right?
No, I don't recall what she was wearing.
Okay, I'm going to show you a copy of a report that I believe that you were given to review prior to your testimony. And do you remember meeting with the state about your prior testimony?
Yes.
And you reviewed the report that they asked you to review?
I remember reviewing it, yes.
Okay, and you said that it was accurate?
Yes.
Okay. If I show you a copy of that report, will that help refresh your recollection of if at some point you remembered what she was wearing?
Yes.
It's been a chaotic couple of years, huh?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, you made that for your grand's 14th birthday. Nice. Good job. Thank you. Happy Valentine's Day to you too.
I'm going to show you a copy of that page 165 that they gave you. And you can read any of this report about you, but I'm going to ask specifically about what you told them there.
Okay, I just read that part.
Okay. And do you recall that you remembered then that she was wearing a pink jacket?
I don't really remember what she was wearing, like visually. I remember this. I remember everything else in there, but I don't really remember a fuzzy coat. And it
Okay.
doesn't say anything about pink.
And pigtails?
Yes, I remember the pigtails.
Okay. And glasses?
And glasses.
And you remember that because you were paying attention to her, right?
She was next to me in the living room.
Okay. So you were able to see her face,
Yes.
and she was adorable.
Yes.
And you enjoyed meeting her and trying to get to know her.
She didn't talk much, and they were there very briefly.
Okay. And I believe that you said she looked healthy.
Yes, she did.
Okay. And she was pleasant, didn't talk much, but seemed fine.
She seemed fine, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me.
No, I'm sorry. No further questions.
Oh, bless you too, JR Nana.
Quick question. I apologize, Your Honor. You showed a couple different saws by Attorney Smith a moment ago, and then you look at this. You said this is a grinder, Exhibit 63. So, I believe you said you did not own this.
No, I do not have a grinder.
So, haven't owned one in the past either.
Never.
So, if somebody saw one new in a box, it wasn't yours.
No. No.
Thank you.
Oh my God. So the one in the box in their freaking apartment, that was a grinder. That was what Kayla saw in the box that had fell out from under the kitchen sink or something. It was in a box and it fell out, and it was I bet it was the grinder, because they have a receipt showing that Adam Montgomery purchased a freaking grinder at some point. Oh, that's so disgusting. So freaking heavy.
I'll say, Your Honor. Thank you. At this point, the state would call criminalist Katie Swango to the stand, please. Sorry, Ms. Swango, for the courts. I apologize. Thank you very much for being here. If you would please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat.
Witness 20.
And as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead, state your full name and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Katie Lynn Swango. Katie, Katie, Swango, Swango.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Swango, where are you currently employed?
I work for the New Hampshire State Police in the Forensic Laboratory.
How long have you worked for them?
Next month will be 16 years.
16 years.
Yes.
Okay. Where did you first begin work as a criminalist?
I worked at the California Department of Justice in Richmond, California, in their laboratory.
How long did you work out in California?
Just over 6 years, I think it was 6 years and a couple months.
6 years and a couple months. Okay. What did you specialize in when you were working in California?
So when I started there, I was actually working in their method development unit, but the whole lab that I worked in was all still forensic DNA. But I was in method development, which is just testing methods to see if you can do things faster, cheaper, better than whatever the caseworkers are doing then.
Mm-hmm.
And then I entered a training program to be an actual forensic DNA case analyst. When that was over, I was an analyst for about a year there before I moved to New Hampshire.
And when you moved to New Hampshire, and I take it at that point, did you start working for New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory? Was that your first job when moving into New Hampshire?
Yes, I moved here specifically for the job.
And what position did you start at for them?
The same position I'm in right now, a criminalist too.
So with regards to that, what unit do you work in inside the State Police Forensic Lab?
Forensic biology.
And could you just please, for a brief moment, explain to the jury what the different units are at the State Police Forensic Lab?
Sure. So the lab has a lot of different services that we offer. So there's fingerprints, there's controlled drugs, there's toxicology, there's digital evidence. So there are many different sections, one of them being the forensic biology unit.
And what sort of background do you have to have in training? First of all, let's talk about education, I guess. What kind of education do you have to work as a criminalist too, and to work in the forensic biology unit?
So to work in the lab in general, you have to have a bachelor's of science degree. But to be in DNA specifically, to be an analyst in the US, to be a DNA analyst, you need to have specific classes on top of a Bachelor of Science degree. And the Bachelor of Science has to be in a science, chemistry, biology, forensic science, something like that. But the classes that you have to have specifically for DNA is you have to have microbiology or molecular biology, you have to have statistics, genetics, and biochemistry.
So for your own educational degrees, I take it you obviously meet the bachelor's requirement, but what other degrees do you have?
Right. I also have a PhD in human genetics.
I'm sorry, in what?
Human genetics.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to stand close to the microphone myself. So if you could just scoot in a little bit close to the microphone, I appreciate that. And what are some of your current duties inside the unit? What do you do right now for them?
So I am a DNA analyst for the casework. So that means that I will do DNA cases. I also work or am trained to work in another section of the forensic biology unit, which we call serology. That is identifying body fluids on evidence. So I work in those two sections within the unit. I write my own reports. I review other people's work. I train other people, and I go to court.
Okay. So I take it then that your duties do include the analysis and the comparison of different DNA samples.
Yes.
Could you please describe, I believe you talked a little bit about some of the additional training that you need and qualifications, but what sort of training and qualifications did you gain to be able to make those comparisons between different DNA samples?
So that's all part of when you're training to be a caseworker, both back when I was in California as well as here. That's we take classes, you have on-the-job training, and that's all teaching you how to follow the guidelines that are recommended for DNA testing in the US.
Do you have any continuing education requirements once you get your degrees? Do you have to keep doing other coursework to be certified?
Yes, to remain an analyst in the US, you have to have a minimum of 8 hours of continuing education every year that's specific to DNA. Generally, we go to conferences, so it's a couple days. It's not just the 8 hours, but it can be just 8 hours, but it's a minimum of 8 hours a year.
So between your 7 years in California and your 13 years here in New Hampshire, when you add those together, how many DNA profiles would you say that you've analyzed over your career so far?
Thousands.
Just thousands.
Right. I don't have a specific number, but thousands of samples.
Have you ever been qualified in court as an expert in the area of DNA analysis and testing?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
Around 40.
And with regards to those qualifications of those, being qualified as an expert, has that occurred here in the state of New Hampshire?
Yes, most of the times. I think only 2 were in California, so around 38 times here.
38 times here in New Hampshire?
Yes.
And does that include here in Hillsborough County in the Northern District?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, we would ask that Criminal Swango be qualified as an expert in the field of DNA analysis.
I have no objection to her giving her opinion.
I find her so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Criminal Swango, if you could explain a little bit about DNA. Everybody's seen a lot of things on TV and the news, but courtroom is not necessarily like they put things on TV or in the news. TV or in movies. Can you just explain for us what is DNA? Where does it come from? And how does it play a role in your work?
So DNA is what we kind of hear as the blueprint of our bodies. It's what makes us a human instead of an animal or a plant or something like that. We get our DNA half from your mom, half from your dad. We can find it in any cell in your body except a red blood cell. Everybody has different DNA in their body except identical twins. So if there's an identical twin, they'll have identical DNA, but everyone else will have a different profile. As I said, it's in all the cells in your body, which is why it's helpful in a case like this, or not just this kind of case, but forensics in general, because everybody's profile is unique except identical twins. If we can find a body fluid or cells from a person, we can identify who that's from, usually.
If I could ask a quick follow-up to that, you stated that DNA cannot be found inside red blood cells. So how is it then that DNA can be found in a blood sample from somebody or a blood swab, even if it's not in the red blood cells themselves?
Because there's a lot of other cells in your blood. So blood isn't just red blood cells. It's got platelets, it's got white blood cells, and other components of your floating around in your blood. So yes, if we were swabbing literally just red blood cells, we wouldn't necessarily get a profile, but we're not. That we're getting the whole component of the blood, and that's what we're getting the DNA from.
What part of the DNA do you look at when you're going to go ahead and kind of process and develop a DNA profile?
So we're looking at, so every cell has a nucleus inside, and that is the DNA that we're looking at, the DNA in the nucleus. We're not sequencing. We're not sequencing your DNA. We're not trying to get like all of your DNA. We're looking at certain regions of the DNA that scientists have found are not linked to any certain diseases or anything. So we can't look at the profile and know what someone looks like. We can't tell if they have some sort of medical history. We can't tell anything like that. These are just parts of the DNA that for some reason that we don't know, through time have developed such that they're different from person to person, but they don't have some sort of, they don't actually cause anything in particular. They don't cause anything to be wrong with people necessarily. It's just that they're different from person to person.
What's the purpose then of comparing DNA? I mean, how is it really used in forensic work?
So we will get DNA from an item of evidence at a scene, and that's where we get one profile from. And then to know whose it is, we have to have known samples from people that they think might be players in the scene. And we would take the profile from each person. We would look at them side by side, and you can just look down in like a tabular format at the profiles to tell if they match or if they're similar and could be from the same person. And then we have to tell them how strong of a match that is, or how close those profiles could be. And so we do a statistic to provide that information as well.
So, and I want to make sure I'm getting it right. So you can develop a profile of an individual, either something that's not known. So, for example, a part of DNA that's found in a location, maybe on a podium, and then compare that to a known profile of somebody from a known sample. How do you get those known samples?
They have to be submitted by the police department.
Okay. If you were to take a known sample from me right now, what are some of the different ways that you could do that?
The way that is easiest and what usually we do is we take what's called a buccal swab. So it's just a long swab on a stick. So it's kind of like a Q-tip, but whereas a Q-tip is double-ended, it's just got one end that's cotton and it's got a long stick, maybe about 6 inches long. We would swab the inside of your mouth or give it to you to swab the inside of your mouth. And that's what we would collect, and it's called a buccal swab.
Could you also be able to develop a profile from somebody's blood if you know whose blood it is?
Absolutely. That used to be what people did, is you'd have to have a phlebotomist, and it's a lot more invasive for a person. So it's just easier to get the buccal swabs. But we could get it from any body fluid if they know it's from a certain person because they can see it being collected from that person. We could use it. It's just the buccal swab is easiest.
As long as it has cells from a person, I take it.
Yes.
Okay. Did you conduct any DNA analysis in this case, either of something where you didn't know who it was from at the beginning, or whether it was a known profile, you knew who provided the sample?
I did.
And what known DNA samples did you have for this case? What are the knowns that you were working with?
I had 2 known samples. I believe they were both buccal swabs. One was from Adam Montgomery and one was from Crystal Sorey.
So one from an Adam Montgomery and one from Crystal Sorey.
Yes.
Okay. Did you obtain a profile for Miss Sorey from the known swab that you had?
Yes.
And did you obtain a profile for Adam Montgomery from the swab that you had?
Yes.
Were you, from looking at those two, you now had 2 fully known profiles. So if I were to put these 2 side by side, I take it they would not look similar to one another.
No, they wouldn't, because as we said, everybody is going to have a different profile.
How many pieces of evidence did you then compare to the known profiles that you had for Crystal Sorey and for Adam Montgomery?
I would have to check my reports. I don't think I ended up with that. I had at least one, but I don't know if I had more than one. I don't believe I had more than one to compare with either of them.
The reports that you wrote in this particular case, I want to make sure that I have an understanding. Did you do a report on January 19th of 2022, February 21st of 2020, excuse me, January 29th of 2022? Apologize, let me get these in order. January 1st of 2022, February 1st of 2022, February 21st of 2023, and
All right, sorry, I had to write all that down.
the reports that you wrote in this particular case, I want to make sure that I have an understanding. Did you do a report on January 19th of 2022, February 21st of 2020, excuse me, January 29th of 2022? apologize. Let me get these in order. January 1st of 2022, February 1st of 2022, February 21st of 2023, and June 29th of 2022.
Those.
Better
I know
yet.
I wrote several reports. I would have to see them to know if those are the correct dates.
And so, if I may approach, Your Honor. How many reports do you write per year? Reports that you write in your career. And let me ask you, when you said you've done thousands of these analysis in your career, with regards to reports that you write, about how many reports do you write per year?
I'd say maybe 60 a year, something like that.
And do you review other people's reports as well for accuracy?
I do.
I'm going to show you a series of documents that I've shown defense counsel. I apologize. I'm going to go ahead and let you take a look over it and just let me know when you're done.
Yes, they all look like my reports, and that from looking at the items, that looks like the right number of reports as well.
With regards to those items, I'm going to have you hold on to those just for right now. Feel free to turn them upside down if you would, and to refresh your recollection with regards to specifics on this case. Just let us know.
Okay.
We'll be able to do that either myself or defense counsel.
Okay.
Specifically, one of the things that I would like to ask you is with regards to the number of you had these two known profiles, one for Crystal Sorey, one for Adam Montgomery, but the number of different things that you compared those to, your unknowns, if you were. I'm wondering if you could tell us how many different swabs or cuttings or items that you compared your two knowns to.
As I said, I know that there was one item that I compared them both to and was able to provide statistics.
Okay.
I did not actually get comparable profiles for most of the other items that I tested.
And let's talk about that. When you say comparable profiles for the other items that you tested, from those other items, what were their test results?
So a lot of the items that I got, we there wasn't enough DNA, so it was below the level of detection in our methods, or there was at least one that had DNA from more than two people. We don't have methods in our lab to look at mixtures of more than two people, so that was something again that I couldn't compare to anyone. And sometimes there's DNA there, it's detected, but there's not enough that would, so for us to make a comparison, the profile has to be of a certain quality. And so we would get the profile, we would look at it, we would do a statistic on the profile to see how rare or common it would be in the population. If it doesn't meet a certain threshold, we say that it just isn't able to be compared. It's too little DNA to compare to anybody. And so that's what happened with most of the samples that I tested in this case, unfortunately.
So if I'm understanding that clearly, so most of the samples that you did test, there just either wasn't enough there or it didn't meet enough thresholds that you can definitively say, haha, I've got a DNA profile here.
Correct. That's following our protocols in the laboratory. That's how most of them panned out in this case, yes.
And what to generate those profiles, even in the one item that you said that you could, or the ones that you couldn't, what are the 4 steps that you go through to basically get and try to create a DNA profile from a swab or from an item?
Okay. So I'm not, and we don't create them. Creating makes it sound like
I
we're making
apologize.
them.
To be able to see if there's sufficient information there to generate a profile, not generate, excuse me. I want to make sure I'm using your language. You tell us the right words to say.
So the first step that we have is we're going to take our item of evidence and cut a piece into a tube, and we're going to put some buffers and chemicals in there, and we're going to try to break apart the cells. And the purpose of that is to get the DNA out of the cell, because we can't do anything with it if it's still within the cells. And that step is called extraction. We're extracting the DNA, just like you would extract juice or anything else that you would have an extract. So we're going to extract the DNA out of the cells. Then once you have the DNA, we need to figure out how much we have, because we've, through validations, looked at our methods and we know how much DNA is ideal for our downstream. So if we have too much DNA, our equipment isn't going to work properly. If we don't have enough DNA, it's not going to give an ideal profile. We might not get any profile. So we need to know about how much DNA we have so that we can decide if we have to dilute it before we go on, because we don't want to have too much that it doesn't work. And of course, if we have methods online, or depending upon how we do our extraction, if we need to concentrate a sample, and if that's possible. So our next step then is figuring out how much DNA we have, and that is called quantitation. We're figuring out the quantity, so quantitation. The next step is amplification. So that's where we're going to make lots of copies of the pieces of DNA that we're interested in. Again, I said we're not sequencing your whole genome. We're just taking specific locations of the DNA. As I said, these ones that scientists have found are different from person to person, but they don't cause any sort of diseases, or they can't tell if you wear glasses or not, or anything like that. So we're just going to make copies of these specific pieces of DNA, and that's called amplification. We're amplifying it, making more of it. The next step is when we run it on our instrument, which is called a genetic analyzer. So we would take our DNA, we put it on the genetic analyzer, the samples run through it, and the data is collected by a laser, and it's just colored light is what the instrument sees. It sees colored light coming off at different times. But if I just look at that data, it's just colored light at different times. And a human can't really make anything out of it. So of course we need a computer software that can take that information and make it something that we can use in some way. The way that it does that is what it comes off of, something that I would see is you kind of say it looks kind of like a graph with a bunch of hills and peaks and valleys, and we call that an electropharogram. And that is what we would look at to determine a DNA profile, because the software is going to compare the different colors with knowns that come from the company to tell us if you see a blue peak at this time, at this size, this is going to be this. This was what the number would be for that part of the profile. If you see a red peak at this time, it's going to be this number in the profile. And that's how we end up making a table from our hills and valleys, and making a table of what that person's profile is going to be. Even if we don't know who it is, we know that that came from a person and that's their profile. And then we would do that with each item and compare them.
And so if I can ask, you said before you had 2 known samples. Is that the same process that you put the 2 known samples through, the one for Crystal Soria and the one for Adam Montgomery?
Exactly, yes.
So from that you've developed, or you were able to see a table of what their DNA makeup was with regards to the standards and the protocols that you would ordinarily follow in the lab. Again, like you said, we're not, sequencing somebody's entire genome here.
That's correct.
And did you have a known sample for Harmony Montgomery?
I did not.
The one item you said before that you were able to be able to discover and see that there was a profile there. Do you remember what that item was?
It was a toothbrush.
And specifically, do you remember?
So that pink toothbrush.
Look at
that pink
itself?
toothbrush.
Yes. Okay. I believe it was a Trolls toothbrush.
And it was found, where was that at? In the car. Yep, in the Sebring.
I recognize that to some degree, but mostly I can recognize the packaging because it has my initials and the date that I went into the bag on the outside of the package. So I can see my initials and the date that I opened it the first time and the date that I opened it a second time.
So is this the Trolls toothbrush that you have?
It is.
When you put this sample, how did you collect the sample from the toothbrush?
I just cut some of the bristles off into my tube.
And from that, did you put it through the same sequence that you just described for us?
I did.
And with regards to that particular profile that you were able to see from that toothbrush, what were you able to conclude after you were looking at that profile in comparison with your two known profiles of Crystal Sorey and Adam Montgomery?
So remember we said half your DNA is from mom and half is from dad. So I could look at that profile as compared to both Crystal's and Adam's, and I could tell what part came from Crystal and what part came from Adam, and everything lined up perfectly as if that could have been from a child made by those two people.
And specifically with regards to the child, could you tell what the gender of the child would be?
It was female.
At the time that you did this, did you know or not know that Crystal Sorey has only had one biological child that's a female?
I did not know that at the time.
And with regards, did you know or did you not know that Crystal Sorey only had one biological child with Adam Montgomery?
I didn't know that either.
With regards to making this comparison and being able to look at this, you stated before that you're able to come up with a probability or a certainty, or what's the right term to use?
We call it a probability. We would say the words are, it's more likely. It's however times more likely that it came from two people than as if it didn't come from those and it came from a random person.
So are you able to, or the probability, what is the probability that there is some other female out there unrelated to a child of Crystal Sorey and Adam Montgomery having a matching DNA for the DNA profile that you saw on that toothbrush?
I feel like that's a statistic that maybe is possible, but I didn't run that. So I know that if I could I look at that last report that had the statistic?
If you could, please, yes. And
it's the June 29th report, 2022.
And with regards to page 7280, you're thinking about the second page of the report?
Yes. So the statistic, once I looked at the profile of the toothbrush and compared it with both Crystal and Adam, the statistic was that it was at least 100 sextillion. So that's a lot of zeros. I think
21,
21
right?
Something like that. I would have to write that down. More likely to see these genetic results if the profile of the toothbrush was a biological child of Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey than if it was two unrelated people.
So it's that much more likely that it's from a biological child of Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey than
some random people.
And that's 100 sextillion?
Yes.
So practically speaking, from looking at this, without being able to say, of course, that this is in fact Harmony Montgomery's profile, it's 100 sextillion more likely her profile than anybody else.
Right. If they have one child or one female child, then that would be my next step in saying that makes sense, right?
If they had one female
If
child.
they had one female child,
Right.
yes.
Which you didn't know at the time that you did this testing, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, if we can approach.
Okay, is anybody still in here at the moment?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the day. We'll resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So please be here at 8:45. I'm just going to ask you, ma'am, to stay seated. I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't look.
Okay, so they are breaking for the day. Looks like that is it for today, guys. Hey, weekend. Okay. Today is a lot to unpack, actually, and I have to rewatch a lot of parts. Just where I'm not streaming and writing down notes, but basically the biggest things that came out today was I mean, the biggest bombshell to me was I'm sorry, y'all, hold on. Just want to make sure I have this right. Okay. Um okay, so it's just you, Wick, and I'll recap. What am I showing on my screen right now? It's so weird. Okay. No. This one, no. Okay. All right. So we heard from an officer, Neil Pencilin. He was familiar with Adam Montgomery in November of 29. He was at the accident, the one that was with Kayla in the rear passenger, and in the front was Adam Montgomery and Tabitha Scott and the two boys. So Harmony was not with them for this accident on November 29th. Oh my gosh. Okay. I need to text this to somebody else. Because remember earlier we were talking about, you're welcome, Wiccan. It's stressful and I'm trying my best, but okay. So earlier we were trying to figure out Anthony Boldero, which was their friend who lived in the Colonial Apartments. They stayed there a lot. That's the parking lot. According to Kayla, according to Kayla Montgomery, that was a friend. They stayed in his parking lot. The day that they got the car died at the intersection is the same day that Harmony passed away. According to Kayla, she's saying December 7th, right? She's saying they went back. I don't remember how they got to the apartments at this moment, but Bodero, remember, she said that Bodero loaned them his car to stay in over the weekend. It was a blue Audi, however you say that. In his testimony today, he said that that was the weekend after Thanksgiving. According to Kayla, though, that didn't happen until December 7th. So we were like, who's lying here? They then had the mom on the stand. Kayla Montgomery's mother took the stand. She saw the family without Harmony the day after Thanksgiving. So who do we think is lying then? If two people saw her, like it's just confusing, but I'm thinking like that one of them is lying about the date. The date is wrong. So we have some inconsistencies with the date. And I'm hoping that they clear all of this up because it's all very, very confusing. If I do figure that part out, I will let y'all know, because that was one thing that happened today that had us all like, what? Let's see. Conversation. I write down so many things. Okay, again, this is all according to witness number 13. This is their friend. Okay, witness number 14, Aaron Sweeney, worked for the tow company. So he's the one who towed the vehicle on the day that the car died at the intersection. He brought it to a gas station so that they could go back to get their belongings. He said it was two gentlemen who went to get the things out of the vehicle. Now, do y'all remember Kayla's testimony said that her, Adam, and all of the kids went back to get their belongings? According to this guy's testimony, and this is the tow truck driver, he said it was two gentlemen. So, again, I think Kayla is lying. He brought it back to the tow lot, the Sebring. So he made the tow at 12:52 p.m. That was requested by the police department as a disabled vehicle. And it was at the Webster and Elm Street accident location. The owner came back as Adam Montgomery and said the address was Guilford Street. So yeah, that was another thing that I had a question about. These were two gentlemen. It was different than what Kayla said. So let me write that down. Different than Kayla. All right. When the defense questioned the tow truck driver, he mentions the car was about 20 years old, that police were still on the scene. The car was on a flatbed, meaning that it was like on a full flatbed. The two wheels were not hanging off the back. And two males got things out of the car. Tow truck driver obtained the keys at one point, and the car was there for about 20 minutes or so. And I put where was Kayla. Obviously, Kayla lied about a lot. So this is why all of these witnesses are important, but I think the states and the prosecutors are like working together to get both of these monsters. At least I hope that's what's happening. Let me see what's going on in chat before I continue. Hey, Leopard. Oh, I'm going over it a little bit right now, Leopard, if you want to hang around before you watch the replay. And I'll kind of explain it as I go. Was it a rollover accident? So no. Well, he didn't say. He did not say. And I would tell you, I could go back to see Kayla's testimony, but at this point, we don't even know if what she says was true. But according to Kayla, she had said like the guy ran a stop sign and ran into her car. So that was according to Kayla. But also according to Kayla, they all went back to get the belongings out of the car. I don't know. Maybe I'm confused. Maybe I have too much information overload. Jesus, so much. No problem, Leopard. I'm gonna keep on going because I'll get caught with each witness. I have questions. Like, sorry, I didn't mean to highlight that one. Okay, so that was the defense. And then they were done with him. We had witness number 15 was a Joseph Tucker. He works at a Catholic medical center, which sorry, the CMC bag. Every time I see Catholic Medical Center now, the CMC bag is the tote bag that he put Harmony's body in. And so the CMC, sometimes I'll just say CMC, and that's what I'm referring to. But he was also a police officer. So when he was first testifying, I was like, oh goodness, what is about to come out about this CMC place? But it was actually a police officer. He was the one who processed the Chrysler Sebring, which was eventually brought to them on January 1st, 2022. So they did a search on the vehicle, and he was just like assisting the higher up. So this was kind of like his first or second time doing this. He took and initiated No, I'm sorry. He took and initialed, so they had to confirm it was his initials, at least 8 items out of the car. They do not list all 8 items. They do name the toothbrush, the pink toothbrush. So remember that. He said the doors were removed. The trunk picture with items was like full of like car parts. It was like horrible. Remember, it was sitting in like a tow truck yard for 2 no, at that point. This was in 2022. Yeah, so for a while. Probably for a while. Like 2 years. No, leopard. So this guy that I'm talking about, Joseph Tucker processed the Sebring. I will get to the one where they processed the Audi too, because that's when we were confused and I thought they were talking about the Sebring, but they were talking about the Audi. Okay. So the lady that was explaining all the DNA forensic science stuff, I was trying to follow, and I followed as much as I could. But from what I'm understanding, she was saying that out of all of the she had like a lot of different items, but they either had not enough DNA or DNA that just couldn't be used. Hold on, Paris. So she got it from one single source, and it was the pink toothbrush. That's where the DNA came from. I'll be right back. Come on, Jane. Come on. Okay, sorry, y'all. You probably heard my door close and everything. I had to bring my dog out. But yeah, I will get. You don't have to say oops or delete your comments, Leopard. You're good. You're good, girl. Life be life. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna try to go through the notes I took today, Alton, just because like there's discrepancies with those dates for sure. I want to know why. Okay, I'll get to that. I don't want to ruin it. All right. So again, like I said, in the Sebring, there were 8 items that were taken out of the car. One of them was the pink toothbrush. Remember the pink toothbrush? The car was sitting in this lot for probably 2 years or whatever. It looks to me like they were parting it out because they had like parts everywhere. It was missing the tires. It had broken glass. There was trash. Let's see. The trunk had car parts in it came from the front of the vehicle. There was no wheels. And this was the first time the officer had seen this car. They removed the parts that like were in the trunk to a different area, like on this tarp thing, and they moved the parts separately so that way they can process it all. There was a light blue t-shirt found in the trunk, and then there was clothing and toothbrush. So they didn't name each item, but they pretty much said there were 8 items, and they tell you here a light blue t-shirt, clothing, and toothbrush. And we know for a fact from the DNA forensic expert that was last to testify today, that the DNA that she got that matched to Adam and Crystal was with the pink toothbrush. Okay. Okay, yeah, right here I wrote down that they did take swabs of the trunk, and a piece of the trunk liner was the number 8 item. So you can basically say clothes, toothbrush, and part of the trunk was some of the stuff they found out of the car. But that toothbrush that they left behind helped us get some kind of answers, some kind of closure to know, that Harmony was no longer a missing person, that we were, posting flyers for and having people protesting, and we were able to find out the news that it was no longer a missing persons case, but it was now a homicide investigation. It was a really rough day, a really hard day. Like the community I was with at the time, that I'm still close to, the Nerd Bird Mafia, of course, and we were just a mess. Okay, this trial is my first missing persons case that I followed so closely, like where it's coming to justice, but it's not in the way I would like it to be. I wish that she could have been found. I wish that he really would have brought her to her mom. I wish so many things, but we have the reality. And just be kind to yourself. Remember, guys, that like whenever you cover these cases, when you get deep in them and you get close to them, where you feel a connection and a bond and an investment in each of these children's lives and knowing what they went through, when it comes to this point that we're always wanting justice, right? You do. But I can say that covering it and then watching it every day and finding out the little details that you didn't know, all along you think you want to know all the little details, and then you're finding them out, and it's like, do I really want to know? So just remember, and I'm speaking to myself too, make sure you're eating properly, you're staying hydrated, you're getting up and walking around and moving your feet, literally. Thank you, Nerdy, for saying that. Shout out to Nerdy. I'm going to drop his channel right here because I wanted to let everyone know that is listening or watching that I'm not going to stream tomorrow, but Nerdy streams this trial every day. And if you don't want to watch, he does do commentary over it. He does really funny stuff on breaks, which kind of helps with the heaviness of the case. But if you want straight, just court, nothing else, no interruptions, I totally understand that. And y'all can watch Court TV here. That's what I've been using. And I also wanted to drop Grizzly True Crime because she always does a really amazing job. Grizzly was one of my first true crime creators I came across, and yeah, I saw she was covering it. So there's definitely links here for you to watch tomorrow, because I will not be streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna take a break tomorrow. I definitely need it. And I'm still going to watch, and then I'm gonna maybe do a react to it, kind of like this, where I go over my notes and we talk about whatever happens tomorrow. I'm hoping tomorrow is just a boring day of nothing major coming out, because it's just been one after the other. And I'm losing my voice, so I'm definitely taking the day off tomorrow. I haven't even gotten through all of the witnesses. Let me see. Some of them were just like I said, if you go back and watch from the beginning, definitely don't skip through. I mean, you can if you want. You watch what you want, or what you can handle. I have to know all the details, so I watch all of it. But okay, I'm trying to see. Okay, so according to the detective I just told y'all about that was collecting DNA, he was working under someone, right? So his superior was Detective Brian O'Leary. He worked on Carmony's case. The car came from the tow lot. He said it took them about 2 days to process it, and he only had Tucker help him on one day, which confirmed Tucker's testimony earlier. He explained how you spray like to find mist on areas where blood may be. He has done about 15 to 20 of those in his career. It's called Blue Star. You can have false positives. Things that can cause a false positive is bleach, chlorine, iron, etc. So he did the entire exterior on all the surfaces. There was no positive reactions, which means nothing came back weird. The condition of the car, it had been in the junkyard for years. Lots of parts were missing from the car, including the car engine. It had a cold, damp smell. Lots of evidence was removed. In the trunk, there was 4 swabs of the interior of the trunk that tested positive, sent to the lab. But they also had false positives, 2 to 3 in the trunk area. So they might have had one good swab. They also did the Guilford Street basement area. There was no positives there. So anyway, but yeah, definitely go back and watch the trial. And if you need anything or have any questions about like the notes I took today or anything you watched, you can email me. I just dropped in chat. And on that note, I'm going to say good evening to you all because I need to go rest my voice. I love you all. Take care of yourself. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching Justice for Harmony Montgomery. Good night, y'all.